XXS Stalin lights the fuse to World War II-A. Britain is reluctant to regard Russia as an ally before the papal interlude in favor of world peace had even been set in motion. Russia had already made her first overtures to Germany for an accord. On April 17, 1939, Merkelov, the Soviet ambassador in Berlin, paid a visit to the German Foreign Office and frankly informed Weizsäcker, State Secretary, that he saw no reason why relations between Germany and Russia should not be on a normal footing. Indeed, from this normal footing they might become better and better. On this same day, as the Germans and the Russians were putting out cautious feelers for a possible understanding, Prime Minister Chamberlain had a talk with Ambassador Kennedy and remarked with easy confidence that he felt he could make a deal with Russia at any time now. He would delay action, however, until he had gotten the Balkan situation straightened away. It is evident that he feared that any intimate understanding between Britain and Russia might divide the Balkan resistance to Germany, and that if it drove Spain over to the Axis, we might thereby lose more in the West than we should gain in the East. There was also the constant factor of Chamberlain's deep-seated suspicion of Russia and her aims. I can't believe that she has the same aims and objects as we have, or any sympathy with democracy as such. She is afraid of Germany and Japan, and would be delighted to see other people fight them. He would postpone as long as possible any negotiations with Russia which looked towards a close political connection. The American ambassador in Brussels, Davies, thought this policy of delay in dealing with Russia was a mistake, and he made an appeal to Secretary Hull for immediate action. He was convinced that the decisive factor in Hitler's determination will be whether or not Russia will support Britain and France wholeheartedly. From personal knowledge, I know that the Soviets did mistrust Britain and France, both their purposes and their performances. They do trust you, Secretary Hull. They also believe in me. I am impelled, therefore, to suggest that if you considered it advisable, I could go to Moscow on the pretext of cleaning up personal affairs for a few days, and can personally, and if need be unofficially, see Litvinov, Kalinin and Molotov, and I am quite sure Stalin also, with the object of aiding in securing a quick and speedy agreement with Britain against aggression. Neither the French nor the British, in my opinion, can personally reach the highest authorities there. I am confident that I not only can see the proper people, otherwise unreachable, but that they have confidence in my good judgment and sincerity. Speed is vital. The Department of State was not ready to authorize this special mission to Moscow, so the British and French governments continued in their own confused way to seek some basis for an accord. But the Soviet government was not making this task an easy one. On April 20, London and Paris received from Moscow a proposal that the three countries guarantee not only to fight at once in case of direct attack on any one of the three, but also that all three countries should guarantee to go to war in case of an aggression against any other country in Europe. Bonnet at once objected that guarantees of this kind would not carry conviction. It would be totally impossible to get French soldiers to march in case of a German attack on Estonia, unless such an attack should first involve Poland. While Britain and France were trying to find some alternative formula that would be agreeable to Moscow, the Baltic countries were showing a definite suspicion of Russian proposals to defend their integrity. In the third week in April 1939, Estonia and Latvia sent notes to the Russian Foreign Office which emphatically stated that they were in no danger of war and therefore did not need any Russian assistance. 2 weeks later, they announced their readiness to sign a non-aggression pact with Germany. Romania was also deeply suspicious of Russia. On April 25, Gafencu, the Romanian foreign minister, had a talk with Ambassador Kennedy in London. He confided to him that he had strongly urged the British Foreign Office not to have anything to do with Russia, because Russia does not think the same way and is not really interested in peace as the rest of the world understands it. He was convinced that Hitler did not want war but would seek to win Danzig and the colonies with a battle of words. But nevertheless, as a former soldier, he had stressed to Chamberlain the importance of immediate conscription in case his prophecy went wrong. It was apparent to him that the policy of the Soviet Union was to become involved as little as possible in any European war, in the hope that at the end of such a war, the Red Army might sweep the continent in the interest of Bolshevism. The British Foreign Office shared some of Gafencu's suspicions of Russia, and could not be hurried into any close relationship with the Soviet government. On April 24, Halifax sent instructions to the British ambassador in Moscow directing him to ask the Soviet government immediately to issue a unilateral guarantee of Romania and Poland on all fours with the British guarantees. The French government considered this new British defarge extremely stupid and refused to order the French ambassador in Moscow to join his British colleague in the defarge. If the Soviet government would issue the statement, the only result would be to enrage the Poles and the Romanians. As an alternative, the French Foreign Office proposed that the Soviet Union be requested to guarantee to give support to France and England in case either one should become involved in war due to promises to protect states in Eastern Europe. Similarly, France and England should agree to give support to the Soviet Union in case the Soviet Union should become involved in war due to assistance to France and England. While this matter was being discussed, Daladier was increasing to the greatest possible extent French military preparations. An imposing armament would have far more effect upon Hitler than fair words. The British ambassador at Paris had expressed the belief that Hitler's speech of April 28 had left the way open for fruitful negotiations. This viewpoint was regarded by Daladier as dangerous nonsense. There should be no pressure upon Poland to accept German proposals for an understanding. In many other respects, the British attitude of mind disturbed Daladier. Lord Halifax was showing definite reluctance to accept the latest French proposals to Russia. The British Foreign Office was most anxious not to provoke the susceptibilities of Poland and Romania where Russia was concerned. Moreover, it did not wish to forfeit the sympathy of the world at large by giving a handle to German anti-Comintern propaganda, nor did it wish to jeopardize the cause of peace by provoking violent action by Germany. After giving this situation mature consideration, Lord Halifax sent to France this alternative proposal. The Soviet government should make a public declaration on its own initiative which should make some reference to the new obligations assumed by Britain and France relative to certain Eastern European countries. It should then state that in the event that Britain or France became involved in hostilities in fulfillment of these obligations, the assistance of the Soviet government would be available if desired and would be afforded in such manner as might be most convenient. This cautious language, it was believed, would not offend in any way the susceptibilities of either Poland or Romania. It is apparent that the wary attitude of the British Foreign Office gave offense to Stalin. Payart, the French chargé d'affaires in Moscow, said that Halifax's proposals had enraged Stalin, who regarded them as an effort to relegate Russia to the role of a third-rate power. At any rate, on May 3, Litvinov suddenly resigned his office as Foreign Commissar and was succeeded by Molotov. In London, Sir Robert Vansittart, the chief diplomatic adviser to the government, expressed to Bullitt his fears that the dismissal of Litvinov meant the adoption by the Soviet government of a policy of isolation. If this were true, it soon led to the collapse of resistance to Hitler in Western Europe and the Balkans. When Bullitt inquired if Litvinov's resignation had been occasioned by the dilatory and almost insulting policy which the British government had pursued vis-à-vis the Soviet Union since Hitler's invasion of Czechoslovakia, Vansittart answered that he feared that British policy might have contributed to Stalin's attitude. Bullitt pursued his conversation with Vansittart and suddenly received the surprise of his diplomatic career. To his question as to why the British government had refused to accept the French proposals relative to action in concert with Russia, Vansittart frankly replied that no French proposals had yet reached the British government. Sir Eric Phipps in Paris had apparently not considered them important enough to rush to the Foreign Office. After recovering from his astonishment, Bullitt gave to Vansittart an outline of the French proposals which the British diplomat at once pronounced to be far superior to the one sponsored by Lord Halifax. Without wasting any time, Bullitt now hurried to Paris and persuaded Daladier to telephone to Ambassador Corbyn in London and direct him to present the French proposals to the British Foreign Office. But the British Foreign Office paid little attention to this pressure. On May 8, the British reply to the Soviet proposals of April 17 was delivered to Molotov by the British ambassador in Moscow. In substance, the new British proposal contained the following items. The Soviet government should announce its willingness to assist Poland and Romania should those countries become the victims of aggression. This assistance should be given in suitable form only if requested, and only if Britain and France, in pursuance of the guarantee which they have given to Poland and Romania, had already moved to implement these guarantees. On May 11, in the columns of Izvestia, the Russian attitude towards these proposals was clearly expressed. Great Britain's suggestions avoid the subject of a pact of mutual assistance between France, Great Britain and the USSR, and consider that the Soviet government should come to the immediate aid of Great Britain and France should they be involved in hostilities as a result of the obligations they have assumed in guaranteeing Poland and Romania. Great Britain says nothing about the aid which the USSR should naturally receive on the principle of reciprocity from France, and Great Britain, should it be involved in hostilities owing to the fulfillment of the obligations it may assume in guaranteeing any of the states of Eastern Europe, it thus follows that under this arrangement, the USSR must find itself in a position of inequality. Daladier sympathized with this Russian criticism of the attitude of the British Foreign Office, and he did not blame the Soviet government for its rejection of the British proposals. In commenting upon the existing diplomatic deadlock, he confided to Bullitt that he would insist that the French proposals be made the basis of any further negotiations with Russia. All that the British had accomplished by their dilatory and half-hearted proposals was to make the Russian terms stiffer. He had few illusions about the Soviet Union, but he believed that it was essential to have Russia in the concert of nations against Hitler. Under strong pressure from France, the British Foreign Office receded from its uncompromising attitude towards Russia. On May 24, Lord Halifax instructed Sir Ronald Lindsay in Washington to the effect that the Soviet government had been informed that Britain was now disposed to agree that effective cooperation between the Soviet, French and British governments against aggression in Europe might be based on a system of mutual guarantees in general conformity with the principles of the League of Nations. This cooperation would cover direct attacks on any of the three governments by a European state and cases where any of them was engaged in hostility with such a state in consequence of aggression by the latter upon another European country. But these British proposals made no reference to any assistance that might be given to Estonia, Latvia, or Finland in case these Baltic countries should become the victims of aggression. In a speech on May 31, Molotov called attention to the dangers of German infiltration into the states bordering upon Soviet Russia, and he expressed the opinion that the British government had not as yet envisaged a system of real reciprocity in its proposed concert of powers. On June 3, the Russian reply to the latest British proposals was received in London. It emphasized the necessity of a definite guarantee of Estonia and Latvia, even though those states were opposed to such an arrangement. On June 7, Prime Minister Chamberlain informed the House of Commons of the strong distaste of the Baltic countries for any guarantee of their status. On this very day, Estonia and Latvia gave expression to their suspicions of Russia by signing non-aggression treaties with Germany. In the Morning Post, June 8, Winston Churchill made an attack upon the attitude of the Chamberlain government towards Russia and attempted to justify the demands of the Soviet government for the inclusions of the Baltic states in the proposed system of guarantees. In order to meet this criticism and to quiet public sentiment in this regard, Chamberlain announced that William Strang, chief of the European Department of the Foreign Office, would be sent on a special mission to Moscow, but he felt that his hand had been forced in this whole Russian matter, and he poured out his feelings in a conversation with Ambassador Kennedy. Chamberlain said that he does not regard the situation in a favorable light at all. He regards the most important thing that could be done would be for the French to make some gesture to the Italians on the question of their demands. The Russian situation is most annoying to him. He is not at all sure that the Russians have the slightest idea of concluding the pact, and if they do not accept the latest proposition, he is not at all sure that he will not call the whole thing off. It is obvious that Chamberlain was dragging his feet along the unwelcome path to a possible accord with Russia. Under the impact of the pressure of public opinion, he had arranged for Strang to go to Moscow, but this special mission would amount to nothing because Strang's instructions were so uncompromising that they could not lead to an understanding with the Soviet government. With reference to the Baltic states and to Belgium, the Netherlands, Poland, Romania, and Switzerland, he held out strongly against the imposition of a guarantee on powers unwilling to receive it. Inasmuch as His Majesty's government had no intention of proposing a guarantee of Poland against Russia, they feel that Great Britain should not guarantee or be guaranteed by Russia against a Polish attack. In conclusion, His Majesty's government was not ready to make a tripartite agreement, not to conclude a separate peace, before objectives of peace had been decided upon. Armed with these instructions, Strang began his diplomatic conversations with Molotov on June 15th. Apparently, the Russian foreign commissar was willing temporarily to shelve proposals relative to a guarantee of the Baltic states if British objections were insuperable. According to his prescription, the proposed tripartite pact would be a guarantee against direct aggression and would exclude the contingency of an attack upon one of the signatories resulting from assistance given by the latter to a third power. This suggestion did not please Mr. Strang, who pointed out that Britain was anxious to have Russian help in the event she became involved in hostilities arising out of assistance to Poland. Molotov, however, held his position strongly and also insisted upon the inclusion of a no separate peace clause in the proposed arrangement. Molotov seemed particularly concerned about the possibility of German infiltration of the Baltic states and a subsequent coup d'état which would install officials friendly to German designs. For this reason, he stressed the importance of an undertaking to give assistance in the case of indirect as well as of direct aggression. He also demanded that the proposed political agreement should go hand in hand with a military convention of a detailed nature. His demands were strongly contested by the British and French delegations at Moscow. B. Chamberlain begins to pursue the Russian phantom British opposition to Russian demands became weaker as the European situation grew more grave. By the last of June, the British Foreign Office was ready to go to great lengths to appease Russia. This story was told very frankly by Daladier to Ambassador Bullitt. Daladier said that the British were now falling over themselves to accede to the Russian demands. Two texts for submission to the Soviet government had been prepared today. The first contained no specific mention of the Baltic states, the Netherlands, Belgium and Switzerland, but would be accompanied by a secret memorandum covering them. The second contained a complete acceptance of the Russian demand. Strang in Moscow would be instructed tonight or tomorrow to present these two texts to the Soviet government and to state that the British and French preferred the first text but were ready to accept the second if the Russians should insist. I asked Daladier if he believed that this would conclude the negotiations or if he believed the Russians would insist upon subjecting this political accord to the conclusion of a future military agreement. He said that he had urged the British to take up the question of a military agreement with the Russians before taking up the matter of the political agreement, but the British had refused to do this. He was by no means certain that the Russians would surrender this demand and feared that the negotiations might be dragged out indefinitely. He added that the Soviet government had repeatedly assured the French and British governments that it was not negotiating in any way with the German government. See Germany seeks an accord with Russia. These assurances were only partly true. The basis for a German-Russian accord had already been laid. On May 30, the German State Secretary in the Foreign Office wrote to the German ambassador in Moscow an instruction which contained a revealing paragraph. Contrary to the policy previously planned, we have now decided to undertake definite negotiations with the Soviet Union. Astsakhov, the Russian chargé d'affaires in Berlin, was called to the Foreign Office for a conversation with Weizsäcker, who referred to the remarks of the Russian ambassador in April relative to an improvement of Russo-German political relations. He then stated that he did not know whether there was still room for a gradual normalization of relations after Moscow had, perhaps, already given ear to the enticements of London. Astsakhov cautiously replied that he would await instructions from Moscow before discussing the matter any further. Russia made the next move through the Bulgarian minister in Berlin. On June 15, he called at the Foreign Office and had a talk with Dr. Warman, head of the political division. He stated emphatically to Warman that if Germany would declare that she would not attack the Soviet Union or that she would conclude a non-aggression pact with her, the Soviet Union would probably refrain from concluding a treaty with England. On the basis of this intimation, Schulenburg called at the Russian Foreign Office on June 29 and had a long conversation with Molotov. He gave an assurance that we would welcome a normalization of the relations between Germany and Soviet Russia. For this, we had furnished a number of proofs, such as reserve in the German press conclusion of the non-aggression treaties with the Baltic countries and desire for resumption of economic negotiations. We would continue to take advantage of any opportunity to prove our goodwill. Molotov replied that the foreign policy of the Soviet government was aimed at the cultivation of good relations with all countries, and this of course applied, providing there was reciprocity, to Germany too. He finally remarked that normalization of relations with Germany was desirable and possible. Britain and France make new overtures to Russia. The Western democracies were ignorant of the secret negotiations that were being carried on between Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. Daladier had some doubts about Russian assurances, but he had no idea that the Nazi-Soviet accord was really moving towards an early conclusion. Leisure expressed to Bullitt the opinion that there were 80 chances in 100, that the Anglo-French conversations with Molotov in Moscow would be concluded successfully in the near future. But there were other difficulties. Relations between Poland and France had again become extraordinarily unpleasant. At a moment when it was absolutely essential for the French government to know the exact thoughts of the Polish government with regard to Danzig, the Polish ambassador in Paris was so nervous and irritable that it was impossible to have any really intimate conversation with him. He had insulted both Daladier and Bonnet so grossly that Daladier would no longer see him and Bonnet could get nothing out of him. Similarly, Beck in Warsaw had no relations of an intimate nature with the French ambassador. As a result, all the French ministers from Daladier down were reluctant to do anything of a concrete nature for Poland. Leisure believes that both France and England should give loans to Poland and send airplanes to Poland at once in order to convince the Germans that France and England are determined to support Poland if Poland should become involved in war with Germany. The Polish ambassador was entirely right in his demands for such assistance, but his manner of presentation was such that he killed his own case. Leisure's optimism concerning the satisfactory progress of the Anglo-French negotiations with the Soviet government was distinctly premature. The matter of guarantees caused serious concern because some of the states that would be covered by these proposed pledges were openly against them. Finland, the Netherlands, and Switzerland strongly voiced their objections in the first week, in July 28, and this fact forced Britain and France to seek desperately for some formula that would be generally satisfactory. On June 30, the British ambassador was directed to submit to the Soviet government a proposal which placed all states who might receive assistance on the same footing. It also gave to the Soviet government the right to decide upon the need for giving assistance to one of the guaranteed states. Assurances would also be given to Moscow of Anglo-French aid once hostilities had started. The British ambassador in Moscow was also instructed to indicate the prejudicial effect on the peace front in view of public or private objection by Baltic states and Romania, and the unknown attitude of Holland to a Soviet or tripartite guarantee of Russian demands for publication in treaty of a list of states guaranteed against aggression. He should express British preference for the enumeration of these guaranteed states in a secret supplementary agreement. It was also important to include the Netherlands, Switzerland, and possibly Luxembourg in the list of states whose protection would be guaranteed. Molotov was willing to have the list of guaranteed states extended so as to include Belgium, Estonia, Finland, Greece, Latvia, Poland, Romania, and Turkey, but he strongly objected to the addition of the Netherlands and Switzerland unless pacts of mutual assistance between the USSR and Poland and Turkey be immediately concluded. He also wished the term indirect aggression to be defined as an internal coup d'etat or a reversal of policy in the interest of an aggressor. There were several alternative formulas dealing with indirect aggression, but none of them was satisfactory and conversations continued. Agreement upon the matter of a military convention was also difficult. On July 7, Lord Halifax was ready to make further concessions to the Soviet government. He would accept the following definition of indirect aggression: action accepted by state in question under threat of force by another power and involving abandonment of its independence or neutrality. The British ambassador in Moscow was directed to endeavour to include consultation in case of aggression against Holland, Switzerland, or Luxembourg. If agreement was impossible on this suggestion, then he was to try to secure a limited tripartite agreement, susceptible of extension and providing for consultation in the event of aggression against another power. It was made clear that the Foreign Office would not agree to make entry into force of agreement depend on conclusion of military conversations. On the same day that Lord Halifax sent these instructions to Moscow, Ambassador Bullitt had a conversation with the French Foreign Minister. The difficulty of finding some acceptable definition of indirect aggression once more came to the front. This afternoon, Bonnet said to me that instructions had now been sent to the British and French ambassadors in Moscow, ordering them to say to the Soviet government that the Soviet definition of indirect aggression was totally unacceptable to the French and British governments. He said that the portion of the Soviet note which had especially shocked the French and British was the phrase that any change in the makeup of the government of any of the Baltic states which tended to favor an aggressor must lead to immediate military action by the Soviet Union, France, and England. Bonnet added that this phrase, if accepted, would make it possible for the Soviet Union to invade any of the Baltic states at any minute on any flimsy pretext, with the armed support of France and England. It was obvious that neither France nor England could accept such a proposal. Bonnet added that the French and British ambassadors in Moscow had been given a large number of alternative definitions of aggression which they would propose to Molotov. They had also been ordered to inform the Soviet Union that France and England were ready to adjourn immediate signature of an agreement with regard to Switzerland and Holland, provided the Russians would agree to discuss the matter later. Bullet asked Bonnet if he still thought the negotiations with the Soviet Union could be brought to a successful conclusion. He replied that he really had no idea. The Russian demands had been so extraordinary that he was no longer certain that the Soviet government really desired to reach an agreement. Some 2 weeks later, July 19, the British Foreign Office made another concession but would not accept the entire Russian program. The situation was tersely described to Ambassador Kennedy by Lord Halifax. Halifax said that their final words to the Russians now is that they will accept the military pact but will not accept the Russians' definition of indirect aggression, and if the Russians insist on it, the English are going to call the whole deal off. The following day, Kennedy had a talk with Prime Minister Chamberlain. Although he was fairly optimistic about the general outlook for the next 30 days, he was sick and disgusted with the Russians, and while he believes that the Russians are willing to continue talking without accomplishing anything, his patience is exhausted. He told me he had a conversation with Prince Paul of Yugoslavia, and Prince Paul was definitely of the opinion that if England did not consummate a deal with the Russians, Germany would. The Prime Minister said he does not feel there is any danger of that. On August 5, Lord Halifax sent to Sir Ronald Lindsay in Washington a brief notation. At interview on August 2nd, Molotov again refused to accept our definition of indirect aggression. The game was just about up, and Molotov was almost ready to show his hand. The farce of further conversations continued on August 12 when the British and French military missions arrived in Moscow. Voroshilov promptly asked the highly embarrassing question whether Poland and Romania would permit the passage of Russian troops through their territories in the event of German aggression. General Dümig telegraphed to Paris and urged the Daladier government to accept the Soviet viewpoint and exert pressure upon Poland in favor of concessions to Russia. Germany signs an important treaty with Russia, while the British and French governments were anxiously seeking some formula of accommodation with Russia. The German government was making successful efforts to establish a rapprochement with its eastern neighbor. On the evening of July 26, Dr. Karl Schnurrer, head of the Eastern European Division of the Foreign Office, invited to dinner Astahov, the Soviet Chargé d'Affaires, and Barbarin, the chief of the Soviet trade mission to Germany. Astahov referred to the close community of interests in foreign policy that had formerly existed between Germany and Russia. Dr. Schnurrer quickly took up this theme and indicated that the old friendly relations could be restored by adopting the following program: the re-establishment of collaboration in economic affairs, the normalization and improvement of political relations, a new arrangement which would take account of the vital political interests of both parties. Astahov concurred with this view, but cautiously advised that the movement towards this accord should be very slow and gradual. But Germany was in a hurry to push to completion this understanding with Soviet Russia. On August 2, Ribbentrop had an important conversation with Astahov, during which he stressed the opinion that the German government was favorably disposed toward Russia. If Moscow had a similar disposition, there was no problem from the Baltic to the Black Sea that could not be solved between the two of us. In Moscow, Schulenburg discussed the situation with Molotov, who frankly admitted that his government desired normalization and improvement of relations with Germany. But this admission was guarded, and Molotov was so cautious in his admissions that it seemed evident to the German ambassador that it would take considerable effort on our part to cause the Soviet government to swing about. It was soon evident that Ribbentrop was ready to make this effort. On August 14, Schulenburg was instructed to see Molotov and emphasize the opinion that the period of opposition between Soviet Russia and Nazi Germany could be brought to an end once and for all by a frank appraisal of mutual interests. There were no real conflicts of interest between Germany and the USSR. Indeed, there was distinctly lacking any cause for an aggressive attitude on the part of one country against the other. It should be obvious that German-Soviet policy today has come to an historic turning point. The situation in Europe called for German-Soviet cooperation, not conflict. It would be fatal if, through mutual lack of views and intentions, our peoples should be finally driven asunder. The existing crisis was of so grave a nature that von Ribbentrop himself was ready to visit Moscow to present the German viewpoint to both Molotov and Stalin. Molotov assured Schulenburg that he warmly welcomed German intentions of improving relations with the Soviet Union, but he insisted that adequate preparation for discussion of outstanding problems in German-Soviet relations was indispensable. During the conversation, Molotov seemed so unusually compliant that Schulenburg was of the opinion that the Soviet Foreign Office regarded the suggestion of a German visit to Moscow a very flattering testimonial of an ardent desire for Nazi cooperation with Russia. The situation was improving so rapidly that it appeared as though the Reich would achieve the desired results in the pending negotiations, with negotiations moving rapidly towards a favorable conclusion. The German Foreign Office accelerated the tempo of its efforts. Schulenburg was instructed to assure Molotov that Germany was ready for the signature of a non-aggression pact. Moreover, the Reich would guarantee the Baltic states jointly with the Soviet Union and would exercise her influence for an improvement of Russian-Japanese relations. In order to speed the signature of a treaty covering these points, von Ribbentrop indicated that he was prepared to take a plane to Moscow any time after August 18. Molotov welcomed the proposed visit of von Ribbentrop to Moscow as an indication that the German government valued more highly cooperation with Russia than did the Chamberlain government of Britain, which had sent to Moscow merely a chief of one of the divisions of the Foreign Office, Strang. But he wished to make it clear that Russia desired the conclusion of an economic agreement before the establishment of a political understanding. This wish was easily fulfilled by the signature, at Berlin, of a convention that dealt exclusively with economic matters. On August 20, Hitler himself sent a telegram to Stalin in which he expressly accepted the draft of a non-aggression treaty which Molotov had prepared. He then requested that Stalin receive Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop on August 22 or 23. Stalin made a favorable reply, and the stage was prepared for a German-Soviet accord that ushered in World War II. Meanwhile, conversations continued between Voroshilov and the members of the Anglo-French military mission. The demands of Voroshilov were purposely unacceptable. Not only did Russia insist upon the right of Russian troops to enter Polish and Romanian territory, but also to occupy the principal ports of the Baltic states and the main islands near their coasts, if she thought such measures were necessary to forestall German aggression. These demands made a very unfavorable impression upon Polish statesmen, who were fearful of Russian good faith. When the French ambassador asked for acquiescence in the Russian request for the right to send troops across Polish soil, Foreign Minister Beck replied, "We concede to no one, under any form, the right to discuss the use of any part of our territory by foreign troops." On August 21, according to Daladier, he overcame Polish objections in this regard and authorized General Dumenk to sign with Russia the proposed military convention. Bonnet and M. Lukasiewicz, the Polish ambassador in Paris, gave different versions 47. But the matter is of no great importance because the announcement of the Ribbentrop mission to Moscow sounded the death knell of any rapprochement between Russia and the Western democracies. On the afternoon of August 23, Ribbentrop arrived in Moscow. That evening he had a long conference with Stalin, who burst out into bitter criticisms of Britain. Ribbentrop sounded the same note and acidly complained that Britain had always sought to disrupt the development of good relations between Germany and the Soviet Union. She was obviously weak and wanted to let others fight for her presumptuous claim to world domination. Stalin agreed with this indictment. He had not liked the attitude of the British military mission, which had never told the Soviet government what it really wanted. There was no doubt in his mind that Britain, in a military sense, was distinctly weak. Her domination of the world, in spite of this fact, was due to the stupidity of the other countries that always let themselves be bluffed. After appropriate toasts, the signature of the German-Soviet non-aggression treaty was hailed as the dawn of a new political day in world politics. To millions of fearful persons in panic-stricken lands from the Baltic to the Mediterranean, it was the beginning of night over Europe. The deuce tries to sit on a slippery diplomatic fence. During the fateful month of August, Mussolini tried desperately to maintain a dignified position on a very slippery diplomatic fence. As early as July 7, he had told the British ambassador, Lorraine, that if England is ready to fight in defense of Poland, Italy will take up arms with her ally Germany. But he became exceedingly vacillating as the crisis deepened. On August 10, he instructed Sciano frankly to inform the Germans that we must avoid a conflict with Poland, since it will be impossible to localize it, and a general war would be disastrous for everybody. Ribbentrop resented this policy of caution. The decision to fight is implacable. After talking to Hitler, Sciano realized that there was no longer anything that can be done. Hitler, has decided to strike, and strike he will. Sciano returned to Rome completely disgusted with the Germans, with their leader, with their way of doing things. They have betrayed us and lied to us. Mussolini, after considering the reports of Sciano, decided August 15 that Italy should not march blindly with Germany. He wants time to prepare the break with Germany. On the 18th, however, the Deuce's doubts reappeared, and he remarked to Sciano that Germany might do good business cheaply. Moreover, he feared Hitler's rage. On the 21st, the Deuce announced to Sciano that he had decided to go along with the Germans, but after much argument he consented to a conference between Sciano and Ribbentrop. He agreed that Ribbentrop should be informed that Italy would not intervene if the conflict is provoked by an attack on Poland. But the Nazi-Soviet agreement of August 23 upset Sciano's calculations, and the proposed meeting with the German foreign minister was abandoned. Chamberlain expands his pledges to Poland, while the Deuce was endeavoring to squirm into a favorable position on a precarious perch. Chamberlain was still trying to reason with Hitler. On August 22, he sent to Berlin a warning that, despite the announcement of the Nazi-Soviet agreement, Britain would still carry out her obligation to defend Polish independence. When Neville Henderson went to Berchtesgaden to deliver this communication, he found Hitler in a mood of extreme excitability. During a second interview, the Führer was more composed, although sharply critical of British policy. No longer did he trust Mr. Chamberlain, who had given a blank cheque to Poland. In a letter to the British Prime Minister, he strongly asserted his constant desire for peace with Britain, and he complained that his Pacific advances had always been rejected. With reference to the questions of Danzig and the corridor, he observed that he had been ready to settle them on the basis of a proposal of truly unparalleled magnanimity. But Poland, acting upon assurance of armed assistance from Britain in case of conflict with Germany, had refused to accede to a German request for the return of Danzig to the Reich and for a railway and a motor road across the corridor. Also, Britain and France were mobilizing their armed forces as a threat to compel Germany to recede from her firm stand with reference to Poland. This action would force Germany to answer mobilization with mobilization. This diplomatic impasse made European statesmen realize that World War II was just around the corner of tomorrow. In order to avert such a dread contingency, King Leopold of Belgium, speaking for the so-called Oslo powers, Belgium, Denmark, Finland, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, and Sweden, broadcast an appeal to those in whose hands rests the fate of the world to avoid the catastrophe which threatens humanity. With prophetic vision, this appeal stressed the fact that the impact of a Second World War would destroy the spiritual and material values created by centuries of civilization. No nation would emerge as a victor. This appeal by King Leopold was followed by one from Pope Pius XII, August 24, who admonished European rulers that nothing is lost with peace, all may be lost with war. On the previous day, President Roosevelt had sent an urgent message to King Victor Emmanuel of Italy, exhorting him to formulate proposals for a pacific solution of the present crisis. Sciano thought that the president's appeal did not make much sense, and after waiting several days, the king replied that there has been done and there is being done by us whatever is possible to bring about peace with justice. Without waiting for this reply, the president also sent appeals to President Mościcki of Poland and Chancellor Hitler, August 24, urging them to try to settle their differences by direct negotiation or by arbitration. Mościcki replied at once, August 25, that he strongly favored direct negotiations. When no answer came from Hitler, President Roosevelt, August 25, sent him a second message alluding to the readiness of the Polish government to try to find some path to peace through direct negotiations. In response to this pressure, Hitler answered that he had left nothing untried for the purpose of settling the dispute between Germany and Poland in a friendly manner. Even at the last hour, he accepted an offer from the government of Great Britain to mediate in this dispute. Owing to the attitude of the Polish government, however, all these endeavors have remained without result. While the second Roosevelt message was en route to Hitler, the Führer sent a message to Mussolini in which he intimated that action against Poland would begin in a short time. He then asked for Italian understanding of his position. The Deuce replied that Italy was not ready to go to war. Sciano, in order to implement this reply, began to make out a long list, enough to kill a bull, if a bull could read, of military needs essential to any Italian war effort. While Sciano was making these calculations, Hitler summoned Neville Henderson to the Chancellery. He emphasized the importance of an early settlement of the dispute between Germany and Poland, and then made an offer of friendship and eventual alliance between Germany and Britain. Speaking with calm and apparent sincerity, he described his efforts as a last effort, for conscience' sake, to secure good relations with Great Britain. He could have saved his breath because on this very day, August 25, Chamberlain had entered into a far-reaching treaty with Poland. It provided that if one of the contracting parties become engaged in hostilities with a European power in consequence of aggression by the latter against the contracting party, the other contracting party will at once give the contracting party engaged in hostilities all the support and assistance in its power. The treaty then obligated Britain and Poland to maintain the status quo in vast areas in Eastern Europe. This action of Chamberlain is as difficult to understand as his pledges to Poland in March and April. If he had been willing to write off Eastern Europe as geographically indefensible, to let Hitler move eastward with the strong probability that he would come into conflict with Stalin, such a policy would have been the sanest and most promising course Western diplomacy could have followed. Instead, the British Prime Minister assumed a series of obligations he could not possibly fulfill. And to make sure this was so, he failed to expedite the matter of building up the British Army. Although the House of Commons approved a bill for conscription on April 27, the first contingent of British recruits was not called to the colours until July. No troops could be rushed to Poland, and a pitifully small force would be ready for service in France. It is evident that André Giraud Pertinax should write a book on the grave diggers of Britain. Hitler sends a warning to France. After sending Neville Henderson to London with another note to Chamberlain, Hitler turned to France. On August 25, he called the French ambassador, M. Colandry, to the Chancellery and submitted a statement that was to be forwarded to Daladier. He disclaimed any wish for war with France, particularly on account of Poland. In the spring of 1939, he had made extremely fair proposals to Poland, demanding the return of Tansill to the Reich and of a narrow strip of territory leading from this German city to East Prussia. But the Poles had not only rejected these proposals, but had also subjected the German minority to the worst possible treatment. To make matters much worse, the Polish government had decreed general mobilization and were shooting at German planes crossing the corridor. Such actions were intolerable. If Germany took suitable action against them, and if France gave support to Poland in this event, war between Germany and France would be inevitable. The reply of Daladier was dignified and able, unless you attribute to the French people a conception of national honor less high than that which I myself recognize in the German people, you cannot doubt that France will be true to her solemn promises to other nations such as Poland, which, I am perfectly sure, wants also to live in peace with Germany. He was confident that there was no real barrier to a pacific solution of the existing crisis if the will for peace existed equally on all sides. As for himself, there should be no doubt in anyone's mind that he was ready to make all the efforts an honest man could make to ensure the success of any real step towards a just settlement of differences. When he presented this note to Hitler, M. Coulondre begged him, in the name of history and for the sake of humanity, not to thrust aside this last chance. He remarked that the Führer's prestige was great enough outside Germany to remain undiminished even after a gesture of appeasement. Hitler quickly replied that the decision was really up to Poland. If she would make concessions, there would be peace, but Poland's mind was set in morbid resistance. Therefore, if she evinced an apparent willingness to talk matters over, it would doubtless be in order to gain time for her mobilization. On August 27, Hitler sent his formal reply to Daladier's letter. After repeating his desire for peace with France, he referred to increasing Polish provocations and alleged brutal treatment of the German minority under Polish control. This Macedonian situation must be liquidated on our eastern frontier. It was now necessary to formulate a precise prescription for peace. Danzig and the corridor must return to Germany. Such terms were equivalent to a declaration of war. The Führer turns once more to Britain, but despite the fact that his demands were equivalent to a declaration of war, Hitler still harbored some hope that Chamberlain would break at the last moment and prepare the way for a new Munich. It is evident from the Nuremberg documents that some time after signing of the treaty with Soviet Russia, August 23, 1939, Hitler issued the order for the campaign against Poland. The beginning of this campaign was ordered for 25 August, but on 24 August, in the afternoon, it was postponed until 1 September in order to await the results of new diplomatic maneuvers with the English ambassador. This testimony of General Göring was confirmed by Ribbentrop. Hearing that military steps had been taken against Poland, I asked him, the Führer, to withdraw it and stop the advance. The Führer at once agreed to do it. This was the 25th of August 1939, and then negotiations with Mr. Henderson in Berlin started. The Führer made again an offer of friendship and of close collaboration with Great Britain. When this didn't come off, the Führer decided to treat directly with the Poles. On August 26, Henderson arrived in London with this latest Hitler proposal. After 2 days of careful consideration, the British cabinet sent Henderson back to Berlin with a lengthy answer. It was agreed that there should be a prompt settlement of the differences between Germany and Poland, but as a prerequisite to this settlement, the German government should clearly understand that His Majesty's government had obligations to Poland by which they are bound and which they intend to honor. It should, however, be entirely possible that a reasonable solution of the differences between Germany and Poland could be effected by an agreement, which would include the safeguarding of Poland's essential interests. This agreement should then be guaranteed by other powers. If desired, His Majesty's government would be ready to make their contribution to the effective operation of such a guarantee. In order to arrive at this meeting of minds between Germany and Poland, direct discussions between the two powers should be promptly initiated. Failure to reach a just settlement of existing difficulties would ruin the hopes of better understanding between Germany and Great Britain and would bring the two countries into conflict. This last sentence has a definite ominous ring which indicated that as Hitler became more conciliatory after August 25, the British cabinet became more fixed in its determination to stand behind Poland. With reference to the reasons why Hitler pursued this policy of conciliation, Henderson has some pertinent observations. He had reason to believe that the order for the German army to advance into Poland was actually issued for the night of August 25th-26th. It is difficult otherwise to find justification for the various orders and arrangements which came into force on August 26th and 27th. The fact may well be that Hitler had in consequence of the Prime Minister's letter one last hesitation and countermanded the orders to his army. His hesitation was due to one final effort to detach Britain from Poland. The Nuremberg documents show that Henderson's hunch concerning the sudden switch in Hitler's plans with reference to Poland was remarkably correct. After issuing orders to the German army to move against Poland, he lost his nerve and made a last attempt to induce the British government to write another chapter of appeasement. He knew that the German and Russian armies would crush Poland in the matter of a few weeks, and that Britain could interpose no barrier to impede their progress. But this Polish campaign aroused many misgivings in his mind. In the end, how big a price would he have to pay Stalin for his assistance? Would it not be possible to drive a better bargain with the credulous Chamberlain? At any rate, Hitler once more tried conciliation. When Henderson arrived in Berlin on the evening of August 28 with the reply of the British government to Hitler's latest proposal, he went at once to the Chancellery. He found the Führer once again friendly and reasonable, and appeared to be not dissatisfied with the answer which I had brought to him. He observed that he must study it carefully, and would give me a written reply the next day. Though he had been non-committal, he had been calm and even conciliatory. But on August 29 the situation changed for the worse. The Polish government decreed a general mobilization of their armed forces, and this word reached Berlin within a few hours. The British government had sent a warning to Warsaw that such a step would create the impression all over the world that Poland was embarking on war. For this reason, the Polish government postponed the public announcement of mobilization for several hours, but the news was soon in Hitler's hands, and it greatly disturbed his uneasy, nervous balance. Henderson quickly discovered this fact when he was summoned to the Chancellery at 7:15 on the evening of the 29th. Hitler immediately launched into an excited denunciation of the atrocities committed upon German nationals in Poland. This ghastly state of affairs was unbearable for a great power. He now insisted upon the return of Danzig and the corridor to Germany, and the safeguarding of the existence of the German national group in the territories remaining to Poland. While the British government apparently believed that these grave differences between Germany and Poland could be settled by direct negotiations, the German government did not share this viewpoint, but as a proof of the sincerity of its intentions to enter into a lasting friendship with Great Britain, it would accept British mediation on the basis of securing the dispatch to Berlin of a Polish emissary with full powers. It was expected that this emissary would arrive on Wednesday, August 30th. The time limit fixed for the arrival of this proposed Polish plenipotentiary seemed to Henderson to have the ring of an ultimatum. Hitler emphatically denied this implication. He wished merely to stress the urgency of the situation. He then terminated the interview with a brief but quite honest assurance of his liking for Englishmen generally and his constant endeavour to win Britain's friendship. J0 hour in Europe. Although Henderson discounted some of these protestations of friendship for Britain, he promptly informed the Foreign Office of the contents of Hitler's note. A few hours later he received a reply which expressed the view that it was unreasonable to expect that His Majesty's government could produce a Polish plenipotentiary in Berlin within 24 hours. Moreover, it would be more in accord with the usual diplomatic practice for the German government to send to Warsaw, through the Polish ambassador in Berlin, an outline of the proposals to be discussed by the Polish plenipotentiary and the German Foreign Office. It is significant that although the British Foreign Office opposed the hurried dispatch of a Polish emissary to Berlin to discuss German proposals for a settlement of existing differences, the French ambassador in Berlin held quite a different viewpoint. He thought that the Polish government should agree to appoint a plenipotentiary since, after all, the German Chancellor accedes to the suggestion made to him by Britain and France for direct contact between Berlin and Warsaw. This plenipotentiary should be M. Lipski, the Polish ambassador in Berlin. In the meantime, Neville Henderson waited during the afternoon and evening of August 30 for some further communication from the German Foreign Office. In the note that Hitler had handed to him on August 29, it had been stated that the Foreign Office would immediately draw up proposals which, if possible, would be placed at the disposal of the British government before the arrival of the Polish negotiator. It soon became apparent to Henderson that Ribbentrop would not find it possible to send these proposals to the British Embassy, so he tried to stave off war by imploring the Polish ambassador in Berlin to urge his government to nominate without delay someone to represent them in the proposed negotiations. But Poland refused to be moved by this pressure, so at midnight, August 30, Henderson called at the German Foreign Office to discuss the situation with von Ribbentrop. When he suggested that the Polish ambassador be invited to the Foreign Office, von Ribbentrop indignantly replied that such a course would be utterly unthinkable and intolerable. Henderson noticed that the foreign minister appeared to be in a state of great excitement and kept leaping from his chair and asking if I had anything more to say. Henderson insisted upon reading the entire British note, and when he had concluded, Ribbentrop produced the promised German proposals, which he gabbled through as fast as he could in a tone of the utmost annoyance. When he had finished, I accordingly asked him to let me see it, but the foreign minister refused categorically, threw the document with a contemptuous gesture on the table, and said that it was now out of date since no Polish emissary had arrived in Berlin by midnight. The German proposals were surprisingly moderate, and some arrangement for preserving peace might have been concluded if a Polish plenipotentiary had arrived in Berlin on August 30th. The proposals provided for the return of Danzig to the Reich, but the fate of the corridor was to be decided by a plebiscite of its inhabitants. The exact frontiers of the Polish port of Gdynia were to be determined by discussions between Germany and Poland, and if necessary, were to be delimited by an international committee of arbitration. Although Henderson returned to the embassy feeling that the German army would invade Polish territory at any moment, a new respite was gained through the intervention of Mussolini. On August 31, Count Ciano called Halifax on the telephone to tell him that the deuce can intervene with Hitler only if he brings a fat prize. Danzig, empty-handed, he can do nothing. After a while, Halifax sends word that our proposal regarding Danzig cannot be adopted. Ciano then had a hurried conference with the Deuce, who agreed to a new proposal which favoured the calling of a five-power conference with the object of reviewing clauses of the Treaty of Versailles which are the cause of the present disturbance in the life of Europe. The British and French ambassadors welcomed this proposal with enthusiasm, and in his telephone conversation with Halifax, Ciano insisted upon a quick answer. But the day passed without any word from the British Foreign Minister, and at 8:20 p.m. the telephone central office informed Ciano that London has cut its communications with Italy. While this attempt of Mussolini to preserve peace was breaking down, the French ambassador in Berlin went to the Polish ambassador, M. Lipski, and entreated him to get in touch with Ribbentrop. Lipski was impressed with this advice and telephoned to Warsaw for instructions. At 2:00 he received instructions that the Polish Foreign Office favored the establishment of contact with the German government. After a telephone conversation with the German State Secretary of the Foreign Office, Wiesecker, a conference between Lipski and Ribbentrop was arranged for 6:30. When Lipski called at the Foreign Office, Ribbentrop immediately inquired if he had special plenipotentiary powers to undertake negotiations. When Lipski answered in the negative, Ribbentrop seemed taken aback and closed the conference with the remark that he would inform the Führer of the situation. According to his instructions from the Polish Foreign Office, Lipski was merely to establish contact and to discuss where and how negotiations could be opened. It should have been apparent to the Polish Foreign Minister that the tides of war were moving too rapidly to be stopped by a mere point of contact in Berlin and an inquiry concerning future negotiations. Colonel Beck missed the bus to Berlin, and Poland paid in terms of a fourth partition. While the Polish Foreign Office still expected to discuss proposals for the settlement of differences between Germany and Poland, the Polish War Office pushed its plans for general mobilization. When Hitler heard of these plans, he decided to strike early on the morning of September 1st. As a background for this military advance, an official German communique was issued at 9:00 p.m. on August 31. After referring to the failure of Poland to send to Berlin by the evening of August 30 a plenipotentiary invested with the authority to engage in direct conversations, the communique stated that instead of talking terms of peace, Poland had speeded preparations for war. Such preparations had forced Germany to strike in self-defense. In the early morning of September 1, German troops crossed the Polish frontier at several points, and German planes began to bomb Polish aerodromes and lines of communications. At 10:30 on the same morning, Hitler addressed the Reichstag. During the preceding night, Polish soldiers had fired the first shots across the German frontier. Bullets were now being answered with bullets, bombs with bombs. This crisis would make it necessary for the Führer once more to put on that uniform which was always so sacred and dear to me. I shall not take it off until after the victory, or I shall not live to see the end. After he had completed this address, he sat for several minutes with bowed head. It had been noticeable that his delivery did not have quite the customary fire and vehemence, and the speech sounded less cohesive and well prepared. In summing up responsibility for the September outbreak, Ulrich von Hassel made the following entry in his diary. My final conclusions about the week's events up to September 1 are as follows. Hitler and Ribbentrop wanted war with Poland, and knowingly took the risk of war with the Western powers. deluding themselves to varying degrees up to the very last with the belief that the West would remain neutral after all. The Poles, for their part, with Polish conceit and Slavic aimlessness, confident of English and French support, had missed every remaining chance of avoiding war. The government in London, whose ambassador did everything to keep the peace, gave up the race in the very last days, and adopted a kind of devil-may-care attitude. France went through the same stages, only with much more hesitation. Mussolini did all in his power to avoid war. His mediation proposal of September 2 offered no more hope of success, because England no longer could or would back down. The attitude of France on this day is not quite clear. In taking the momentous step of September 1, Hitler apparently believed that his military preparations would command success. It is estimated that he had spent some $40 billion on armaments, excluding the weapons he had seized in Austria and Czechoslovakia. The German military machine had a minimum of 160 divisions, of which at least 100 were fully equipped with modern weapons. Several of these divisions were armored. Hitler could also count upon at least 1,000 aircraft assigned to tactical units, but this air force was too weak to blast Britain into submission, and the German Navy was not strong enough to ensure a landing of sufficient German troops to conquer the poorly prepared British Isles. Without a chance of defeating Britain, let alone the British Empire, Germany could not win the war. At best, a stalemate would have ensued, which, however, would have made it impossible for Hitler to attain his more distant major objectives. Roosevelt makes an appeal for civilian populations on September 1. President Roosevelt issued an appeal to Britain, France, Germany, and Poland to refrain from bombing civilian populations in unfortified cities. Unless such a procedure were followed, thousands of innocent human beings, who have no responsibility for the hostilities which have broken out, will lose their lives. Hitler immediately replied that he unconditionally endorsed the president's plea, and this action was followed by Poland on the same day. On September 2, the British and French governments issued a declaration stating that they were entirely in sympathy with the humanitarian sentiments which inspired the president's appeal. Last-minute attempts at mediation, Pope Pius XII was not satisfied with merely softening the asperities of war. It was far more important to prevent the outbreak of World War II. On August 31, he sent an urgent appeal to Germany and Poland to do everything within their power to avoid any incident and to abstain from taking any measure likely to aggravate the existing tension. The powers paid little attention to this papal plea, but a suggestion from Count Ciano for a conference attracted more attention. After Hitler had indicated to the Italian foreign minister that he would not reject the proposal completely, Ciano called Bonnet and Halifax on the telephone and once more proposed a conference to discuss the basis of a possible settlement of the existing emergency. Bonnet welcomed the suggestion, but Halifax, after a cabinet meeting, stated that the proposal could be accepted only if Germany would first agree to evacuate the Polish territory they had invaded. This was an impossible condition. For a second time, Britain defeated Italian attempts to find some formula of peace. In Berlin, Neville Henderson was deeply dejected. During a conversation with the American chargé d'affaires, he remarked that if the Polish government had agreed to direct negotiations and had appointed a plenipotentiary, precipitate action by Germany might have been prevented or at least delayed. The statement made by the Polish ambassador to Ribbentrop was not sufficiently comprehensive. In Paris, on the morning of September 2, the Polish ambassador called on Foreign Minister Bonnet and insisted that the French alliance with Poland obliged France to give immediate and automatic military assistance to Poland. Bonnet replied that no ultimatum could be sent to Germany until after the meeting of the Chamber of Deputies on that afternoon. The German government would then have 48 hours in which to reply. The Polish ambassador became so excited at this remark that he rushed to Daladier to complain of the seeming indifference of the Foreign Office to the treaty engagements of France. He stated that the British government was intensely disturbed by the delays of the French government. Daladier quickly caught this infection of excitement and burst out. It is clear that in spite of all reverence for warnings, that box, meaning the Quai d'Orsay, has not yet learned its duty. He assured the Polish ambassador that he would send for Bonnet at once and would take the direction of foreign affairs into his own hands. He found this easier to say than do. Bonnet remained as foreign minister and he continued to plague the Polish ambassador. On the afternoon of September 2, after the meeting of the Chamber of Deputies, the ambassador called at the Foreign Office and inquired if the French government intended to order the French ambassador in Berlin to demand an immediate reply to his démarche of yesterday. Bonnet blandly replied that this question would be discussed at a cabinet meeting which might be held that evening or on September 3rd. After this meeting, an ultimatum of 48 hours probably would be sent to Germany. Bonnet's unruffled manner once more caused the Polish ambassador to lose his temper, and he demanded the issuance of an immediate ultimatum to Germany. As a result of this pressure, it was decided to propose to the British government that the British and French ambassadors in Berlin should be instructed tonight to call at the German Foreign Office tomorrow morning and state that they could not wait longer than 7 o'clock tomorrow evening for a reply to their démarches of yesterday. At 9:00 on the morning of September 3, Neville Henderson paid a visit to the German Foreign Office and delivered an ultimatum to the effect that unless assurances were given before 11:00 of the suspension of hostilities and the withdrawal of German troops from Poland, Great Britain would be at war with the Reich from that hour too. When Paul Schmidt, Hitler's interpreter, translated this ultimatum to the Führer and to Ribbentrop, there was complete silence. Hitler sat immobile, gazing before him. He was not at a loss, as was afterwards stated, nor did he rage as others allege. He sat completely silent and unmoving. After an interval he turned to Ribbentrop. "What now?" asked Hitler with a savage look, as though implying that his foreign minister had misled him about England's probable reaction. Ribbentrop answered quietly, "I assume that the French will hand in a similar ultimatum within the hour." As my duty was now performed, I withdrew. To those in the anteroom pressing around me, I said, "The English have just handed us an ultimatum. In 2 hours a state of war will exist between England and Germany." Goring turned to me and said, "If we lose this war, then God have mercy on us." Goebbels stood in a corner, downcast and self-absorbed. Everywhere in the room I saw looks of grave concern. 3. At 12:00 the French ambassador presented the expected ultimatum with a time limit fixed at 5 Odin. For a second time in the 20th century diplomacy had failed to avert a world war. The old myth of successful Anglo-French diplomatic formulas faded before the lurid realities of a world conflict that would reduce both Britain and France to second-rate powers. In London, Lord Halifax confided to Ambassador Kennedy that the outbreak of war reminded him of a dream he once had in which he was being tried for murder. When he was finally convicted and found guilty, he was surprised what a feeling of relief came over him. It was very much the same now. He had planned in all ways to keep away a world war and had worked himself into a sad state of health, and now that he had failed, he found himself freshened up for the new struggle. It became more and more apparent to one, as Halifax talked, that what Britain depends on more than anything else to end the war before the world collapses is the internal collapse inside of Germany. They had definite confidence in their Secret Service reports that the oil and gasoline supply is definitely not over 4 months, and that there is a definite feeling in Germany against war, and if it got too tough economically, Hitler would be out. The reports of British intelligence experts were as inaccurate in military matters as they were with reference to gas and oil supplies in the Reich. General Ironside informed the British cabinet on the basis of a series of reports that German strategy was based upon a quick campaign. Some of the terrain leading into Polish territory was quite rugged. If the Poles made it tough for the invading Germans so that it required a couple of months to make any headway, Hitler's hordes would have great difficulty in retreating or advancing. The American military attaché in Berlin was equally optimistic with regard to checking the progress of the German military machine. The Poles were following a preconceived plan that envisaged delaying the German advance, with covering forces and stubbornly holding fortified areas. They are making the Germans pay dearly for every kilometer gained and are exhausting the best German divisions. The Polish defense was being carried out as planned by the Poles and the French and British missions and appears to be succeeding. These dispatches from Berlin read like chapters from Alice in Wonderland, and in 1939 it appeared as though Neville Chamberlain was assuming the role of the Mad Hatter when he could not send even token assistance to the hard-pressed Poles. Nowadays it seems evident that the real Mad Hatter was Franklin D. Roosevelt, who pressed Chamberlain to give promises to the Poles when there was no possibility of fulfilling them. According to some reports, it was William C. Bullitt who cast Roosevelt in this grotesque role. I recently received from Mr. Vernon Marshall former editor of the Cedar Rapids Gazette, a letter in which he made the following significant statements. President Roosevelt wrote a note to William Bullitt in the summer of 1939, then ambassador to France, directing him to advise the French government that if, in the event of a Nazi attack upon Poland, France and England did not go to Poland's aid, those countries could expect no help from America if a general war developed. On the other hand, if France and England immediately declared war on Germany in the event of a Nazi attack upon Poland, they could expect all aid from the United States. FDR's instructions to Bullitt were to send this word along to Joe and Tony, meaning Ambassadors Kennedy in London and Biddle in Warsaw respectively. FDR wanted Daladier, Chamberlain and Joseph Beck to know of these instructions to Bullitt. Bullitt merely sent his note from FDR to Kennedy in the diplomatic pouch from Paris. Kennedy followed Bullitt's idea and forwarded it to Biddle. When the Nazis grabbed Warsaw and Beck disappeared, they must have come into possession of the FDR note. The man who wrote the report I sent you saw it in Berlin in October 1939.7. After receiving this letter from Mr. Marshall, I wrote at once to Mr. Bullitt and inquired about this alleged instruction from the President. He replied as follows: I have no memory of any instruction from President Roosevelt of the nature quoted in your letter to me and feel quite certain that no such instruction was ever sent to me by the President. Mr. Joseph Kennedy sent to me a similar negative answer with reference to this alleged instruction from the President. But the Forrestal diaries would indicate that Bullitt did strongly urge President Roosevelt to exert pressure upon Prime Minister Chamberlain, and that Roosevelt responded to this pressure. The following excerpt has far-reaching implications. 27 December 1945. Played golf today with Joe Kennedy, Joseph P. Kennedy, who was Roosevelt's ambassador to Great Britain in the years immediately before the war. I asked him about his conversations with Roosevelt and Neville Chamberlain from 1938 on. He said Chamberlain's position in 1938 was that England had nothing with which to fight and that she could not risk going to war with Hitler. Kennedy's view that Hitler would have fought Russia without any later conflict with England if it had not been for Bullitt's William C. Bullitt, then ambassador to France, urging on Roosevelt in the summer of 1939 that the Germans must be faced down about Poland. Neither the French nor the British would have made Poland a cause of war if it had not been for the constant needling from Washington. Bullitt, he said, kept telling Roosevelt that the Germans wouldn't fight, Kennedy that they would, and that they would overrun Europe. Chamberlain, he says, stated that America and the world Jews had forced England into the war. In his telephone conversations with Roosevelt in the summer of 1939, the President kept telling him to put some iron up Chamberlain's backside. Kennedy's response always was that putting iron up his backside did no good unless the British had some iron with which to fight, and they did not. What Kennedy told me in this conversation jibes substantially with the remarks Clarence Dillon had made to me already, to the general effect that Roosevelt had asked him in some manner to communicate privately with the British to the end that Chamberlain should have greater firmness in his dealings with Germany. Dillon told me that at Roosevelt's request he had talked with Lord Lothian in the same general sense as Kennedy reported Roosevelt having urged him to do with Chamberlain. Lothian presumably was to communicate to Chamberlain the gist of his conversation with Dillon. Looking backward, there is undoubtedly foundation for Kennedy's belief that Hitler's attack could have been deflected to Russia. 9. Mr. Kennedy is known to have a good memory, and it is highly improbable that his statements to Secretary Forrestal were entirely untrustworthy. Ambassador Bullitt was doing a lot of talking in 1939, and he was regarded as the mouthpiece of the President. In January 1939, he had a long conversation with Count Jerzy Potocki, the Polish ambassador in Washington, and left him with the impression that he, Bullitt, had received from President Roosevelt a very detailed definition of the attitude taken by the United States towards the present European crisis. He will present this material at the Quai d'Orsay. The contents of these directions were the vitalizing foreign policy under the leadership of President Roosevelt severely and unambiguously condemns totalitarian countries. It is the decided opinion of the President that France and Britain must put an end to any sort of compromise with the totalitarian countries. In February 1939, Bullitt had a conversation with Jules Lukasiewicz, the Polish ambassador in Paris. and once again he seemed to speak with authority. He confided to Lukasiewicz that Washington official circles were greatly concerned about the outbreak of war in Europe. If Britain and France were defeated, Germany would become dangerous to the realistic interests of the United States on the American continent. For this reason, one can foresee right from the beginning the participation of the United States in the war on the side of France and Britain. One thing seems certain to me, namely that the policy of President Roosevelt will henceforth take the course of supporting France's resistance and to weaken British compromise tendencies. These excerpts from the dispatches of the Polish ambassadors in Washington and in Paris afford a clear indication of the fact that President Roosevelt, through Bullitt, was exerting steady pressure upon Britain and France to stand up boldly to Nazi Germany. When this policy led to a war in which Nazi armed forces easily crushed French resistance, it is easy now to understand the poignancy of Premier Reynaud's pleas to Roosevelt for prompt assistance. He and Daladier had taken the assurances of Bullitt seriously, and the hysterical tone of Reynaud's repeated wires to the White House indicates a feeling of betrayal. From the battered walls of Warsaw, there were loud murmurs about broken British promises. When their muted echoes reached London, Neville Chamberlain must have remembered the constant needling from Washington in favor of a more resolute stand against Hitler, and Joseph Kennedy must have had reluctant recollections of the many occasions when the president kept telling him to put some iron up Chamberlain's backside. Germany had been baited into a war with Britain and France when she would have preferred a conflict with Russia over the Ukraine. Chamberlain got plenty of iron up his backside, but it was Nazi hot metal that seared him and all Britain and helped to break into bits a proud empire that all the king's horses and all the king's men can never put together again. XXIV Roosevelt adopts a more positive policy towards the war in Europe. The President promises peace for the U.S. immediately after the outbreak of World War II. President Roosevelt made a radio address in which he reminded the American people that they should master at the outset a simple but unalterable fact in modern foreign relations. When peace has been broken anywhere, peace of all countries everywhere is in danger. This theme of a one world he emphasized again and again. Passionately, though, we may desire detachment. We are forced to realize that every word that comes through the air, every ship that sails the sea, every battle that is fought does affect the American future. In order to relieve the apprehensions that millions of Americans must have felt as a result of this stress upon the one world concept, he then glibly gave the following assurance: let no man or woman thoughtlessly or falsely talk of America sending its armies to European fields. At this moment, there is being prepared a proclamation of American neutrality. This assurance was followed by a reference to the historic precedent that goes back to the days of the administration of President George Washington. America would remain a neutral nation, but he closed his address with a curtain line that had an ominous implication: as long as it remains within my power to prevent, there will be no blackout of peace in the United States. B. The mission of William Rhodes Davis to Berlin. One way to prevent a blackout of peace in the United States was to bring the war in Europe to a close. This might be effected through American mediation. In the early part of September 1939, William Rhodes Davis, an independent oil operator of large wealth, decided to ask President Roosevelt to approve a mission to Berlin and Rome for the purpose of arranging American mediation. Davis was a close friend of John L. Lewis, who had bought Roosevelt's good, will buy a $500,000 contribution to the campaign fund of 1936. Davis himself had made a modest contribution of $300,000 to the same fund. Through his intimate connections with Dr. Herzlich, representing German banking and industrial interests, and with President Cardenas of Mexico, Davis had arranged large sales of oil to Germany. Inasmuch as a European war would put an end to these sales, Davis was extremely anxious to promote peace. After the outbreak of the war, he hurried to Washington, where, with the assistance of John L. Lewis, he arranged for a conference with President Roosevelt. On September 15, a meeting was held in the White House with the President, Steve Early, John L. Lewis, Adolph Burl, Cordell Hull, and Mr. Davis in attendance. It was decided to send Davis to Rome and Berlin in order to see if there was any possibility of arranging terms for American mediation in the war that had just broken out. After some difficulty at Bermuda, which required State Department intervention to permit him to continue on his trip. Davis finally arrived in Berlin for some important conferences with General Göring. At the first conference, he made the following statement to Göring: "It is my opinion that immediate settlement would return to Germany. Danzig, the corridor, and the former provinces in Poland, which were taken away from Germany by the Treaty of Versailles, and that the question of the colonies formerly owned by Germany prior to 1914 could be compromised if Mr. Hitler would set forth a reasonable basis of settlement and the assistance of Mr. Roosevelt requested as mediator. He would give it serious consideration. The President, I'm sure, believes that a new economic arrangement should be arrived at by the contesting nations, which would provide each nation with raw materials, goods, and commodities essential to maintain its economic integrity and well-being." The Field Marshal replied, "These statements are very surprising, as the impression in Germany is that Mr. Roosevelt's feelings are now against Germany, and that he is sympathetic to England and France." Regarding the question of peace, the Field Marshal stated, "Germany is and always has been ready to work for peace in Europe on sound, equitable lines. The views which you have conveyed to me correspond substantially to the views of Mr. Hitler and his government. A world conference appears, under the circumstances, to be the only practical medium through which these mutual hopes for peace can be achieved. Germany will welcome the aid of Mr. Roosevelt in bringing about such a conference. The fundamental and motivating purpose of such a conference must be to establish a new order in the world designed to secure an enduring peace. A prerequisite to that aim is the complete liquidation of the Versailles system. Germany is prepared to accept any method and to welcome any suggestion consistent with its inalienable right as a nation to live on a basis of equality with other nations, which will guarantee enduring peace for itself and the smaller European nations." On October 3, Davis had another meeting with Göring, who remarked, "You may assure Mr. Roosevelt that if he will undertake mediation, Germany will agree to an adjustment whereby a new Polish state and a new Czechoslovakian independent government would come into being. However, this information is for him alone and to be used by him only if necessary to bring about a peace conference. As for myself and my government, I would be glad to attend, and in the event of such a conference, I would represent Germany." I agree that the conference should be in Washington. In conclusion, Göring informed Mr. Davis that Hitler would speak on October 6, and his remarks would in spirit and content be of a nature which impartial analysis must accept as a basis for negotiation. After these conferences with Mr. Davis, Göring talked with Chancellor Hitler concerning this proposed American mediation. The Chancellor apparently took the matter very seriously, and on October 6 he made a speech which he thought would lay the basis for a world conference. He emphasized the importance of an early calling of a conference of the leading nations on the European continent. It should be held before millions of men are uselessly sent to their death and billions of dollars worth of property destroyed. The continuation of the present state of affairs in the West is unthinkable. Each day will soon demand increasing sacrifices." After this introduction, Hitler indicated the basis of an enduring peace. The foreign policies of European states should frankly recognize the liquidation of the Treaty of Versailles. Germany's colonial possessions before 1914 should be returned to her. There should be a reorganization of the international economic system, which would include a new system of markets and a final settlement of currencies. The most important item in a program for the abolition of future wars was the establishment of an unconditionally guaranteed peace and of a sense of security on the part of individual nations. An essential part of this necessary sense of security, however, is a clear definition of the legitimate use and application of certain modern armaments which can at any given moment strike straight at the heart of every nation and hence create a permanent sense of insecurity. While Hitler was presenting to the world this sane and moderate program, Davis was flying back to Washington with a record of the conciliatory conversations with Göring. At this same time, Roosevelt commenced his momentous correspondence with Winston Churchill. Its influence cannot be judged until it has been carefully read and all the implications given extended consideration. But at any rate, something did change Roosevelt's mind in October 1939. When Mr. Davis returned to Washington, he phoned to Miss Lahand and indicated his readiness to report to the President on his Berlin trip. After a brief pause, she informed him that the chief was in conference and could not be disturbed. When this conference continued indefinitely, Davis wrote a long letter to the President October 11. and told him in detail of his conferences with Göring and the fact that Hitler's address on October 6 had been conciliatory in tone and an indirect assurance that the Führer would support the idea of American mediation, he received no answer to this letter, and there was no invitation to the White House. A mission that seemed so bright with promise had suddenly ended in a dismal failure. Did one of the famous sealed letters from Winston Churchill to Franklin Roosevelt cause a rejection of this Hitler feeler for American mediation? Did American foreign policy thereafter follow British suggestions? See, the barriers preserving neutrality are broken down. 2 days after Britain and France declared war against Germany, the President September 5 issued 2 proclamations. The first closely followed the language of the Neutrality Proclamation issued by President Wilson after the outbreak of World War I. It emphasized the role America would play as a neutral, reminded American citizens of their duties under international law, and warned belligerents against infringing upon American rights. The second proclamation implemented the Neutrality Act of 1937 and imposed an embargo upon the export of arms, ammunition, and implements of war to belligerent powers. This embargo checked the shipment to Britain and France of some $79 million worth of war materials, for which export licenses had already been issued. Allied victory, as in World War I, depended upon an uninterrupted flow of munitions to British and French ports. Would the President be able to secure amendments to the neutrality law that would permit these shipments? His first step in this direction was to issue on September 13 a summons to Congress to meet in special session on the 21st. When they met, they listened to a presidential message that was filled with inaccuracies designed to justify some radical changes in neutrality legislation. He contended that existing legislation altered the foreign policy of the nation in such a way as to impair peaceful relations with other nations. Our policy with respect to belligerent countries had, with one notable exception, been based upon international law. The exception had been the non-intercourse and embargo laws of the Napoleonic period, and their effect upon the economy of the nation had been disastrous. These economic limitations had been the prelude to war. The Neutrality Act of 1935 had been another lamentable exception because some of its provisions had been wholly inconsistent with ancient precepts of the law of nations. He regarded the ban on arms shipments as most vitally dangerous to American neutrality, American security, and American peace. In the proposed new legislation, he wished provisions that would 1. Forbid war credits to belligerents, prohibit travel by American citizens on belligerent vessels, provide for a license system for the import and export of munitions of war, restore the cash and carry provision which had expired on May 1, authorize the exclusion of American shipping from combat areas. The President's message aroused a tremendous debate in the press over the radio and in Congress. According to a poll conducted by the Christian Science Monitor, editorial opinion in the country was strongly in favor of the repeal of existing neutrality legislation. But letters and telegrams soon began to pour into the offices of senators and representatives in a veritable deluge. In these communications, the ratio against repeal was reported to be 5-1. Under the impact of this pressure, a bill was reported on September 30 from the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. Its provisions reflected much isolationist sentiment. When the President or Congress found a state of war existing between foreign countries, the President was required to name the belligerents and apply the act. No United States vessel could lawfully carry passengers or goods to any port of the belligerent nations. The cash and carry system was restored and made mandatory for all goods. They could be shipped only after the title and interest of American citizens had been extinguished. A ban was placed upon the arming of merchant vessels of the United States. The prohibition of travel by American citizens on belligerent ships was continued. The President was authorized to forbid the entry of American ships into combat areas. The President might bar the entry of foreign submarines or armed merchantmen into American ports. Belligerents were limited to 90-day credit transactions with reference to the purchase of American goods. Before the debate in the Senate began on this proposed legislation, Senator Borah made a careful study of every aspect of neutrality legislation. As the outstanding member of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, his viewpoint was of great importance. Since 1933, he had paid particular attention to the European picture with an emphasis upon Germany. In 1938, he expressed a strong desire to visit Germany and have a talk with Chancellor Hitler with reference to the plight of the Jews and many other topics connected with world peace. Through William K. Hutchinson, a prominent newspaperman, the German government learned of Borah's desire to visit the Third Reich. On November 28, the German Foreign Office sent an invitation to Borah to spend some time in Germany and have extended conferences with Ribbentrop and Hitler. Borah was anxious to accept this invitation, but decided to place the matter before Secretary Hull. When Hull returned from the Pan American Conference at Lima, our relations with Germany had grown more strained, and Borah realized that Hull would strenuously oppose any visit to Germany. The president was also hostile to such a move, so Borah finally postponed his trip indefinitely. The outbreak of war in September 1939 put an end to such dreams, but to the historian the incident has definite importance. In his conversations with William Rhodes Davis, Goring was distinctly conciliatory. The same conciliatory attitude towards Borah might have had significant consequences. While Borah was studying the situation after September 3, 1939, he began a correspondence with Professor Edwin M. Borchardt of Yale University. Borchardt was an eminent professor of international law and was an able critic of the Roosevelt Foreign Policy. Borah had indicated his opposition to any lifting of the arms embargo after the outbreak of World War II. Such action seemed to him to be an infraction of international law. In support of this viewpoint, Professor Borchardt wrote to Borah on September 20. He firmly believed that the changing of a neutrality law to relax a country's neutrality with the motive or even with the effect of aiding one belligerent is a distinct violation of international law. Changes may be made in neutrality during war, but only in the direction of tightening or safeguarding a country's neutrality and not in the direction of relaxing it. I cannot escape the unfortunate belief that whatever we do or do not do to the Neutrality Act, the proposal and its dramatic submission indicate the executive mood. I fear that excuses for intervention may readily be found. On the following day, in a letter to the New York Times, Professors Philip C. Jessup and Charles C. Hyde of Columbia University confirmed the position of Professor Borchardt. On September 23, Professor Thomas H. Healy of Georgetown University sent to Borah a long memorandum in answer to several questions. He indicated that the President's viewpoint that an arms embargo was against the principles of international law was quite incorrect. Such embargoes had long been a part of international practice. He then emphasized the fact that the embargoes and non-intercourse acts that preceded the War of 1812 had not caused that war. Finally, he expressed the opinion that the arms embargo could be abandoned only if it could be proved that such action was necessary for American interests and safety and not for the benefit of one set of belligerents. Acting upon this advice, Borah led the fight in the Senate against any repeal of the arms embargo which he was certain was designed to aid Britain and France. Transport of troops would eventually follow the shipment of arms. After supplying them with arms and ammunition, can we, if the hour of greater need should occur, refuse to send our armies? The only way I see in which we can stay out of this war, having taken the first step for the reasons for which we are asked to take it, is for the war to end before we get in. He was not impressed with the popular thesis that the Allies were fighting a crusade for democracy. To him the war was nothing more than another chapter in the bloody volume of European power. Professor Borchardt warmly praised this speech of Borah. He had put his finger on the real issue, and it should not be lost from view. It might be, of course, that in the present temper many men will not be impressed, but will merely be irritated by the fact that the proposed change violates international law. Given the motive and the effect, nothing could in my mind be clearer. During the debate in the Senate, Mr. Lundin from Minnesota argued in favor of a prompt demand for Allied payment of war debts. If they did not comply with this demand, he thought the British and French West Indies should be seized in accordance with the Jacksonian theory, expounded in the days of good, strong, red-blooded affirmative democracy. Let us show that there is some red blood in us. Now is the time to acquire them. Outside the Senate, the debate was carried on by numerous speakers who adopted widely different viewpoints. Former President Hoover believed that the Allies did not require the assistance of the United States to win the war. With their vast economic resources, combined with the pressure of a tight blockade, it would be impossible for Germany to win. He was opposed to any outright repeal of the arms embargo. It should be modified to permit the sale of defensive weapons, Colonel Lindbergh agreed with this Hoover viewpoint. In addition, he avowed a warm attachment to isolationism, which led him to chide Canada for staying within the British Commonwealth of Nations. Sooner or later, we must demand the freedom of this continent and its surrounding islands from the dictates of European power. Dorothy Thompson grew so hysterical over the remarks of Colonel Lindbergh that she poured out her wrath in 3 long installments in the New York Herald Tribune. These articles opened the eyes of Mrs. Franklin D. Roosevelt, who had sensed some Nazi ideal in the Lindbergh speech which she had not been able to bring herself to believe was really there. Colonel Stimson now leaped into the fray to joust with Colonel Lindbergh, and along the college front Presidents Butler of Columbia and Conant of Harvard lent their assistance to the movement to repeal the neutrality law. As a result of all this sound and fury and persistent pressure from the administration, a new neutrality law passed both houses of Congress on November 3. On the following day, the President signed the bill and at once issued 2 proclamations to implement it. One delimited the waters off the British Isles and the coasts of Western Europe as a combat area which no American vessel could enter, except under such rules and regulations as may be prescribed. Under the law, they could not carry cargo or passengers to any of the belligerent ports in Europe and Africa, as far south as the Canary Islands, and under the proclamation, they were prohibited from entering the neutral ports of Ireland, Sweden, Denmark, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Norway south of Bergen. On September 5, an embargo was applied to the shipment of munitions of war and military equipment to belligerents, except on a cash-and-carry basis. This restriction did not seriously affect the exports of war material to the Allies. In September 1939, the shipments of arms, ammunition, and implements of war to France amounted to $4,429,323. In December, the value of these shipments rose to $17,857,281. The value of shipments to Britain did not rise so abruptly. In September 1939, they amounted to $1,422,800. In December, they rose to $1,184,377. It should be remembered that the title right and interest in this war material had to be extinguished before it could be exported. During the period from 1914-1907, there were no restrictions on belligerent borrowing. Loans to the Allied governments had financed huge shipments of munitions of war to their ports. Under the Neutrality Act of November 4, belligerent borrowing was prohibited. A safety belt for the Western Hemisphere. In September 1939, the foreign ministers of the American republics met in Panama and adopted a large number of resolutions, the most significant of which was the Declaration of Panama, October 3, 1939. Under the terms of this resolution, a safety belt was drawn around the Americas south of Canada, varying in width from 300 to 1,000 miles. Belligerents were warned against committing any hostile action within this zone, whether by land, sea, or air. This declaration was an interesting demonstration of collective Pan-American action, but it had little validity because the American republics did not provide any force to maintain the neutrality of the zone. In December 1939, the German pocket battleship Graf von Spee engaged in a running naval battle with 3 British cruisers and was finally blown up by order of its captain December 17 near the port of Montevideo, Uruguay. The 21 American republics sent a prompt protest to the governments of Britain, France, and Germany against this violation of the safety zone. Britain and France rejected any thought of compliance with the provisions of the Declaration of Panama, unless an adequate naval force of the American republics patrolled the safety zone and ensured its neutrality. The German government made the point that it was futile for it to take any affirmative action with regard to the safety zone because the British and French governments had already taken adverse action. When the American government took no step to establish a naval patrol in the safety zone to make the provisions of the Declaration of Panama dangerous for belligerents to violate, the declaration became a mere pious aspiration. Pan-American collective action was a mere stuffed club without the armed support of the United States. Secretary Hull engages in a battle of the books at the very opening of World War II. American attention was attracted to the implications of submarine warfare by the sinking of the SS Athenia, September 3, 10 miles off the North Irish coast. Nearly 100 persons lost their lives, including some 30 Americans. The German government denied that the Athenia had been a victim of a German submarine. It had probably struck a mine. The American press was remarkably restrained in its comments upon the Athenia incident. There was no loud clamour for immediate reprisals. The reprisals were taken by the British and French governments, which on September 8 announced a long-range blockade of Germany. Germany responded by declaring a counter-blockade against British and French coasts September 11. In Britain, a Ministry of Economic Warfare was hurriedly established which worked in conjunction with the French Ministry of Blockade. Long lists of contraband were published and British naval vessels were stationed in the North Sea, near the Skagerrak, to intercept merchant ships en route to the Baltic. Other patrols were established at Gibraltar and Suez. Contraband control bases were set up in the ports of Kirkwall, Weymouth, and the Downs in Britain, Dunkirk, Le Havre, and Marseilles in France, at Gibraltar, Malta, Oran, Port Said, and Haifa. Ships sailing for Germany or for neutral ports from which goods could be conveniently transported to that country were urgently advised to call at one of these control bases for search. Otherwise, they might be hailed upon the high seas and compelled to enter a base. Shipowners could escape this irritating practice if they secured from British consuls at the home ports navicerts or certificates which testified as to the innocent character of the cargo. This pattern of British procedure had been established during the years from 1914 to 1917, and history was merely repeating itself. This was also true with regard to the treatment of neutral mails. In the British control ports, neutral mail bags were examined with great care for contraband, which included money and securities, and letters might be censored. Up to the middle of November 1939, the British had detained 33 American ships for examination and had removed cargoes wholly or in part from 7 of them. After November 4, under the terms of the Neutrality Act, American ships were forbidden to carry cargoes in combat areas in European waters. It was expected in Washington that British detentions would sharply decrease after this date. But the British government, with the same irritating unconcern for American feelings that it showed during the years 1914 to 1917, continued the practice of detention and even compelled American ships to proceed to control ports within the combat area, which was closed to them by the express terms of the Neutrality Act. After invoking the doctrine of continuous voyage against shipments of goods from neutral ports to Germany, the British government adopted another item from its practice of 1915. On November 27, an order in council was issued which provided that after December 4, any neutral vessel sailing from a neutral port, but having on board goods which are of enemy origin or are enemy property, might be required to go to an allied port and there discharge that portion of her cargo. To implement this order in an effective manner, a joint organization of British and French officials was established in London, while British liaison officers were sent to Paris to work with the French blockade and naval ministries. Allied naval vessels were then instructed to intercept German exports on all the 7 seas, so that goods that had been smuggled through the naval cordon in the combat area might be seized before reaching their destination. These measures, which were palpable infractions of international law, were justified on the ground that they were necessary reprisals against German violations of the law of nations. The old arguments of 1914 to 1917 were dusted off by the British Foreign Office and used with the same cool insolence. In reply, Secretary Hull, with his tongue in his cheek, sent to London the usual protests. On December 8, 1939, he specifically objected to the order in Council of November 27 because it unlawfully interfered with the legitimate trade of American nationals. There could be no justification for interfering with American vessels or their cargoes on grounds of breach of blockade. Likewise, the question of contraband could not arise with respect to goods en route from Germany to the United States. On December 14, another note filed a sharp protest against the British practice of compelling American vessels to proceed to ports within the combat area for detailed examination of their cargoes. Such actions were without regard to the municipal law of the United States or the rights, obligations, and liabilities of American vessels under that law. Some 2 weeks later, December 27, a third protest was made in connection with the British treatment of American mails. The Foreign Office was warned that the American government could not admit the right of the British authorities to interfere with American mails on American or other neutral ships on the high seas, nor can it admit the right of the British government to censor mail on ships which have involuntarily entered British ports. It felt compelled, therefore, to make a vigorous protest against the practices outlined above. British expansions of the contraband list and British blacklists gave further cause for American protests, but notes from Secretary Hull were regarded in London as mere exercises in diplomatic double-talk. The Foreign Office was well aware of American practices after April 1917. From American intervention in 1917 to the close of the war in November 1918, the Department of State had sanctioned some of the infractions of international law against which it had previously protested. It was difficult for Secretary Hull to press the Allies too sharply with reference to practices which the American government had adopted when it entered the World War against Germany. Like a model watchdog, the conscience of Secretary Hull barked only at strangers. Hitler adopts a conciliatory policy towards the US. The outbreak of World War II came as an unpleasant surprise to the German Admiralty, which had hoped the conflict might be postponed until 1944. Admiral Raeder promptly advised an all-out war against Britain in the form of unrestricted submarine warfare, but Hitler immediately rejected this counsel. He was deeply shocked at the news of the sinking of the Athenia, and upon the advice of the naval staff, he denied German responsibility. Later, when it was learned that the U-30 had torpedoed the liner, the commander, Lieutenant Lemp, was severely reprimanded. On September 7, during a conference with Admiral Raeder, Hitler insisted that in order not to provoke neutral countries, the United States in particular, it is forbidden to torpedo passenger steamers, even when sailing in convoy. Warfare against French merchant ships, attacks on French warships, and mine laying off French ports is prohibited. These orders were partially modified on September 10 so that mixed British-French convoys, if escorted by French or French and British forces, might be attacked north of Brest. On October 16, there was a further modification. All merchant ships definitely recognized as enemy ones, British or French, can be torpedoed without warning. Passenger steamers in convoy can be torpedoed a short while after notice has been given of the intention to do so. Passenger ships were already being torpedoed when proceeding without light. Hitler now made a conciliatory gesture towards the United States. On October 9, the American freight steamer City of Flint, bound for a British port, was captured by the German pocket battleship, Deutschland. After a brief visit to the Norwegian port of Tromsø and the Russian port of Murmansk, the City of Flint with a German prize crew put into another Norwegian port where the authorities interned the German crew and returned the vessel to its American commander. On November 10, Admiral Raeder submitted a report to which Hitler agreed. The City of Flint case has been mismanaged. It appears advisable to allow the City of Flint to return to the United States unmolested. The Führer agrees with the Commander-in-Chief Navy. No further action is to be taken against the City of Flint. At the end of December 1939, the rules controlling submarine activity were formulated as follows. The following ships are subject to submarine attack without warning, all merchant ships recognized as enemy. Exceptions are passenger ships sailing alone which are definitely unarmed, all neutral ships sailing in enemy convoy, all ships sailing without lights, all ships refusing to stop or making use of radio telegraph. American crews are to be treated with the greatest consideration. Thus, at the close of 4 months of warfare on the high seas, German anxiety to conciliate America had resulted in exceptional treatment of United States vessels. 90 ships carrying neutral flags had been sunk, but not one of the 90 had flown American colors. Only 4 American ships had been stopped at sea by German naval vessels. None had been compelled to enter a German port for search, and none had been attacked by commerce raiders. Thanks to pressure from the Führer, the German Navy was on its good behavior G. Finland goes down, fighting Soviet aggression. While Hitler was making conciliatory gestures towards France and the United States, Soviet Russia was showing to all the world how well-founded the fears had been of Russian aggression on the part of the small Baltic states. With the large slice of Poland acquired under agreement with Germany, the Russian appetite was stimulated to further seizures. On September 29, Estonia was forced to sign a mutual assistance pact which permitted the Soviet Union to establish naval and air bases within its territory and to maintain garrisons to protect them. On October 5, Latvia was compelled to sign a similar pact, and on October 16, Lithuania followed suit. In Izvestia, this high-handed procedure was delicately described as a means of showing how the Soviet government respects the rights of small nations. The same solicitude was soon shown towards Finland. Relations between Finland and Russia had long been based upon the Treaty of Tartu, October 14, 1920, which had established the boundaries between the two countries. Russian acceptance of the terms of this treaty was confirmed by the Non-Aggression Treaty of January 21, 1932. This was followed by a Treaty of Conciliation, April 22, 1932, under whose terms the high contracting parties agreed to submit to a conciliation commission for the amicable settlement of all disputes which could not be handled satisfactorily through diplomatic channels. On April 7, 1934, the formal non-aggression treaty was extended to December 31, 1945. During the summer of 1939, while Britain and France were vainly endeavoring to reach some agreement with Soviet Russia concerning the building of a barrier against German aggression, the Kremlin kept insisting that the negotiations should include a guarantee of Finnish independence. The Finnish government strenuously objected to any such arrangement on the ground that it would give Russia an excuse for quartering soldiers in Finland. The Soviet pact with Nazi Germany put an end to these negotiations and provided the impetus that pushed Europe into war. Shortly after the outbreak of war, September 17, the Soviet government gave to the government of Finland an assurance that she would pursue a policy of neutrality in her relations with her neighbors at Helsinki. But this policy of neutrality had a Russian twist that was given an ominous illustration with regard to Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. In order to save Finland from a similar fate, President Roosevelt sent a message to President Kalinin, October 11, the head of the Supreme Council of the Soviet Union, calling attention to the long-standing and deep friendship which exists between the United States and Finland, and expressed the hope that no demands would be made upon that country which would be inconsistent with its independence. Kalinin's reply was the usual Soviet exercise in mendacity. The sole aim of Russia was to strengthen friendly cooperation between both countries and to effect a guarantee of the security of the Soviet Union and Finland. Soviet-friendly cooperation now took a strange turn. On October 14, the Kremlin demanded the cession of an area on the Cape of Hanko, a large number of islands in the Gulf of Finland, and a portion of the Karelian Isthmus. Molotov then made a speech, October 31, in which he intimated that Finland would be wise not to expect any help from foreign countries like the United States. This threat was followed on November 26 by a charge that Finnish troops had attacked some Russian forces along the border. On November 28, Moscow denounced the non-aggression treaty with Finland, and on the following day severed diplomatic relations. It was apparent to the Department of State that a crisis had been reached in the relations between Finland and Russia, so mediation was offered by Secretary Hull. This was abruptly rejected by the Kremlin, and on November 30, Soviet armed forces launched an attack upon Finland by sea, air, and land. This brutal aggression caused the Council of the League of Nations December 14 to adopt a resolution declaring that the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics is no longer a member of the League. In the United States, the action of Soviet Russia evoked intense indignation. On December 1, at a press conference, President Roosevelt denounced the invasion of Finland as a wanton disregard for law. The American press echoed this indictment. The New York Times scored Soviet aggression as the most flagrant example to date of a completely unjustifiable attack. The Atlanta Constitution condemned the assault upon Finland as a demonstration of ruthless savagery. 53, the Dallas Morning News was shocked at the murderous and unprovoked attack. 54, the Cleveland Plain Dealer was nauseated at the sheer brutality of the Soviet action. 55, while the Washington Evening Star was aghast at the peculiarly revolting lust of Stalin. Encouraged by these strong expressions of sympathy for Finland, President Roosevelt, December 6, instructed the Secretary of the Treasury to set aside in a separate account Finland's annual debt installment $234,693 with a thought of eventual repayment. On December 10, it was announced that through the agencies of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation and the Export-Import Bank, credits amounting to $10 million had been opened to make it possible for the Finnish government to purchase agricultural surpluses and supplies in the United States. But Finland needed arms and munitions of war rather than plows and pious platitudes. It was not long before the Russian steamroller crushed all signs of Finnish resistance, and when the Finns in 1941, with Hitler's help, once more waged war against the Soviet armed hordes, American opinion suddenly changed to warm support of Stalin. A break had occurred in the relations between the German and Russian dictators. Instead of welcoming war between these enemies of democracy and sitting on the sidelines with cheers for their mutual destruction, America, led by the Roosevelt administration, espoused the cause of Russia and started the flow of Lend-Lease goods to that country that eventually transformed her into the Frankenstein that now menaces the world. After June 1941, brave little Finland was attacked in many American quarters as the ally of the hated Nazis, and some Americans looked at Helsinki through the eyes of the editors of the New Masses and the Daily Worker. The mission of Sumner Welles, the heroic struggle of Finland against Soviet aggression, evoked warm admiration in Italy and was one of the many indications that seemed to point to the possibility of driving a wedge between Italy and Germany. Since the Nazi-Soviet Pact of August 1939, there was a growing feeling in Italy that the Rome-Berlin axis was out of date. Count Sciano was constantly pouring this viewpoint into the ears of the Deuce, and on December 16, in an address to the Grand Council, he boldly expressed his opinions to an important group of leading fascists. He proclaimed the fact that the Nazi-Soviet treaty had been negotiated without any prior understanding with Italy. The vain attempts of the Deuce to find a formula of peace in August-September 1939 were impressively rehearsed, and the attitude of Germany was depicted in a none too friendly spirit. In Italy, Sciano himself said that his address was widely regarded as a funeral oration over the death of the Axis. Sciano's address was followed by a significant letter from Mussolini to Hitler. After describing the strong sympathy felt in Italy for the fighting Finns, the Deuce then told how British propaganda was successful in pointing out the ominous aspects of Nazi-Soviet collaboration. Because of the friendship that had existed between Poland and Italy, he urged the creation of a Polish national state under the aegis of Germany. With reference to a spring offensive against Britain and France, he questioned whether it was wise to beat the Allies to their knees at the expense of the flower of Germany's youth. The democracies bore within themselves the seeds of their inevitable decay. Let time work its inevitable course with them. The real foe to be taken care of was Russia. The solution of your Lebensraum is in Russia alone. The Italian ambassador in Berlin, Attolico, took this letter to Hitler on January 8, 1940. The Führer read it with great care and clearly understood all its implications. With Ribbentrop and Göring, he discussed every aspect of German-Italian relations and then decided to postpone an answer until he had the situation in better shape. Moreover, the suspense would arouse profound concern in the Deuce's mind and make him feel that he must conciliate the Führer. In this period of the Deuce's indecision, the moment seemed opportune for an attempt to drive a wedge between Germany and Italy. In the early days of January 1940, President Roosevelt sent for Sumner Welles and discussed with him the advisability of sending a representative to Europe to canvass the possibilities of concluding a just and permanent peace. The president had no interest in a temporary or tentative armed truce. Something more fundamental would have to be achieved. Perhaps Welles himself would be the man of the hour who could open the portals of peace. At any rate, in February 1940, the president decided to send him to Rome and Berlin, and from there to Paris and London. Conversations with Mussolini and Hitler might offer some hint as to peaceful procedures that would prevent the dreaded spring offensive. From Germany there had come certain whispers of a desire for peace. Under the proper encouragement, these whispers might gain significant volume. Welles arrived in Rome on February 25 and had an interview with Sciano on the following day. He found Sciano always cordial and entirely unaffected, with an evident desire to be helpful. In the Sciano diaries, Welles is described as distinguished in appearance and manner, and the tone of the conference was very cordial. Sciano made no attempt to conceal his detestation of von Ribbentrop and his underlying antagonism toward Hitler. When Welles brought up the matter of a just and permanent peace, Sciano outlined the terms that Hitler would have accepted in October 1939, but he was uncertain about the Führer's present viewpoint. The interview with Mussolini was quite a different affair, and Sciano regretted its icy atmosphere. The deuce appeared to Wells as a man laboring under a tremendous strain. He was ponderous and static rather than vital, and during the interview sat most of the time with his eyes closed. As soon as the formalities of introduction were completed, Wells handed to Mussolini a letter from President Roosevelt. It was an interesting missive which emphasized the satisfaction which the United States government would derive from a continuation of Italian neutrality, and which indicated the President's strong desire to meet personally with the chief of the Italian government. In the event of such a meeting, the President believed he could persuade Mussolini that the best interests of Italy could be served only if he refused to prostitute the Italian people to the greater glory of Hitler. The deuce seemed pleased with the suggestion of a meeting with Roosevelt. He had hoped for a long time that this meeting would really take place. When he remarked that there was so many miles of ocean between Italy and America that it would be difficult to arrange for a conference, Sumner Welles quickly interjected with the statement, "There are halfway points which would halve that distance." The deuce responded, "Yes, and there are ships to take us both there," but no plans were actually made for this meeting which might have changed the history of the world. Instead, Wells and the deuce merely talked of the importance of breaking down economic barriers between countries and the necessity for a program of real disarmament. The conversation then shifted to the terms of peace Germany might accept and concluded with the direct question from Wells, "Do you consider it possible at this moment for any successful negotiations to be undertaken between Germany and the Allies for a lasting peace?" "Yes," answered the deuce with emphasis, and Wells was now ready for his journey to Berlin. The interview with Ribbentrop was in sharp contrast to the encouraging talks with Ciano and the deuce. The foreign minister received Wells without even the semblance of a smile and without even a word of greeting. After a moment's pause, Wells spoke a few words in English because he knew that Ribbentrop had spent some time in the United States and spoke English fluently. Instead of responding to this overture, Ribbentrop barked at Dr. Paul Schmidt, the German word interpret, and the conversation began its uneasy course. After Wells indicated that he had been sent to Europe to canvass the possibility of establishing a permanent peace, Ribbentrop took his cue and commenced a turgid oration that lasted over 2 hours. In conclusion, he insisted that Germany wanted peace, but only on condition that the will on the part of England to destroy Germany is obliterated once and for all. The only way that objective could be accomplished was through complete and total German victory. The interview with Hitler on March 2 was less of an ordeal. He greeted Wells pleasantly and was dignified both in speech and in movement. When Wells remarked that his conversation with Mussolini had instilled the hope that the foundations of a durable peace might still be laid, Hitler began to discuss the basic importance of some general agreement upon a program of disarmament. He had long been in favor of disarmament, but had received no encouragement from Britain or France. He agreed with Wells that a liberal, unconditional, most favored nation international trade relationship was an ideal toward which the nations of the world should strive. Under more normal conditions, Germany would gladly cooperate toward that end. He then outlined Germany's objectives. They were historical, political, and economic. Germany had no aim other than the return of the German people to the territorial position which historically was rightly theirs. Germany's political aims emphasized national security. There was no real desire to dominate non-German peoples. If such peoples adjacent to her boundaries did not constitute a threat to German security, there was no intention to interfere with their independence. From the economic standpoint, Germany claimed the right to profit through trade with the nations close to her in Central and Southeastern Europe. She would no longer permit the Western powers of Europe to infringe or impair her preferential position in that respect. Germany would also insist that the colonies stolen from her at Versailles be returned to her. In conclusion, he repeated the words of Ribbentrop, "I can see no hope for the establishment of any lasting peace until the will of England and France to destroy Germany is itself destroyed. I feel that there is no way by which the will to destroy Germany can itself be destroyed, except through a complete German victory." Wells now clearly realized that his mission to Germany was in vain, but he felt obliged to have a frank talk with General Göring at Carenhal. Göring's manner was simple, unaffected, and exceedingly cordial. He quickly assured Wells that Germany had no ambitions of any kind which could affect the Western Hemisphere, and he challenged the assertion that a war in Europe would profoundly affect America. Wells then shifted the conversation to the topic of German discriminations against the Jews. This evoked the reply that racial discriminations were in effect in a large portion of the United States with regard to Negroes. In conclusion, Goering repeated the comments of Ribbentrop and Hitler with special reference to the desire of Britain and France to destroy Germany. If they succeeded in that objective, they would create a community of Bolsheviks and communists. From Berlin, Wells went at once to Paris for conversations with important French officials. He regretted that President Lebrun did not have the driving force of Poincaré, who had guided French destinies during World War I. While talking with Senator Genini, President of the French Senate, he was reminded of a trenchant saying of Clemenceau anent the Germans: "There is only one way in which to deal with a mad dog. Either kill him or chain him with steel chains which cannot be broken." But France lacked both the will and the ability to forge those chains. In England, he found the will to forge chains that would keep Germany in subjection for a long period. This will was vehemently expressed by Winston Churchill. He was certain that no solution of the European crisis would be found other than outright and complete defeat of Germany, the destruction of National Socialism, and the inclusion in the new peace treaties of provisions which would control Germany's course in the future in such a way as to give Europe and the world peace and security in the days to come. At least for 100 years, he still adhered to the pattern of Versailles. It is significant that Churchill had no words of criticism of Russia, even though it was apparent that Hitler could not have gone to war in 1939 without some assurance of Soviet support. The menace of Bolshevism gave Churchill little concern in 1940. In the following year, when Hitler attacked Russia, Churchill worked feverishly to send her armed assistance. A real statesman would have recognized the dual threat of both Nazism and communism and would have welcomed them with bloody hands to hospitable graves. Sumner Welles apparently agreed with this British viewpoint. The pencil with two ears made no adverse comment upon such dangerous blindness. To him, as well as to Churchill, the only real enemy was Nazi Germany. This made it all the more necessary for him to hurry back to Rome and try to separate Mussolini from Hitler, but Ribbentrop had preceded him with a long letter from Hitler. The Führer insisted that Italy would have a glorious future only if she worked in close collaboration with Germany. He was confident that the Jews saw this unmistakable fact. "I believe that the destinies of our two states, of our two peoples, of our two revolutions, and of our two revolutions are indissolubly linked." Ribbentrop was not as successful as he had hoped he would be in his conversations with Mussolini. The Deuce was still opposed to a German spring offensive against Britain and France, and it would take a personal conference between the two dictators to change Mussolini's mind. This should be held, according to Ribbentrop, at Brenner Pass on the morning of March 18. While Ribbentrop was making these preparations for the meeting at Brenner Pass, Wells arrived in Rome on March 16 and had conferences with both Ciano and Mussolini. Ciano frankly informed him that from Ribbentrop he had learned that Germany was determined to undertake an all-out military offensive in the near future. She was not considering any peace solution short of a military victory. This, it was believed, could be accomplished within 5 months. France would crumble first and England shortly after. Ciano himself was by no means convinced of a German victory. If the Allies could prevent a breakthrough of their defensive positions, it was quite possible that victory might be theirs. On the evening of March 16, Wells saw Mussolini and noted at once that he seemed to have shed the worries that had tormented him a few weeks before. When Wells brought up the matter of laying the basis of a permanent peace, the Deuce promptly remarked that Ribbentrop had insisted that Germany would consider no solution other than a military victory, and that any peace negotiations were impossible. He also informed Wells that he had learned that Germany was ready to start an immediate offensive. In Germany, it was expected that France would fall within 3 or 4 months. In view of these German expectations, it would be necessary for the Allies to bait their hooks of peace with juicy concessions. Germany must have adequate Lebensraum. With reference to the independence of the Polish people, he believed that in any determination of new boundaries for Poland, the transfer of populations recently carried out by the Germans must be regarded as definitive. Moreover, the just claims of Hungary should be taken into account, and all of the claims of Italy must be given a satisfactory solution. These terms were so far-reaching that Wells remarked that he would have to telephone to President Roosevelt and ask for specific instructions. He would communicate the president's decision to Count Ciano that evening. When he put through a long-distance telephone call to Washington, the president shied away from any discussion of the political basis of the proposed peace. He expressed the opinion that the problem of security was the fundamental issue, but he offered no solution of this problem. He was extremely cautious in his comments, but he did make the observation that neither Britain nor France wished to destroy either Germany or the German people. To Hitler, this assurance would appear as either naive or disingenuous. It was evident to Mussolini that President Roosevelt was not able to outline any basis for peace that would prove inviting to Hitler. He would have to attend the conference at Brenner Pass without any ammunition that might induce the Führer to abandon a spring offensive in favor of peace proposals. On March 18, he listened to Hitler's long presentation of the thesis that the destinies of Germany and Italy were indissolubly joined. Italian intervention in the war was inevitable. It was noticeable that the Führer gave no details of his planned spring offensive. He still harbored a definite suspicion of Italian trustworthiness. But this long Brenner monologue had its effect upon the Deuce, who finally cast aside all his apprehensions and emphatically asserted his intention of entering the war on the side of Germany. On March 19, Ciano was back in Rome and assured Wells there was no threat of an immediate military clash. The president would have time to study Wells's reports and perhaps to take some peace steps. Wells was so pleased with the prospect that he talked of a possible meeting between Mussolini and the president in the Azores. He also remarked to Blasco d'Aieta that even without undertaking any offensive, Germany will be exhausted within a year. He considered the war already won by the French and English. After other conversations equally fatuous, Wells returned to Washington with a full budget of misinformation for the president. Britain and Germany flout the neutrality of Norway. While Sumner Wells was making ready to visit Rome and Berlin in February 1940, the first signs of the spring military offensive were becoming evident. The German ship Altmark had taken refuge in a Norwegian fjord with several hundred British sailors on board as prisoners. A search by Norwegian gunboats had failed to disclose the presence of these sailors, but the British Admiralty had information concerning their detention on the Altmark. On February 16, Winston Churchill, as First Lord of the Admiralty, ordered Captain Vian to proceed in HMS Cossack to Norwegian waters and liberate the prisoners. In effecting this rescue, Captain Vian deliberately violated the neutrality of Norwegian coastal waters, and the Norwegian government sent a prompt protest to London. The Prime Minister excused this violation on the ground that previous German infractions of international law had compelled the British to take similar action. This Altmark incident was merely one expression of the intention of the British government repeatedly to violate the neutrality of Norwegian waters for the purpose of adversely affecting the German war effort. As early as September 19, 1939, Winston Churchill, after consulting the British War Cabinet, brought to the notice of the First Sea Lord and others the importance of stopping the transportation of Swedish iron ore from Narvik to Germany. Inasmuch as the German warships kept within the Norwegian 3-mile limit, the only way they could be stopped would be by mining those marginal waters. In 1918 this had been done, and Churchill suggested that Britain should repeat this process very shortly. The first German memorandum with reference to action in Norwegian waters was written on October 3, 1939. Thus, as Lord Hankey clearly shows, the British government began to plan their major offensive in Norway a fortnight before the Germans. It is significant that the Nuremberg Tribunal purposely overlooked the memorandum of Winston Churchill and contended that the idea of attacking Norway originated with Raeder and Rosenberg. The omission to mention this part of the story in the judgment is the more inexplicable because the whole story was told to the House of Commons by Mr. Churchill in April 1940, and it was a matter of public knowledge. On December 16, 1939, Mr. Churchill prepared another memorandum which he presented to the Cabinet 6 days later. The subject was once more the stoppage of iron ore from Narvik to Germany. He regarded such a stoppage as a major offensive operation of war, and it could be accomplished by laying a series of small minefields in Norwegian territorial waters at the 2 or 3 suitable points on the coast, which will force the ships carrying ore to Germany to quit territorial waters and come onto the high seas. This action would compel Germany to undergo a severe deprivation, tending to crisis before the summer. This mining of Norwegian waters was a mere technical infringement of international law. No evil effect would be produced in the United States by such an infringement where it would be looked upon in the way most calculated to help us. As Lord Hankey points out, the judgment at the end of the Nuremberg trial made much of German plans against Norway in mid-December 1939, but it did not contain a word of Mr. Churchill's memorandum to the War Cabinet dated December 16th. Any detached person would think this is a supremely important piece of evidence for the tribunal, for it places the British plan on the same level of importance as the German plan, which is so severely condemned as a crime in law in the judgment. Although the War Cabinet refused to accept the reasoning of this Churchill memorandum, it did permit the preparation of plans for landing a force at Narvik for the sake of Finland. These proceedings also show the pressure the War Cabinet was under from their most powerful colleague to persuade them to a technical act of aggression liable to set all Scandinavia ablaze, a crime, to use Nuremberg's extravagant language, for which the Germans were destined to be so severely condemned by the tribunal. Not a single word of it appears in the Nuremberg judgment. The judgment is completely silent on the action of the Supreme War Council of the Allies, when on February 5, 1940, it approved plans for the preparation of 3 or 4 Allied divisions for service in Finland, and for persuading Norway and Sweden to permit the passage of supplies and reinforcements to the Finns and incidentally to get hold of the Gallivare ore field. From then on, the preparations for dispatch of Allied troops to Norway were intensified. By the beginning of April 1940, the preparations for the major offensive in Norway had been completed by both camps. The actual landing, that is to say, the German major offensive, did not take place until April 9th, 24 hours before that, namely between 4:30 and 5 a.m. on April 8. The British minefields had been laid in the West Fjord near Narvik. Needless to say, these facts were not given any place in the Nuremberg judgment. While the Norwegian Foreign Office was drafting a note of protest to London, word came that German warships were approaching Oslo. On the following day, Norwegian batteries sank the German heavy cruiser Blucher and seriously damaged the cruiser Emden. This spirited defense merely postponed the fall of Oslo. A German attack upon the iron ore port of Narvik was successful in spite of heroic resistance by Norwegian warships, and Hitler's plans for the occupation of Norway proceeded according to schedule. British plans for the stoppage of ore shipments to Germany were completely defeated. At the same time, April 9, German troops crossed the Danish frontier, and thus another northern neutral came under Nazi control. J. Greenland is placed under the Monroe Doctrine. When the news came to Washington that German troops had occupied Denmark and Norway, President Roosevelt, April 10, issued a proclamation extending the combat zone, closed to American ships northward along the entire Norwegian coast and eastward along the Russian Arctic coast, to a point 200 miles east of Murmansk. He also issued an executive order freezing Danish and Norwegian holdings of securities and other property in the United States in order to prevent their use by German authorities. As a result of the German invasion of Denmark, the Parliament of Iceland adopted a resolution declaring that the government of Iceland for the time being was no longer shared with the King of Denmark. The Parliament then took over the control of foreign relations. Prime Minister Hermann Jónasson now opened negotiations with Secretary Hull looking towards the establishment of a legation in Washington and a consulate general in New York City. In return, the American government would open a consular office in Reykjavik, capital of Iceland. On April 12, Secretary Hull had a conversation with the British ambassador Lord Lothian, in which he stressed the view that the Monroe Doctrine covered the Western Hemisphere without qualification. It was obvious that Greenland came within the scope of that doctrine. After discussing the situation with Canadian officials, an American consulate was established at Gotthab and Coast Guard cutters were sent to patrol the waters around Greenland. It was not long before the Department of State took more decisive action. XXV Roosevelt seeks a pretext for war with Germany. Hitler launches a blitzkrieg along the Western Front before the Nazi armed forces had scored an important success in the Norway campaign. President Roosevelt began a series of endeavors to keep Italy out of the war. On April 29, he sent a telegram to Mussolini in which he expressed his deepest satisfaction with reference to the policy of the Italian government in exerting every effort to prevent war from spreading to southern and southeastern Europe. A further extension of the area of hostilities would bring into the war still other nations which have been seeking to maintain their neutrality. He could see no reason to anticipate that any one nation or any one combination of nations could successfully dominate either the continent of Europe or a greater part of the world. He earnestly hoped that the powerful influence of Italy would continue to be exercised in behalf of the negotiation of a just and stable peace. When Ambassador Phillips conveyed this message to Mussolini, he was informed that Italy, Germany, and Russia did not desire an extension of the war. The Deuce then expressed the opinion that Germany could not be beaten and that an Allied naval blockade would be completely ineffective. The President should realize that the political system created by the Treaty of Versailles had been liquidated. In the new system, Germany would willingly permit a new independent Polish state to be erected, but it would not have the old boundaries which were completely without justification. Germany was also willing that a new Czechoslovakian state be re-established. Last but not least, certain important concessions should be given to Italy. Throughout this conversation, Mussolini appeared to go out of his way to be friendly. He requested Ambassador Phillips to thank President Roosevelt cordially for his message, and he seemed to be extremely appreciative of it. In his diary, Count Sciano had a somewhat different story to tell. He noted that the Deuce received the Roosevelt message with ill grace, and that he said little or nothing to the American ambassador. Mussolini then sent a brief note to the President in which he argued that responsibility for World War II did not fall upon Germany, but upon the initiatives of the Allies. As far as he knew, Germany was opposed to a further extension of the conflict, and Italy, likewise, with reference to the President's belief that an extension of the war fronts might have a serious effect upon the Western Hemisphere. He called attention to the fact that Italy has never concerned itself with the relations of the American republics with each other and with the United States, thereby respecting the Monroe Doctrine, and might therefore ask for reciprocity with regard to European affairs. Sciano regarded this note as cutting and hostile. It was certainly not conciliatory. The Deuce was literally exalted by the news of Hitler's victories in Norway. In a letter describing his successes, the Führer complained that the excessive rapidity of the advance of his troops had not permitted his involving the English forces more effectively so as to destroy them completely. He intimated that he would have to obtain a victory in the West as soon as possible because of hidden threats of American intervention. On this same day, May 4, the German General Staff issued a statement that awakened instant apprehensions in Belgium and the Netherlands. The charge was made that those countries had not maintained an impartial neutrality. It was also alleged that on January 12, 1940, some extended discussions had taken place in Breda between Dutch, Belgian, French, and British staff officers. These discussions were supposed to have been for the purpose of aiding British and French forces to launch an attack on the Ruhr. Alleging the necessity of anticipating this Anglo-French invasion, the German government began a blitzkrieg upon the Western Front. News of this attack came to President Roosevelt early on the morning of May 10, when Ambassador Cudahy telephoned the White House to report that a large German air force was already over Luxembourg en route to Belgium and the Netherlands. Later, during the morning, President Roosevelt and Secretary Hull called from time to time asking for latest developments. Cudahy replied that the news was entirely reassuring, but King Leopold of Belgium was not so confident about the situation. Fearful of the outcome of the German invasion, he sent a hurried telegram to President Roosevelt expressing the ardent hope that he would support with all his moral authority the efforts which we are now firmly decided to make in order to preserve our independence. The President could only reply that he and the American people cherished the strong desire that policies which seek to dominate peaceful and independent peoples through force and military aggression may be arrested, and that the government and people of Belgium may preserve their integrity and freedom. In Rome, Ambassador Phillips told Sciano that the German blitzkrieg was bound to stir America profoundly. It had already stirred the Pope, who had sent telegrams to the rulers of the 3 invaded states. This act had incensed Mussolini, who blurted out to Sciano that the papacy was a cancer which gnaws at our national life. If necessary, he would liquidate this problem once and for all. Later, the Pope evidenced a clear-cut intransigency and remarked, that he was even ready to be deported to a concentration camp. Into this tense and ominous atmosphere in Rome, the president once more intervened by sending another note to Mussolini. Rumors that the Deuce was contemplating early entry into the war had given him great concern. Most Americans believed that the whole world faced a threat which opposes every teaching of Christ, every philosophy of all the great teachers of mankind over thousands of years. Therefore, as the President of the United States, he made the simple plea that you, responsible for Italy, withhold your hand, stay wholly apart from any war, and refrain from any threat of attack. Ciano noted that the new communication from the President was not in a covertly threatening style. It was rather a discouraged and conciliatory message. Allusions to the gospel of Christ would have little effect upon the mind of Mussolini, who was convinced that Germany would win the war. As an ally of Hitler, Italy could secure rich spoils of war. Roosevelt regards neutrality as an outmoded concept. While the president was pleading with Mussolini to remain neutral in the great conflict that was wrecking Europe, he himself was pushing America down the road to war. On April 16, it was reported that the Anglo-French Purchasing Commission could obtain planes of almost any type then being produced for the armed forces of the United States. This news encouraged the French Premier, Paul Reynaud, to send to Washington May 14 the startling request that the American government arrange for the sale or lease of old destroyers. On the following day, Winston Churchill, who displaced Chamberlain as Prime Minister on May 10, sent a more ambitious request that was quite breathtaking. All I ask now is that you, President Roosevelt, should proclaim non-belligerency, which would mean that you would help us with everything short of actually engaging armed forces. Immediate needs are, first of all, the loan of 40 or 50 of your older destroyers. Secondly, we want several hundred of the latest types of aircraft. Thirdly, anti-aircraft equipment and ammunition. Fourthly, the fact that our ore supply is being compromised from Sweden, from North Africa, and perhaps from northern Spain, makes it necessary to purchase steel in the United States. I should like to feel reasonably sure that when we can pay no more, you will give us the stuff all the same. Fifthly, the visit of a United States squadron to Irish ports would be invaluable. The President replied that he could not make a deal concerning the destroyers without authorization from Congress. Moreover, America needed the destroyers for its own defenses. Churchill greatly regretted this negative answer, but he still hoped to get, at the earliest possible date, the largest possible number of Curtiss P-40 fighters. In conclusion, he sounded a loud note of alarm that he knew would profoundly affect the President. If Britain were left by the United States to its fate, there was a definite danger that the British fleet might be turned over to the Germans as a bargaining point. We have already noted 18 that in 1939, while Chamberlain was still Prime Minister, Churchill began his momentous personal correspondence with President Roosevelt. It has been stated that one of the first cablegrams sent by Churchill to Roosevelt was phrased in a most grandiloquent manner. The gist of it has been given as follows: I am half American and the natural person to work with you. It is evident we see eye to eye. Were I to become Prime Minister of Britain, we could control the world. Churchill states that he sent 950 of these cablegrams to the President and received about 800 in reply. His relations with the American chief executive gradually became so close that the chief business between our two countries was virtually conducted by these personal interchanges between him and as head of the state as well as head of the government. Roosevelt spoke and acted with authority in every sphere. It is obvious that Churchill regarded Roosevelt as an American dictator who had little concern for the opinions of Congress and the American people. With reference to the matter of war, the Churchill cablegrams reveal that he believed that Roosevelt could plunge America into the conflict in Europe at any time he desired. The French cabinet apparently had the same view. The urgency of Churchill was translated into hysteria by Premier Reynaud. On May 18, Bullitt was informed by Alexis Lega, Secretary General of the French Foreign Office, that Reynaud was about to request President Roosevelt to ask Congress for a declaration of war against Germany. Bullitt frankly informed Lega that such a request would be worse than useless. Congress would almost unanimously vote against such a declaration. The President then talked to Bullitt over the telephone and instructed him to say that anything of this nature was out of the question, but Reynaud continued to press for the impossible. On May 22, he told Bullitt that the German tide was growing more menacing every minute. There was grave danger that the French public would insist upon a separate peace with Germany. In that event, a German victory over Britain would follow in a few weeks. After this dire event, the Panama Canal would be destroyed by air bombardment, and the American army would be able to offer little resistance. Prompt action by the American government was the only real guarantee that Hitler would not someday be in the White House. A week later, the Reynaud appeals grew more frantic. On May 28, he warned Bullitt that he had convincing evidence that if France and England were conquered, Hitler would move almost immediately against the United States. The American fleet should be sent at once to the Mediterranean so as to exert pressure upon Mussolini to stay out of the war. The president did not send the fleet to the Mediterranean, but he decided to permit American pilots to fly planes ordered by the Allies to Halifax and other ports in the Canadian maritime provinces. Before this decision, the Dominion had been designated as a combat area, and American nationals had not been allowed to enter it in aircraft belonging to belligerent nations. The president then urged Churchill to send additional planes to France, but he was told that Britain needed all available aircraft for defense against expected German attack. Ambassador Bullitt became furious over this negative reply from Britain, and he confided to Secretary Hull his belief that the British cabinet might be conserving their air force and fleet so as to use them as bargaining points in negotiations with Hitler. Both the President and Secretary Hull discounted these observations of Bullitt. They were certain that while France was finished, Britain, with the aid of American supplies, could withstand a German assault. It was imperative, therefore, that these supplies be rushed at once to British ports. Joseph C. Green, chief of the Division of Controls, brought to Secretary Hull's attention an old statute of May 12, 1917. The language of this statute could be interpreted so as to authorize the exchange of Army and Navy aircraft for new models of a more advanced type. Arrangements were made with a Buffalo concern to deliver to them 50 planes belonging to the Naval Reserve squadrons in exchange for planes of a superior type. These planes were then rushed to Britain, but Churchill wanted more than planes. In order to meet his importunate requests, the President turned to the acting Attorney General, Francis Biddle, who conveniently ruled that the Secretary of War had the right to sell surplus war supplies to any corporation or individual upon such terms as may be deemed best. General George C. Marshall, as Chief of Staff, now came to the front and directed his Chief of Ordnance and his Assistant Chief of Staff to survey the entire list of American reserve ordnance and munitions stocks. On June 3, he approved these lists. The first list was a lengthy one. It comprised 500,000 caliber rifles out of 2 million manufactured in 1917 and 1918. For these there were about 250 cartridges apiece. There were 900 Assault Quincy field guns with 1,000,000 rounds, 80,000 machine guns, and various other items. On June 3, all the American Army depots and arsenals started packing the material for shipment. By June 11, a dozen British merchant ships moved into the bay, Raritan, and anchored, and loading from lighters began. But this flood of war material reached the Allies too late to stop the rapid German advance. On May 15, General Winkelmann, the Dutch commander-in-chief, signed articles of capitulation. German pressure upon Belgium rapidly mounted. When General Giraud's army in Holland was completely crushed and the French Ninth Army collapsed on the Mézières-Dinant front, it was evident that a crisis had arisen. After the news of the British retreat to Dunkirk was brought to King Leopold, he realized that the situation had become critical. On May 27, the demoralization of the French military forces was so rapid and complete that he decided the time had arrived to ask the German High Command to state its terms for a suspension of hostilities. The blunt answer called for unconditional surrender. The king felt compelled to comply with this grim demand, and at 4:00 a.m. on the following day, the Belgian army obeyed a ceasefire order from headquarters. C. The President makes a third plea to Mussolini to stay out of the war. Before the bad news from Belgium was received in the United States, the President decided to make another plea to Mussolini to stay out of the war. In this third communication to the Deuce, Roosevelt offered to act as a mediator between Hitler and the Allies. Ambassador Phillips was instructed to deliver this message to Mussolini personally, but Count Ciano bluntly informed him that this was not possible. When Ciano finished reading the President's plea, he was asked by Phillips as to the nature of the reply. He said with conviction it would be a no, and he went on to explain that Mussolini's position was not merely a question of securing Italy's legitimate aspirations, but that the Deuce was determined to carry out his obligations under his alliance with Germany. Later in the day, Sciano sent for Ambassador Phillips and confirmed the statements he had made during the morning meeting. Mussolini desired to preserve his freedom of action and was not disposed to enter into any negotiations which would not be in the spirit of fascism. Although to Sumner Wells the horizon looked extremely dark, Roosevelt thought that the clouds might take on a silver lining if he could persuade Mussolini to stay out of the war. On May 30, he made his fourth appeal to the deuce. Ambassador Phillips was instructed to call upon Count Sciano and once more emphasize the fact that the entrance of Italy into the war would immediately and prejudicially affect the interests of the United States. While the American government had never asserted any political interests in Europe, it had asserted its clearly defined interests of an economic and property character through the extension of the war to the Mediterranean region and the inevitable destruction of life and property. The legitimate interests of the American people will be gravely curtailed, inasmuch as the relations between the Italian and American peoples had always been particularly close. It was hoped that nothing would be done adversely to affect them. On June 1, Sciano informed Ambassador Phillips that the deuce did not agree with the point taken by the President with regard to the interests of the United States in the Mediterranean, and he maintained that the United States had the same interest in that area as Italy had, for example, in the Caribbean Sea. The decision had already been taken to enter the war. D. Reynaud makes a last appeal to Roosevelt for immediate military assistance. It had long been realized in Paris that Italy would probably enter the war as soon as Hitler's armies had gained important successes. The early collapse of the Netherlands and Belgium had made a deep impression upon the mind of Mussolini, who was intent upon securing some of the spoils of war. Ambassador Bullitt knew this fact only too well, and for this reason he begged the President to consent to the delivery of some old destroyers that would strengthen French naval forces in the Mediterranean. The President's reply remained negative. Any exchange for American destroyers probably unacceptable because of enormous sea area which must be patrolled by us and would require congressional action which might be very difficult to get. Our old destroyers cannot be sold as obsolete, as is proved by fact. All of them are now in commission and in use, or are in process of being commissioned for actual use. Churchill was critical of the President's continued refusal to send old destroyers to the Allies. On June 5, he remarked to Mackenzie King that although the American chief executive was an excellent friend, he had sent no practical help to Britain. He had not expected any military aid from the Americans, but they have not even sent any worthy contribution in destroyers or planes. It would be expedient not to let Americans view too complacently prospect of a British collapse, out of which they would get the British fleet and the guardianship of the British Empire. On the day that Churchill sent this letter to Mackenzie King, the Germans began the final phase of the Battle of France. In 5 days they blazed a path to Paris. With a crushing defeat staring him in the face, Reynaud sent another plea to President Roosevelt. Its tone was quite epic, but there was a strong feeling that the French premier was like some frightened boy whistling loudly as he walked down a very dark alley. For 6 days and 6 nights our divisions have been fighting without 1 hour of rest against an army which has a crushing superiority in numbers and material. Today the enemy is almost at the gates of Paris. We shall fight in front of Paris. We shall fight behind Paris. We shall close ourselves in one of our provinces to fight, and if we should be driven out of it, we shall establish ourselves in North Africa to continue the fight, and if necessary in our American possessions. To make matters even worse, at this tragic hour Italy had stabbed France in the back. The Allies were in desperate straits and required at once all the material support of the United States, short of an expeditionary force. Reynaud's illusion of Italy's entrance into the war was turned by Roosevelt into a sharp thrust at Mussolini. That evening, in an address at Charlottesville, Virginia, the President alluded to the sweep of the tides of war across the continent of Europe and the consequent menace to America of such a martial flood. Then, adopting a graphic phrase from Reynaud's plea earlier in the day, he suddenly remarked with dramatic intensity, on this 10th day of June 1940, "The hand that held the dagger has struck it into the back of its neighbour." This unexpected interpellation directed at the deuce indicated the President's bitterness towards a dictator to whom he had made 4 futile pleas for non-intervention. But Reynaud needed more than bitter allusions. Churchill rushed to France and tried to recall to Marshal Pétain the glorious stand of the Allied armies in the spring of 1918. The Marshal replied very quietly that in those days he had a mass of maneuver of upwards of 60 divisions. Now there was none. In 1918 there had been 60 British divisions in the line. In 1940 the story was tragically different, and Pétain was haunted by the grief he felt that Britain, with her 48 million population, had not been able to make a greater contribution to the land war against Germany. The remarks of Marshal Pétain irritated Churchill considerably. On June 12, he sent to President Roosevelt the latest news from the French front, and in this communication he permitted his resentment to color his message. The aged Marshal Pétain, who was none too good in April and July 1918, is, I fear, ready to lend his name and prestige to a treaty of peace for France. This was the moment for the President to tip the balance in favor of the best and longest possible French resistance. In the White House it was believed that Reynaud's arm might be strengthened by brave words and bright promises. The Premier was assured that the American government was doing everything in its power to make available to the Allied powers the war materiel they so urgently needed. The magnificent resistance of the French and British armies had profoundly impressed the American people. When Ambassador Kennedy brought to Churchill a copy of this presidential salute to Allied courage, the Prime Minister pressed for its immediate publication. It could play a decisive part in turning the course of world history. At the very least, it would decide the French to deny Hitler a patched-up peace with France. In a hurried note to Reynaud, Churchill indicated the compromising character of the Roosevelt message. If France, on the basis of this assurance from the American chief executive, would continue in the war, it should be obvious that the United States was committed beyond recall to take the only remaining step, namely becoming a belligerent in form, as she has already constituted herself in fact. The President realized the truth of this Churchill statement. He had already committed beyond recall the United States to take part in the war, then raging in Europe, but he could not afford in the summer of 1940 to let this fact become known. His campaign for re-election as president would soon take shape, and he knew he could not hope for success if the voters knew that he was secretly putting America into World War II. He quickly sent word to Churchill explaining that he could not agree to the publication of his message to Reynaud. The Department of State saw in such publication the gravest dangers. Churchill would not take this disappointing telegram as a final answer from the White House. On June 15, he frankly told the President that events in Europe were moving downward at a pace where they will pass beyond the control of American public opinion. Eventually America would enter the struggle. Why not now? It would be expedient to remember that if the Churchill government fell, a new cabinet might give the British fleet to Hitler. What would the United States do in that event? There was desperate need for the delivery of 35 destroyers at once. This matter should not be delayed. Reynaud realized that he could not wait for several months until American assistance reached France. It was now or never. On June 14, he sent a message to Roosevelt that plumbed the depths of despair. German troops had just burst into Paris. Would it pay France to continue to sacrifice her youth in a hopeless struggle? Unless America could rush to France's aid with armed force, she would go under like a drowning man and disappear after having cast a last look towards the land of liberty from which she awaited salvation. 41, when Roosevelt replied with a warm encomium upon the resplendent courage of the French armies, but with no promise of immediate military aid, Reynaud requested Churchill to release his government from its obligations, not to negotiate a separate peace. The Prime Minister hastened to France in a vain effort to save the situation, but Reynaud had resigned by the time he reached Bordeaux. Marshal Pétain now assumed the burden of leadership and forwarded to Berlin a request for an armistice. On June 18, Ambassador Biddle was assured that the French fleet would never be surrendered to the enemy. After receiving this comforting news, Secretary Hull instructed the American representatives in Berlin and Rome that the government of the United States would not recognize any transfer and would not acquiesce in any attempt to transfer any geographic region of the Western Hemisphere from one non-American power to another non-American power. Germany would not be permitted to occupy any French islands in the Caribbean, either destroy or deal. The fall of France imparted a sense of urgency to the administration's program for aiding Britain by the sale or lease of war materiel. The President's qualms about constitutional limitations slowly disappeared under the drumfire of repeated requests from Churchill. Moreover, he brought into his cabinet certain new members who were not averse to a pro-war inclination. This was particularly true of the new Secretary of War, Henry L. Stimson, who was a notorious war hawk. It is apparent that after June 1940, the administration embarked upon a phony bipartisan policy that pointed directly to American intervention in the European conflict. This policy was given a green light on June 10 when Senator Shepard offered an amendment to a pending defense bill authorizing the War Department to exchange unserviceable or surplus materials for others of which there was a scarcity. Senator Clark of Missouri declared that the purpose of the amendment was an evasion of international law and of the Neutrality Act, but the amendment was adopted by a large majority and the measure finally became law on July 2, 1940. In the meantime, Senator David I. Walsh had sponsored legislation that would provide against any limitation or reduction in the size of our Navy. The Act of June 28, 1940 embodied the ideas of Senator Walsh. It was not long, however, before the fertile mind of Benjamin Cohen, Special Assistant to the Attorney General, found several loopholes in this act. The President still had wide powers he could use without previous consultations with Congress. This opinion of Mr. Cohen was shrewdly argued, but the chief executive frankly doubted if it would stand up. He also feared that Congress was in no mood at the present time to allow any form of sale. These doubts were dissolved under the impact of pressure from Churchill. On June 24, he wrote to Mackenzie King and once more emphasized the danger that if England fell, there was the possibility that Hitler would get the British fleet. 4 days later, in a letter to Lord Lothian in Washington, he repeated this disturbing thought, which should be repeated to Roosevelt. He also complained that Britain had really not had any help worth speaking of from the United States so far. After more than a month of silence, he wrote again to the President, July 31, to inform him that the need for destroyers had become most urgent. The whole fate of the war might rest upon the speed with which these destroyers were delivered. He was confident that the President would not let this crux of the battle go wrong for want of the much-needed warships. When Lord Lothian spoke of an exchange of naval bases for destroyers, Churchill indicated his preference was for an indefinite lease and not an outright sale. Churchill's cablegram to the President, July 31, had led to a cabinet meeting in the White House on August 2. There was immediate agreement that the survival of the British Isles under German attack might very possibly depend on their getting these destroyers, but there was also recognition that legislation would be necessary to authorize any deal concerning the destroyers. If the British government would give positive assurances that the British fleet would not under any conceivable circumstances fall into the hands of the Germans, the opposition in Congress would be greatly lessened. Perhaps William Allen White would work upon Wendell Willkie, Joseph Martin, and Charles McNary, and thus divide the Republican ranks. When the President talked with White over the telephone, he elicited a promise from the famous editor to get in touch with Willkie at once. There was no doubt in Churchill's mind that any transfer of American destroyers to Britain would be a decidedly unneutral act by the United States. It would justify a declaration of war by Hitler. Such action would be eminently agreeable to Churchill, who would ardently welcome American help in the struggle against the dictatorships. But the situation had to be handled carefully. When Lord Lothian, August 6, cabled that the President was exceedingly anxious for a pledge that the British fleet would not be turned over to the Germans in the event that Britain fell, Churchill refused to give one. The British nation would not tolerate any discussion of what we should do if our island were overrun. It would be best to couple the transfer of destroyers with the lease of naval and air bases in Newfoundland and on some British islands in the Caribbean. On August 13, the essential paragraphs in this agreement were worked out during a conference between the President, Secretaries Knox, Morgenthau, and Stimson, and Sumner Welles. In the meantime, William Allen White had received assurances from Wendell Willkie that he would not make a campaign issue of the transfer. The services of General Pershing were next enlisted. The old warrior warned the American public in a broadcast that Britain needed immediate aid. This could best be given by placing at the disposal of the British and Canadian governments at least 50 over-age destroyers, which are left from the days of the World War. Admirals Yarnell, Stanley, and Stirling supported this viewpoint. On August 16, President Roosevelt issued a statement that he was negotiating with the British government for the acquisition of naval and air bases. Nothing was said about a deal for destroyers. Senator David Bart I. Walsh was still showing strong opposition to such a transaction. With the hope of changing the senator's opinion in this regard, the president wrote him a letter with the familiar salutation. Dear Dave, he assured the senator that the British Islands were of the utmost importance to our national defence as naval and operating bases. After reminding him that Jefferson in 1803 had purchased Louisiana without even consulting Congress, the president then expressed the hope that there would be no further opposition to a deal that would be the finest thing for the nation that has been done in your lifetime and mine. Dear Dave did not fall for this bait, so he was later smeared as a loose character. But even so staunch a New Dealer as Secretary Hull had doubts about a destroyer deal, and he regretfully informed Lord Lothian that in order to meet the wishes of your government, an amendment to these provisions of law, the United States Code and the Act of June 28, 1940, may be necessary. But this would take time, and Britain's need was immediate. In the meantime, Churchill on August 20 had announced in Parliament that negotiations were in progress for leasing air and naval bases in Newfoundland and on British islands in the Caribbean to the United States. 2 days later, he explained to President Roosevelt the difficulties that would attend any exchange of letters that would admit in any way that the munitions which you send us are a payment for the facilities. The dispatch of war materiel to Britain should seem to be a separate spontaneous act on the part of the United States arising out of their view of the world struggle, but Sumner Welles informed Lord Lothian that under existing legislation it was utterly impossible for the President to send destroyers to Britain as a spontaneous gift. They could be sent only as a quid pro quo. On August 23, the President confessed to Secretary Hull that the negotiations with Britain on the bases and destroyers have bogged down. Please see what you can do. In an extended conference among the President, Secretary Hull, and Lord Lothian, the matter was further explored. Secretary Hull made it clear to the British ambassador that the President had no authority whatever to make a gift of public property to any government or individual. But Attorney General Jackson had no trouble finding convenient loopholes in existing legislation. His assistant Ben Cohen had also discovered them some months previously. The Act of June 15, 1917 made it unlawful to send any ship out of the United States that was built, armed, or equipped as a vessel of war with any intent or under any agreement or contract. That such vessel shall be delivered to a belligerent nation. This restriction did not apply to vessels like the overage destroyers, which were not built, armed, equipped as, or converted into vessels of war with the intent that they should enter the service of a belligerent. Mr. Jackson blandly pushed aside the pertinent provisions of the Treaty of Washington, May 8, 1871, and Article 8 of the Hague Convention, the 13th of 1907, which required that a neutral government take measures to prevent the departure from its jurisdiction of any vessel intended to engage in belligerent operations, if the vessel was specially adapted within the neutral's jurisdiction to warlike use. The one precedent that Mr. Jackson adduced to support his contention concerning the transfer of destroyers was a most dubious one. Indeed, the opinion of the Attorney General was distinctly phony and was based upon the familiar dictum, "What's the Constitution between friends?" The way was now prepared for the destroyer deal. On September 2 notes were exchanged between Secretary Hull and Lord Lothian, which first recited that the British government, freely and without consideration, granted to the United States a lease for the immediate establishment and use of naval and air bases and facilities on the Avalon Peninsula and on the southern coast of Newfoundland, and on the east coast and on the Great Bay of Bermuda. The second item dealt with the establishment by the United States of air and naval bases on certain British territory in the Caribbean, Bahamas, Jamaica, St. Lucia, Trinidad, Antigua, and British Guiana, in exchange for naval and military equipment and material which the United States government will transfer to His Majesty's government. The leases would run for a period of 99 years. At the same time, Churchill also gave an assurance that the British fleet would not be scuttled or surrendered. This assurance was not to be published. From the viewpoint of international law, the destroyer deal was definitely illegal. As Professor Herbert Briggs correctly remarks, the supplying of these vessels by the United States government to a belligerent is a violation of our neutral status. a violation of our national law, and a violation of international law. Professor Edwin Borchardt expressed a similar opinion. To the writer, there is no possibility of reconciling the destroyer deal with neutrality, with the United States statutes, or with international law. The whole matter was correctly described by the St. Louis Post-Dispatch in a pertinent headline: Dictator Roosevelt commits an act of war. Propaganda pushes America towards intervention. During the years 1914 to 1917, British propaganda played a significant part in preparing the American mind for intervention in the World War. In the period prior to American intervention in World War II, the British government did not have to bear a heavy burden of propaganda. There were thousands of Americans who eagerly assumed this responsibility. The colorful story of these merchants of death has been told in such detail that it will be given merely a brief mention in these pages. Reverend Harry Emerson Fosdick gave Roosevelt an excellent cue when he remarked that of all the ways for Christians to make a war seem holy, the simplest way is to get Jesus into it. The President followed this tip on January 4, 1939, when he addressed Congress on the state of the nation. Storms from abroad were challenging three institutions indispensable to Americans, now as always. The first is religion. It is the source of the other two: democracy and international good faith. We have learned that God-fearing democracies of the world which observe the sanctity of treaties and good faith in their dealings with other nations cannot safely be indifferent to international lawlessness anywhere. They cannot forever let pass, without effective protest, acts of aggression against sister nations. The belligerent implications of these words were not lost upon members of Congress, who fully realized the dangers and futility of embarking upon a holy war. Their fears were heightened when the President enlarged upon the same theme in an international broadcast under the auspices of the Christian Foreign Service Convocation. Today we seek a moral basis for peace. It cannot be a moral peace if freedom from invasion is sold for tribute. The active search for peace, which the early Christians preached, meant meeting and overcoming those forces in the world which had set themselves against the brotherhood of man, and which denied the equality of souls before the throne of God. Catholic leaders did not respond to this summons to enlist the churches in a movement towards intervention. Catholic cardinals like O'Connell and Doughty were strongly opposed to America's entry into World War II, and the Catholic press was outspoken in its criticism of the implications in the President's policy. The Catholic world thought Americans were in no position to save anyone. We shall be lucky to save ourselves. What kind of madness has got hold of those who advocate our settling the quarrels of the world, changing the habits of nations that have been fighting for the last 1,000 years? Who do we think we are? The Ave Maria was equally opposed to intervention. The people of this country do not want war at this moment. They can see no transgression against our safety or honor to justify a war. They have no commission, human or divine, to challenge aggression not directed against them. The Ave Maria was particularly sharp in its criticism of William Allen White, famous Kansas editor, who was doing everything humanly possible to get us into the European conflict. It was certainly true that White had been very busy in the fight against fascism. He was a member of the Union for Concerted Peace Efforts, the American Committee for Non-Participation in Japanese Aggression, the National Refugee Service, the Council Against Intolerance, and the Nonpartisan Committee for Peace through the revision of the neutrality law. This last organization was an active pressure group in favor of sabotaging existing neutrality legislation. After this work had been carried to a successful conclusion, White helped to launch the Committee to Defend America by aiding the Allies. The implications of this movement should have been evident to him. In December 1939, Robert Sherwood wrote to White to express the view that it was necessary for the United States to intervene in a military way to check aggression by dictators. In his reply, White remarked that he had always stood with Sherwood in spirit, but had been constrained by an old man's fear and doubt when it comes to lifting my voice for war. In the spring of 1940, after this new organization had begun its activities, White became feverish in his anxiety to speed the gift of munitions of war to the hard-pressed Allies. In July, he and the members of the Committee to Defend America, by aiding the Allies, bent every effort to secure the release of 50 or 60 over-age but recently reconditioned American destroyers to England. When the President failed to show any great enthusiasm to push through a destroyer deal, White felt that he had, as it were, lost his could. Contact was made with large numbers of influential persons throughout the United States, and they were urged to exert pressure upon the chief executive. The committee, with its 600 local chapters and thousands of volunteer workers, was able to inundate the Capitol in Washington with a flood of letters and telegrams favoring the destroyer deal. The president owed a big debt to White, who was so naive as to believe that America could walk halfway down the road to war and then stop. This naivete was clearly indicated on December 20, 1940, in a letter he wrote to Roy Howard of the Scripps Howard newspaper chain. He assured Howard that the only reason in God's world he was a member of the Committee to Defend America by aiding the Allies was to keep America out of war. Some of the war hawks on the committee deeply resented White's letter to Howard. When Frederick McKee flew to Emporia to persuade White to issue a statement that he was not for peace at any price, he was met with a flat refusal. But White then showed his mental confusion by signing a round-robin letter to the president urging him to do everything that may be necessary to ensure defeat of the Axis powers. This letter, as the committee recognized, had more warlike implications than the repeal of the neutrality law or the convoy issue. But there were still some lingering doubts in the mind of Clark Eichelberger, who wired White on December 26 about the unfortunate repercussions of the letter that had appeared in the Scripps Howard newspapers. It was at last apparent to White that he had failed to understand the real intentions of the Committee to Defend America by aiding the Allies. Its real drive was towards war, not peace. In his letter of resignation, he confessed that he was amazed that he was so far behind the procession, but he would go no faster nor no further. He had been used as a convenient facade by an organization that had talked of peace while rushing down the road to war. He was the symbol of millions of Americans. Lend-Lease, back door to intervention in World War III. It was entirely fitting that Lend-Lease legislation should have a prelude of promises by the president that American boys would not be sent abroad to die along far-flung frontiers. It had been evident to the president in the summer of 1940 that American involvement in World War II might be just around the corner of the next year. Senator Wheeler had read between the lines of the president's pronouncements, and when he saw the word war written in bold letters, he tried to block such a contingency by a strongly worded plank in the Democratic platform. But the pledge to keep out of foreign wars was nullified by the pregnant phrase, except in case of attack. It would not be difficult for an administration seeking war to push one of the Axis powers to the point where an attack was inevitable. But the American people, like William Allen White, had to be fooled by pacific phrases. When the election currents in the fall of 1940 appeared to be making a turn towards Wendell Willkie, the president made some new pledges at Philadelphia on October 23. To every man, woman, and child in the nation I say this: your president and your secretary of state are following the road to peace. We are arming ourselves not for any purpose of conquest or intervention in foreign disputes. A week later in Boston, his pledge became more specific. While I'm talking to you mothers and fathers, I give you one more assurance. I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars. Robert Sherwood, who helped to prepare this Boston speech, had some qualms of conscience in later years. For my own part, I think it was a mistake for him, the president, to go so far in yielding to the hysterical demands for sweeping reassurance. But unfortunately for my own conscience, I happened at the time to be one of those who urged him to go the limit on this. I burn inwardly whenever I think of those words again and again and again. In the spring of 1941, these fires of conscience were burning very low in the president's entourage. Under the impact of appeals from Churchill in England, the entire structure of American neutrality was finally demolished by the legislative bomb of Lend-Lease. This bomb was many months in the making. On November 6, 1940, Churchill wrote to Roosevelt to express his profound relief at the election results. I feel you will not mind my saying that I prayed for your success and that I am truly thankful for it. I must avow my sure faith that the lights by which we steer will bring us all safely to anchor. Those lights would lead America into the war. On December 8, 1940, Churchill sent another long letter in which he outlined in great detail the pressing needs of Britain. In Churchill's eyes, these needs were also America's needs, because Britain was fighting our war as well as hers. The safety of the United States was bound up with the survival and independence of the British Commonwealth of Nations. Therefore, America should rush to Britain war materiel of specified kinds together with the gift or loan of a large number of American vessels of war. It was useless to expect Britain to pay for these loans. The moment was approaching when the British government would no longer be able to pay cash for shipping and other supplies. The few dollars Britain had left were badly needed for domestic requirements. It would be wrong in principle for Britain to be divested of all saleable assets, so that after the victory was won with our blood, civilization saved, and the time gained for the United States to be fully armed against all eventualities, we should stand stripped to the bone. America should bear a large part of the financial burden for a new crusade in Europe. Roosevelt received this communication while he was cruising in the Caribbean. When he returned on December 16, he signified his ardent approval of aid to Britain at America's expense. On the following day, at a press conference, he recited an interesting parable. Suppose my neighbor's house catches fire, and I have a length of garden hose 400 or 500 feet away. If he can take my garden hose and connect it up with his hydrant, I may help him to put out the fire. Now what do? I don't say to him before that operation, "Neighbor, my garden hose cost me $15, you have to pay me $15 for it." No, what is the transaction that goes on? I don't want $15, I want my garden hose back after the fire is over. What I'm trying to do is to eliminate the dollar sign. What he really meant to say was that he was trying to eliminate the dollar sign so far as Britain was concerned. The American taxpayers would have it before their anxious eyes for the next generation. But before they had time to make any estimates, a Lend-Lease bill was introduced in the House of Representatives. It bore the significant number H.R. 1776. In that year we declared our independence from Britain. In 1941 we put it into grave peril by giving Britain a blank check, which Churchill filled in with great gusto and then sent back to Washington for Roosevelt's endorsement. Harry Hopkins was the contact man in this regard, and while still in Britain, he heard Churchill's famous broadcast in which the following dangerous nonsense was beamed to rapt American listeners. It seems now to be certain that the government and the people of the United States intend to supply us with all that is necessary for victory. In the last war, the United States sent 2 million men across the Atlantic, but this is not a war of vast armies firing immense masses of shells at one another. We do not need the gallant armies which are forming throughout the American Union. We do not need them this year, nor next year, nor any year that I can foresee. These assurances of Churchill were of the same stripe as the Roosevelt assurances during the last days of his campaign for re-election. He probably remembered Lord Northcliffe's sharp indictment of the American masses during the World War. What sheep they could be sheared once more for British benefit by constant repetition of the old propaganda line about Britain fighting America's fight. Roosevelt repeated this line on December 29 in a fireside chat to the American people. Aid to Britain was now a question of national security. If Britain were conquered, all of us in the Americas would be living at the point of a gun. On the following day, the President summoned to the White House Secretary Morgenthau and Arthur Purvis, head of the Anglo-French Purchasing Commission, to discuss the details of Lend-Lease legislation. On January 2, 1941, Edward Foley, Morgenthau's general counsel, and his assistant, Oscar Cox, began the arduous task of drafting the bill. When opposition to the bill developed in certain circles in the State Department, Secretary Knox remarked to Morgenthau in his best serio-comic manner, "Let's organize a hanging bee over there someday and hang the ones that you and I pick out." Some of the clique around the president probably would have regarded the matter of a hanging bee very seriously when Senator Wheeler began a series of blasts against Lend-Lease legislation. On January 4, 1941, he asked some very pertinent questions. If it is our war, how can we justify lending them stuff and asking them to pay us back? If it is our war, we ought to have the courage to go over and fight it, but it is not our war. A week later, in a radio broadcast, he feathered a shaft that evoked an immediate cry of pain from the sensitive press. He regarded the Lend-Lease program as the New Deal's AAA foreign policy to plow under every fourth American boy. The president deeply resented these prophetic words and denounced the Wheeler comment upon Lend-Lease as the rottenest thing that has been said in public life in my generation. Although Admiral Stark expressed on January 13 the opinion that we are heading straight for this war, The Lend-Lease program was sold to the American people as a form of peace insurance. On March 11, 1941, the Lend-Lease bill was signed by the President, and it was not long before a forecast of Senator Taft was proved correct. I do not see how we can long conduct such a war, undeclared war, without actually being in the shooting end of the war. Hitler is anxious to avoid conflict with the United States. This shooting end of the war was greatly feared by Hitler, who strove in every way to avoid any incident that might lead to war with the United States. In order to conciliate public opinion in neutral countries, submarine commanders, from the very beginning of the war, had been directed to conform to the Hague Convention. Passenger lines were not to be torpedoed even when under escort. In September and October 1939, Hitler had high hopes that America might be induced to accept the role of mediator and thus bring to an early close a war that he had entered with many misgivings. In a previous chapter, we have dealt with the mission of William Rhodes Davis to Berlin for the purpose of arranging mediation. It is apparent that Berlin took this mission quite seriously. In Hitler's speech of October 6, there were evident indications of his readiness to accept Roosevelt as mediator, and on the following day, Mr. Kirk, American chargé d'affaires in Berlin, cabled to Secretary Hull that someone close to Hitler had conveyed the thought that the President might use Hitler's speech as the occasion to send a confidential message to him endorsing his efforts toward peace. On October 9, Kirk cabled that a German press spokesman informed him that Germany would certainly accept from the President a suggestion for a truce and negotiations toward peace, and intimated that Germany might take part in a conference somewhere far removed from the war theatre, which some interpreted to mean Washington. The terms of peace that Germany would present to such a peace conference were made known to the President and Secretary Hull through the long letter that William Rhodes Davis had sent to the Chief Executive. General Goering had spoken to Mr. Davis October 3 in the following terms: "You may assure Mr. Roosevelt that if he will undertake mediation, Germany will agree to an adjustment whereby a new Polish state and a new Czechoslovakian independent government would come into being. As for myself and my government, I would be glad to attend, and in the event of such a conference I would represent Germany. I agree that the conference should be in Washington." At this time, Germany was already profoundly disturbed by the way the Russians were acting in Poland. During the meetings of a peace conference in Washington, there would be an opportunity to focus the eyes of the world upon the ills of Europe and attempt to remedy them. If the President had possessed real courage and vision, he would have welcomed these German overtures and staged a peace conference that would have saved both Poland and Czechoslovakia. But he and Secretary Hull were fearful that a move towards peace might benefit Hitler and discourage the Allies, so they rejected the German peace feelers, 98, and thus prepared the way for eventual Red domination over both those countries. In the long chapter of historical might-have-beens, Roosevelt plays a prominent and dismal part. Roosevelt's rejection of the idea of a peace conference in Washington did not put an end to Nazi efforts to conciliate the United States. Hitler was exceedingly anxious not to have war with America. This fact is clear in the testimony given during the Nuremberg trials. Ribbentrop insisted upon the pacific disposition of the Führer concerning the United States 99, and Weizsäcker confirmed this fact. No German desired to be at war with the United States or looked for trouble in that direction. We were not to let ourselves be provoked to be the ones who bring the conflict to the open daylight. Wherever there would be unfriendly acts, we would not be the ones who start. The German press, under strict instructions, stopped its sharp criticism of the United States and of prominent American officials. Nazi officials became increasingly careful about any statements that might offend American sensibilities, and the German chargé d'affaires in Washington, Dr. Hans Thomson, in a press release, went so far as to call President Roosevelt high-minded and to praise his admonitions of neutrality. Point 1 in April 1940, General Walter von Brauchitsch assured representatives of the press that he had always admired the youthful strength of the United States and its people, to which he attributed the gigantic success of the new continent. The new American neutrality law, November 4, 1939, gave certain satisfaction to Hitler, who assured leading Nazis that it would render the United States harmless. 3 under this law. The waters around the British Isles and the entire European coast from Bergen to the Spanish border were closed to American ships. 4. These restrictions pleased the Führer, who decreed on December 30, 1939, that American crews were to be treated with the greatest consideration. In the same spirit, Admiral Raeder issued instructions that American ships were not to be pursued or sunk, in order that all difficulties which might result from trade war between the United States and Germany might be avoided at the very beginning. But this German policy of conciliation was sorely tried by incidents arising out of the establishment of a neutrality zone announced by the Panama Conference, October 3, 1939. This safety belt around the Americas south of Canada varied in width from 300 to 1,000 miles. Belligerents were warned to refrain from naval action within that area, but no armed forces were stationed along the safety belt to enforce this regulation. In order to conciliate America, the German Admiralty issued orders designed to prevent naval engagements within this safety belt. Point 7. When the Admiralty wished to recede from this position, Hitler refused to permit any change of orders. Point 8. Moreover, the Führer adhered to this conciliatory policy even when American vessels adopted a course that must have enraged him. In December 1939, the German liner Columbus left Veracruz and was closely trailed by the USS Tuscaloosa, which constantly broadcasted her position. This action compelled the Nazi captain to scuttle his ship some 450 miles east of Cape May 9. The same tactics were pursued by the USS Broome in trailing the Rhine, which also was scuttled by her captain. The freighter Adarwild was followed by the Broome until it was destroyed by HMS Diomede, November 1940, with the Broome standing by to watch the result of her pursuit. Point 1. The German government refrained from filing any protest at these actions. At a naval conference on March 18, Admiral Raeder was finally able to secure an important concession from the Führer. This took the form of a new blockade order, March 25, 1941, which not only included Iceland, but went as far as the waters of Greenland. The first naval incident in the North Atlantic would soon take place. The background for such an incident had been carefully filled in by President Roosevelt. In August 1940, he had sent Admiral Robert L. Gormley, Major General D.C. Emmons, and Major General George V. Strong to London for exploratory conversations concerning eventual armed cooperation with the British Commonwealth. After some months of conversations with important officers in the British Armed Services, Admiral Gormley, in October 1940, sent to Admiral Stark a full report on his mission. Stark, in turn, presented to Secretary Knox on November 12 a memorandum on national objectives. One of the most important items in this memorandum was the prevention of the disruption of the British Empire. In order to achieve this objective, in January 1941, a series of secret staff conversations began in Washington. 2 months later, March 27, 1941, the ABC-1 staff agreement was consummated, which envisaged a full-fledged war cooperation when and if Axis aggression forced the United States into the war. One of the sections of this agreement was aimed at creating an incident that would force the United States into the war. It contained the following explosive phraseology: owing to the threat to the sea communications of the United Kingdom. The principal task of the United States naval forces in the Atlantic will be the protection of shipping of the associated powers. In order to carry out this task, the Royal Navy hastened to give the United States Navy the benefit of its experience and of the new devices and methods for fighting submarines that had already been evolved. The responsibility now assumed by the United States Navy meant the organization of a force for escort of convoy. On February 1, 1941, this patrol force was given the new and appropriate designation of Atlantic Fleet, and its commander, Rear Admiral Ernest King, was promoted to the rank of Admiral and designated Commander-in-Chief Atlantic Fleet. 4. The first naval incident was almost at hand. On April 10, 1941, the destroyer Niblack, Lieutenant Commander E.R. Durgan, in the waters off Iceland, picked up 3 boatloads of survivors from a torpedoed Netherlands freighter. As the last men were being pulled aboard, the sound operator made contact on a submarine. The division commander D.L. Ryan immediately assumed that the submarine was approaching for an attack, so he ordered Mr. Durgan to drop some depth charges, which caused the submarine to retire. This was the first action between United States and German armed forces. Point 5. As the system of convoy escorts developed in accordance with Anglo-American plans, other incidents were bound to occur. On April 17, John O'Donnell, well-known newspaper commentator, published a statement that battlecraft of the American Navy and Coast Guard were giving armed escort to munition-laden British merchantmen leaving American ports. The President, through his secretary, Mr. Early, replied that American naval forces were merely on neutrality patrol in the Atlantic. He then charged that Mr. O'Donnell was guilty of a deliberate lie. On April 25, during a press conference, the President expressly denied that naval escorts were being provided for fleets carrying Lend-Lease goods, and he developed at great length the difference between patrolling and convoying. Point 7 a month later, May 27. In a national broadcast, he insisted that the delivery of war materiel to Britain was imperative, and then stated that he had extended our patrol in North and South Atlantic waters. It was evident to Senator Taft that the President's broadcast disclosed an intention on his part to push further and further toward war without consulting the people. His speech contains vague threats of aggressive, warlike action to be undertaken in his sole discretion. 2 weeks later, the Washington Post printed a story by two columnists, Alsop and Kintner, to the effect that more than a month earlier there had been an encounter between American and German vessels of war, and this had been followed by offensive operations on the part of an American destroyer. The columnists were making a specific reference to the Niblek incident, which had been kept very quiet by Navy authorities. Secretary Knox promptly denounced this story, but failed to confirm or explicitly deny it. Point 1. In further statements, he was purposely vague too. While these exercises in double talk were being carried on, the President was taking active measures to see that Greenland did not fall into German hands. On January 9, 1941, the Department of State issued a release indicating that an American consulate had been established at Godthab, and that provision had been made for the purchase in the United States of small arms for the Greenland Police. Point 3. These steps were followed by the signature, April 9, 1941, of an agreement authorizing the United States to occupy Greenland for defensive purposes. Inasmuch as the Danish minister in Washington, Henrik Kaufmann, had no authority to conclude such an agreement, he was recalled by the Nazi-controlled Danish Foreign Office. He preferred to remain in Washington and was recognized by Secretary Hull as the regularly accredited minister for, needless to say, from the viewpoint of international law, this whole transaction was legally indefensible. In the meantime, the Führer was showing a strong determination to adhere to his policy of keeping out of war with the United States. In May 1941, the German attitude was summed up at a meeting between Hitler and his naval advisors. Whereas up to now the situation confronting submarines and naval forces on operations was perfectly clear. Naval warfare in the North Atlantic is becoming increasingly complicated as the result of the measures taken by the USA. In order to help Britain, the American Neutrality Patrol, which was hitherto confined to the area within the American Neutrality Zone, has been reinforced and considerably extended toward the east to about 38 degrees whereway, i.e. as far as the middle of the Atlantic. The true character of the American Neutrality Patrol is shown by the fact that vessels on patrol have also been instructed to report by radio any battleships encountered. We have laid down the following rules for naval warfare in order to comply with German political aims with regard to the USA. No attack should be made on U.S. naval forces and merchant vessels. Prize regulations are not to be applied to U.S. merchant ships. Weapons are not to be used even if American vessels conduct themselves in a definitely unneutral manner. Weapons are to be used only if U.S. ships fire the first shot. As a result of these instructions and of the constant endeavors on the part of Germany not to react to provocation, incidents with the USA have been avoided up to the present time. It is unmistakable that the U.S. government is disappointed about this cautious attitude on the part of Germany. Since one of the most important factors in preparing the American people for entry into the war is thus eliminated, the U.S. is therefore continuing its attempt to obliterate more and more the boundary line between neutrality and belligerency and to stretch the short of war policy further by constantly introducing fresh measures contrary to international law. Point 6. The next naval incident involving German-American relations was the sinking of the American merchant ship, May 21, 1941, Robin Moore, New York to Cape Town by a German submarine. There was no visit or search, but the crew and passengers were allowed to take to open lifeboats, 7 as the sinking occurred, outside the blockade zone. It is evident that the submarine commander disregarded orders concerning American ships. Admiral Raeder immediately issued orders to prevent further incidents of this nature, and Hitler, after confirming these instructions, remarked that he wished to avoid any incident with the USA. On June 20, the President sent a message to Congress in which he bitterly criticized Germany as an international outlaw 9. He followed this message with another move in the direction of war. On July 7, he ordered American occupation of Iceland. 2 days later, Secretary Knox gave a statement to the press which implied that the American patrol force in the North Atlantic had the right to use its guns when the occasion arose. This occasion arose on September 4, 1941, when the destroyer Greer, bound for Iceland, was informed by a British plane that a submerged U-boat lay athwart her course some 10 miles ahead. The Greer at once laid a course for the reported submarine, and after having made sound contact with it, kept it on her bow for more than 3 hours. During this period, a British plane dropped 4 depth charges in the vicinity of the submarine without effect. Finally, the submarine commander grew tired of this game of hide and seek and launched a torpedo which the Greer was able to dodge. When the Greer counterattacked with depth charges, the submarine launched another torpedo which was avoided. When sound contact with the submarine could not be re-established, the Greer resumed course for Iceland 1-1. On September 11, the President gave a broadcast which presented a distorted version of the Greer incident. He conveniently forgot to tell that the initiative had been taken by the Greer. She, the Greer, was flying the American flag. Her identity as an American ship was unmistakable. She was then and there attacked by a submarine. Germany admits that it was a German submarine. We have sought no shooting war with Hitler. The aggression is not ours. Ours is solely defense. American vessels would now shoot at sight. In the face of this serious incident that clearly showed the aggressive character of American naval patrolling, Hitler maintained his policy of avoiding difficulties with the United States. On September 17, orders concerning American merchant vessels exempted them from attack, even when in convoy in all zones except that immediately surrounding the British Isles. In the Pan-American safety belt, no warlike acts were to be carried out on German initiative. 3. The American answer to these Pacific gestures was to authorize escort duty for American destroyers. It was arranged that an American escort group based on Argentia should take over from a Royal Canadian Navy escort at a designated place off Newfoundland and hand over the convoy to a Royal Navy escort at an agreed mid-ocean meeting place. Convoying was now an established practice, and it should be kept in mind that Secretary Knox, during the Lend-Lease hearings, had frankly admitted that he regarded convoying as an act of war. This de facto war in the Atlantic soon produced another incident. On October 16, 5 American destroyers rushed from Reykjavik, Iceland, to the help of a convoy that was being attacked by submarines. On the following day, while in the midst of the fighting, the destroyer Kearney was struck by a torpedo and slowly made its way back to Iceland Point 5. It had deliberately moved into the center of a pitched battle between German submarines and British and Canadian warships and had taken the consequences. It was not long before President Roosevelt gave to the American people a twisted account of the incident. On October 27, he recounted the happenings on October 16 and 17 and asserted that he had wished to avoid shooting. America had been attacked. The USS Kearney is not just a Navy ship, she belongs to every man, woman and child in this nation. Hitler's torpedo was directed at every American. In order to give additional overtones of villainy to his description of Nazi wickedness, he then stated that he had a secret map made in Germany which disclosed Hitler's plan to put all the continent of South America under his domination. But that was not all. He had in his possession another document made in Germany that revealed Hitler's intention, if he was victorious, to abolish all existing religions. It should be evident that the forward march of Hitlerism should be stopped. We are pledged to pull our own oar in the destruction of Hitlerism. The American Navy had been given orders to shoot on sight. The Nazi rattlesnakes of the sea would have to be destroyed. 6. This declaration of war was confirmed by the Reuben James incident on October 31. While the Reuben James was escorting a convoy to Iceland, some German submarines were encountered about 600 miles west of that island. The American destroyer was struck by a torpedo and rapidly sank. Only 45 out of a crew of about 160 were saved. When the news of the sinking of the Reuben James reached Germany, Hitler remarked, "President Roosevelt has ordered his ships to shoot the moment they sight German ships. I have ordered German ships not to shoot when they sight American vessels, but to defend themselves when attacked." On November 13, 1941, the directives for conduct of German warships when encountering American naval vessels remained pacific. Engagements with American naval or air forces are not to be sought deliberately, they are to be avoided as far as possible. If it is observed before a convoy is attacked that it is being escorted by American forces, the attack is not to be carried out. Germany was trying desperately to stay out of war with the United States. America's attitude was clearly stated by Sumner Welles at Arlington on November 11. Beyond the Atlantic, a sinister and pitiless conqueror has reduced more than half of Europe to abject serfdom. It is his boast that his system shall prevail even unto the ends of the earth. The American people, after full debate, have determined upon their policy. They are pledged to spare no effort and no sacrifice in bringing to pass the final defeat of Hitlerism and all that which that evil term implies. We cannot know, we cannot yet foresee how long and how hard the road may be which leads to that new day when another armistice will be signed. To the mind of Welles and to others in the White House group, it was obvious that America was really in the war. But the American people did not realize that momentous fact, nor did they know that they were pledged to spare no effort and no sacrifice in bringing to pass the final defeat of Hitlerism. It was easy for Mr. Welles to speak glibly of sacrifice. He had long enjoyed wealth and high social position. The word sacrifice had always been excluded from his dictionary. As the spokesman for the president, he was suddenly breaking to the American people the dread news that they had become involved in a war they had ardently wished to avoid. The war hawks of 1941 were never tired of sneering at the majority of Americans as benighted isolationists who had tried to build a Chinese wall around the United States and thus cut it off from all foreign contacts. They knew their sneers were patent lies. America had never been isolated from the social, economic, religious, and cultural forces that shaped the modern world. Thanks to its geographical position, it had escaped the recurring tides of conflict that had crumbled the walls of ancient civilizations and washed away the heritage men had earned through dauntless courage and high endeavor. Americans had been isolationists only against war and its evident evils, and their country had grown prosperous beyond the dreams of the founding fathers. But in 1915, President Wilson began to nurse the thought of sharing America's ideals and wealth with the rest of the world, and 2 years later he led us into a foreign war that he hoped would make the world safe for democracy. But this theme song turned sour in American ears when it led to the Great Parade of 1917, which ended for many men in the vast cemeteries in France. It gained new popularity after 1933, and with Roosevelt as maestro, the old macabre accents began to haunt every home. In 1941, his orchestra of death was anxiously waiting for the signal to begin the new symphony. He had hoped for a German motif, but Hitler had refused to assist with a few opening martial notes. Perhaps some Japanese statesman would prove more accommodating. At any rate, after the Reuben Fames incident had fallen flat, he turned his eyes towards the Orient and sought new inspiration from the inscrutable East. He found it at Pearl Harbor when Japanese planes sounded the first awesome notes in a chorus of war that is still vibrating throughout the world. The story of how the first notes in the script of that chorus were written in by President Roosevelt is told in the next chapter. XXV, Japan is maneuvered into firing the first shot at Pearl Harbor. When the president perceived that Hitler would not furnish the pretext for a war with Germany, he turned to the Far East and increased his pressure upon Japan. The path to Pearl Harbor had already been pointed out by Mr. Hornbeck in February 1939. After discussing how the American government had tried to restrain the Japanese advance in North China by moral and economic opposition, he stated his belief that in the long run the situation would so develop that military opposition by this country will have to be offered. But Herbert Feiss, the advisor on international economic affairs, still favored economic pressure, so on July 26, 1939, Secretary Hull sent a note to Ambassador Horinucci informing him that the Treaty of February 21, 1911 would terminate on January 26, 1940. The way was thus prepared for an all-out economic offensive against Japan. But before this could be launched, several incidents arose which further disturbed the course of Japanese-American relations. Japanese bombings of Chungking. On July 10, the American chargé d'affaires in Tokyo called on the Minister of Foreign Affairs and made the strongest possible representation with regard to the recent bombings at Chungking. Mr. Arita said that he was distressed to learn that Ambassador Johnson and his staff had been put in jeopardy, but it was impossible for him to promise that the bombing of Chungking would cease. Attack from the air was an important phase of the military operations in that area. On this same day, the President informed Secretary Hull that he desired to receive, without delay, a statement from the Japanese government in regard to the matter. On July 20, the Japanese ambassador had a conference with Secretary Hull. When the ambassador explained that military necessities dictated the bombings, Hull sharply rebuffed him by remarking that if the bombings continued, something very serious was liable to happen. When the ambassador murmured that he hoped the American government would urge its nationals to keep away from places of danger, Hull acidly replied that the United States did not concede the right of any other outside country to a monopoly of highways or streets or other localities in China. B. The Tientsin affair. It was soon apparent that the Department of State was adopting a far more aggressive attitude towards Japan than was the British Foreign Office. This fact was given a convincing demonstration in the Tientsin affair. During the World War, the Chinese liquidated the Austrian and German concessions in this city, and in 1920 the Russian concession was taken over. British investment in its concession in Tientsin was estimated at $46 million. French investment in the French concession was considerably less. In the British concession, banks held silver to the value of $50 million in the name of the Chinese nationalist government. When they refused to turn this over to Japanese authorities, reprisals were ordered against the British and French concessions. Barricades and wire entanglements were erected around them, and they were subjected to a rigorous blockade. As a result of this pressure, Sir Robert Craigie, the British ambassador in Tokyo, consented to sign a far-reaching agreement, the Craigie-Arita Agreement, on July 21. Under the terms of this formula, the British government fully recognized that as long as large-scale military operations were in progress in China, the Japanese forces there would insist upon special requirements for the purpose of safeguarding their own security and maintaining public order in the regions under their control, and that they have to suppress or remove any such acts or causes as will obstruct them or benefit their enemy. The Department of State had no intention of following the British policy of appeasement. Although the Japanese had been unusually conciliatory towards the Americans and had given assurances that their goods would be permitted to move through the embargoes around the British and French concessions, the Department of State was disposed to challenge the Japanese program in Tientsin. Its attitude was reflected in a memorandum prepared in the Division of Far Eastern Affairs. If Great Britain should give way at Tientsin and substantially meet Japanese demands there, that surrender would signal to Japan Great Britain's vulnerability to further demands and would be the beginning of abandonment by the powers of the national government of China if Great Britain and France were driven through pressure. To close the French Indochina and Burman routes, the United States would be unable, in defense of its own interests, to afford China any further material assistance in the latter's resistance to Japanese aggression. If the United States does not make an effort at this point, the assistance of Great Britain and France may well be lost to any later efforts that developments may require the United States to make. The outbreak of World War II eliminated any possibility that either Britain or France could give any real assistance to the United States in the Far East. It also occasioned a careful survey by the Japanese of the impact of the war upon its program. The Nazi-Soviet pact had deeply disturbed Japanese statesmen who had welcomed ties with Germany as one means of blunting any Soviet thrust in the Far East. The international situation had to be restudied, and a policy of caution was an imperative. From the American embassy in Tokyo came a report that the immediate effects of a European war should bring about a sharp increase in the demand for American goods, particularly cotton, wood pulp, machinery and other industrial equipment, non-ferrous metals, iron and steel and chemicals. Without these imports from America, Japan's industrial expansion program would completely break down. America would have to be conciliated. Si Chiang Kai-shek asks that Roosevelt mediated in Sino-Japanese War. while European statesmen were having a case of war jitters. Chiang Kai-shek suddenly asked for Roosevelt mediation in the Sino-Japanese War. On September 1, the Chinese ambassador in Paris called on Bullitt and gave him the substance of some long telegrams he had received from Chiang Kai-shek. The Generalissimo hoped that President Roosevelt could take action immediately to put an end to the war between China and Japan. He did not want the public to know that this initiative had come from him. It should appear as a purely American initiative. With regard to the Soviet Union, the Generalissimo wanted the President to realize that he, the Generalissimo, retained absolute freedom of action. He had no pacts with the Soviet Union binding him in any way. There was need to take action before Japan established a so-called Chinese government under Wang Qingwei. It would be best to have Britain and France associated in this move towards mediation. The President was aware of the difficulties of proposing mediation at that time, and any inclination he might have had was checked by the news from China. After the outbreak of war in Europe, Britain was anxious to remove her troops from the Far East. To accelerate this movement, Japan addressed a note to Britain and France pointing to the importance of this action. This step was resented by Secretary Hull, who frankly informed the Japanese ambassador he regarded the move as an indication that Japan was anxious to push the Western powers out of China. The British Foreign Office welcomed these stern words to Japan, but doubt was expressed that any real support would be given to British interests in the Tientsin concession where it was greatly needed. It would probably be expedient to remove British troops, and thus avoid a clash with Japanese forces. In France, the Foreign Office had been fearful that the Soviet Union might send bombing planes to assist the German army in attacking France. They desired therefore to placate Japan, even though this might injure China. This appeasement policy on the part of France would soon be put into effect. The President's attitude towards Japan becomes increasingly belligerent. While Britain and France were making plans to appease Japan, President Roosevelt was giving extended consideration to a program of pressure upon that country. He knew from the dispatches from Tokyo that Japan would be increasingly dependent upon imports of certain basic commodities from the United States. The time had arrived when he could use to advantage this economic club. In his talks with the President in September 1939, Ambassador Grew had stressed the fact that sanctions against Japan might lead to war. If an embargo were placed upon American oil exports to Japan, the result could well be a Japanese thrust in the direction of the Netherlands East Indies in order to control the rich petroleum resources of Borneo. The President's answer to these fears indicated that he was thinking in terms of war with Japan. We could easily intercept her fleet. But Grew wished to prevent rather than provoke war with Japan. While the President was uttering this belligerent bombast, Grew was confiding to his diary that Secretary Hull should offer the Japanese a modus vivendi and then commence negotiations for a new commercial treaty. In Japan, the Shidehara policy of conciliation has existed. It can exist again. To Grew, the Japanese program, with its insistence upon strategic protection against a future attack by Soviet Russia, did not appear too unreasonable. If America wished to change this program, it should not try to do so through the employment of sanctions. There must be no tone of threat in our attitude. It is evident that Grew did not appreciate the fact that the President's dislike of Japan had gone very deep and spread very far. He was inclined to discount all Japanese gestures for an understanding. In Japan, Grew had some friendly talks with the foreign minister, who gave repeated assurances that the Japanese forces in China have not the slightest intention to drive out American interests, and that they have the strictest orders to the contrary. Measures were being taken to facilitate American commerce. Indeed, certain positive measures were being taken in line with the valuable suggestions which Grew had recently made. These Japanese gestures of conciliation were answered by a White House press release, which called for a moral embargo upon the shipment to Japan of airplanes, aeronautical equipment, and materials essential to airplane manufacture. Japan was being penalized for her bombing operations in China. To make these penalties more effective, a press release was issued by the Department of State on December 20, containing the significant statement that national interest suggests that for the time being there should be no further delivery to certain countries of plans, plants, manufacturing rights, or technical information required for the production of high-quality aviation gas. These measures were merely the prelude to a subsequent program of economic pressure upon Japan. Senator Pittman had introduced a resolution which authorized the president to forbid the export of specified war material whenever he found that any signatory of the Nine-Power Treaty was endangering the lives of American citizens or depriving them of their lawful rights. But the Department of State was not ready to push this legislation. A new ministry was about to take office in Japan, and it would be given an opportunity to show its hand. On January 17, the newly appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs, Orita, issued a statement which spoke of the efforts he would make to normalize relations with the United States. He was referring particularly to the fact that treaty relations with the United States would expire on January 26. After that date, there would be no legal barrier to legislation or to presidential proclamations imposing severe restrictions upon exports to Japan. Japan establishes a new central government in China. Japan's program for expansion in China made it impossible to normalize relations with the United States. On March 15, 1940, the Japanese Prime Minister issued a statement which called for the creation of a new international relationship between Japan, Manchukuo, and China. This would necessitate the establishment of a new central government of China to be headed by Wang Qingwei. On March 30 at Nanking, this puppet government was formally proclaimed. It was immediately noted, however, that the three important northern provinces of Hebei, Shanxi, and Shantung, including such key cities as Peiping, Tientsin, and Tsingtao, were not placed under the control of the Wang regime. Secretary Hull's answer to this Japanese action was immediate and forceful. The government of the United States has ample reason for believing that the government of Chiang Kai-shek, with capital now at Chongqing, has had and still has the allegiance and support of the great majority of the Chinese people. The government of the United States, of course, continues to recognize that government as the government of China. The language of the Department of State was significantly different from that employed by Sir Robert Craigie, the British ambassador in Tokyo. On March 28, Craigie delivered an address to the Japanese-British Society in which the note of conciliation was strongly accented. He believed that Britain and Japan were striving for the same objective, namely a lasting peace and the preservation of our institutions from extraneous subversive influences. This friendly gesture towards Japan was favorably regarded by the London Times, which spoke of the proposed establishment of the Wang regime as an offer of peace to the Chinese people. Japan compels both Britain and France to adopt a policy of appeasement. The British Foreign Office quickly changed its tune when the Japanese Foreign Minister Arita announced on April 15 that the economic ties that bound Japan to the Netherlands East Indies were particularly important. For that reason, the government of Japan could not but be deeply concerned over any development accompanying the aggravation of the war in Europe that may affect the status quo of the Netherlands Indies. The Netherlands minister in Washington, Dr. Loudon, immediately issued a statement that his government would resist any preventive protection of its colonial possessions. Secretary Hull was equally quick to announce the attitude of the Department of State. Intervention in the domestic affairs of the Netherlands Indies, or any alteration of their status quo by other than peaceful processes, would be prejudicial to the cause of stability, peace and security not only in the region of the Netherlands Indies but in the entire Pacific area. He then alluded to the provisions of the Root-Takahira Agreement of 1908 and the Four-Power Treaty of 1921, with reference to the maintenance of the existing status quo in the region of the Pacific Ocean. President Roosevelt was about to leave for a vacation at Warm Springs, Georgia. When the Hull statement was given to the press, he remarked that the Secretary of State had spoken right to the point, and then significantly added, "I'll be right back if another country is invaded." Japan did not take this threat very seriously, and immediately inaugurated a policy of pressure upon France. On June 17, the Japanese government presented to the Petain regime a series of demands which were aimed at stopping all shipments of supplies to Chongqing through Indochina. 3 days later, these demands were complied with, and the government of Chiang Kai-shek received a severe setback. On June 19, another Japanese victory was recorded. For a year, pressure had been applied to British and French banks in Tientsin to compel them to turn over to Japanese authorities a large amount of silver that belonged to the nationalist government of China. These banks finally yielded to Japanese demands and also agreed to permit Japanese-sponsored paper currency to circulate in the British and French concessions. The British Foreign Office resented this Japanese pressure and on June 10 made inquiries through Lord Lothian as to the possibility of Anglo-American fleet movements in the Atlantic and Pacific. When Hull gave a negative answer, Lothian, accompanied by the Australian minister, pointedly asked Hull on June 27 whether Japan should be opposed or appeased. A stringent economic embargo could be imposed upon Japan and warships could be sent to Singapore as a demonstration of naval unity. These measures might compel the Japanese government to adopt a less aggressive policy. If appeasement appealed to the Department of State, Britain was ready to make further concessions on June 28. Hull vetoed the idea of an embargo and refused to consider the dispatch of any American warships to Singapore. He was equally opposed to a policy of appeasement. It would be best to let things drift along and let Japan take the initiative. Japan was not backward in this regard. After securing from France an agreement to stop the shipments of war material to Chiang Kai-shek through Indochina, the Japanese government persuaded Britain July 17 to close the Burma Road for a period of 3 months. Munitions of war, gasoline, motor trucks, and railway materials could no longer reach China by this route. Secretary Hull, although he had refused to make any promise of support to Britain, announced that the United States had a legitimate interest in keeping open the arteries of commerce in every part of the world. The closing of the roads to China through Burma and Indochina had been unwarranted interpositions of obstacles to world trade. The President orders a cautious economic offensive against Japan. While Secretary Hull was following a policy of watchful waiting, the President favored more forceful measures. Under the recently enacted National Defense Act, authority was granted for a rigid control over exports from the United States. Secretary Morgenthau was eager to have the Treasury Department take over this job of export control, while Secretary Hull was exceedingly anxious that the task be given to another department. He was fearful that Morgenthau's crusading fervor against the dictatorships might lead to a clash in the Pacific. The President finally decided to appoint a single administrator of export control who would be directly under White House supervision. Actually, the control of policy and the issuance of licenses remained in State Department hands. The basic differences of opinion between the State and Treasury Departments were highlighted by what occurred the last week in July 1940. On the evening of July 18, Secretaries Stimson, Knox, and Morgenthau dined with Lord Lothian and the Australian minister. After the conversation had centered upon the impact of an oil embargo upon Japan, Lothian suddenly suggested that it might be possible for Britain to arrange for the destruction of the oil wells in the Dutch East Indies. If these two sources of supply were cut off from Japan, her war machine would come to an abrupt stop. When this matter was discussed at the White House, the President seemed deeply interested in this program of pressure, but Sumner Welles promptly asserted that an embargo against Japan would lead to a Japanese attack upon British or Dutch colonial possessions. This viewpoint was sharply challenged by Knox, Morgenthau, and Stimson, who advised bold measures to curb Japan. Morgenthau, realizing that he spoke to the President's nature and inclination, drew up a proclamation that placed the export of all kinds of oil and all scrap metals under control. This was signed by the President, who sent it to Welles for counter-signature. Under the excited insistence of Welles, the President discarded the proclamation he had signed and substituted one that dealt only with aviation motor fuel and lubricants and number 1 heavy melting iron and steel scrap. The Japanese embassy, seeing the newspaper accounts that spoke of total embargo upon oil and scrap metals, hurriedly made inquiries at the Department of State. Welles gave comforting reassurances as to the real scope of the President's proclamation and asserted that the action was not aimed at any particular country. The Japanese government assailed this position in 3 long diplomatic notes, but Welles, with his tongue in his cheek, held his ground. Lord Lothian, fearing that Roosevelt had tipped his hand, counselled greater prudence in the future, and this advice was strongly seconded by the Dutch representative. This policy of prudence, however, received a sharp and unexpected attack from Ambassador Grew. He had long been opposed to sanctions against Japan because he believed they would be the prelude to war. But in a long dispatch of September 12, 1940, he reversed his opinions. If we conceive it to be in our interest to support the British Empire in this hour of her travail, and I most emphatically do so, conceive it, we must strive by every means to preserve the status quo in the Pacific at least until the European war has been won or lost. In my opinion, this cannot be done by merely registering disapproval and keeping a careful record thereof. Until such time as there is a complete regeneration of thought in this country, Japan, a show of force, together with a determination to employ it if need be, can alone contribute effectively to the achievement of such an outcome and to our own future security. This dispatch from Gru confirmed the President's desire to exert more economic pressure upon Japan. The Japanese thrust southward gave him increasing concern. On September 23, Japanese soldiers moved into Indochina and soon took over Tonkin province. When this news reached the White House, together with reports that Japan was about to conclude an alliance with Germany, it was decided to place an embargo upon the shipment of all grades of iron and steel scrap to Japan. This was a step Japanese statesmen had anticipated by building up a large stockpile for immediate needs. The President's action was a challenge instead of a bombshell. Japan concludes an alliance with the Rome-Berlin axis. The alliance with the Rome-Berlin axis was long in the making. The most important Japanese promoter of this agreement was General Hiroshi Oshima, the Japanese military attaché and subsequently the ambassador in Berlin. He and Ribbentrop were particularly intimate. In the summer of 1938, during the Sudeten crisis, Ribbentrop inquired if Japan would be willing to sign a treaty aimed at all the potential enemies of the proposed Rome-Berlin-Tokyo triangle. Tokyo rejected this proposal 36, and in February 1939, Prince Ito was sent to Berlin to acquaint Ribbentrop with the decision that Japan wished to limit the proposed treaty to action against Russia alone. In April 1939, Ribbentrop redoubled his efforts to reach an intimate accord with Japan. He insisted that such an arrangement would be a warning to Washington to remain neutral in the event of an outbreak of war in Europe, but Japan remained cold to these suggestions. 38, and after the signature of the Nazi-Soviet treaty in August 1939, this frigidity definitely increased. But Ribbentrop never lost hope that he could induce Japan to enter into closer political relations with Germany, and through the agency of the IG Farben Chemical Trust, large sums of money were spent in Japan for propaganda purposes. On June 12, 1940, Ambassador Ott reported that he was still endeavoring to stir up Japanese ill feeling against America by influencing the press and leading political personalities. On July 8, Naotake Sato arrived in Berlin for a conference with Ribbentrop. He remarked that Japan had drawn the attention of the United States to herself since the beginning of the Chinese War, and that she tied up the American fleet in the Pacific Ocean. When the Nazi foreign minister inquired as to the fundamental differences between Japan and the United States, Sato pointed to the Nine-Power Pact. It seemed evident to Ribbentrop that Japan could soon be brought into intimate association with the Rome-Berlin axis. On July 12, a conference was held in Tokyo between representatives of the Ministries of War, Navy, and Foreign Affairs, with reference to the signature of a tripartite pact. In order to hasten their decision, Heinrich Stahmer hurried to Tokyo. The conversations between Stahmer and Matsuoka began on September 9, with Stahmer always emphasizing the fact that Germany's prime purpose in seeking the alliance with Japan was to keep America out of the war. By September 16, the opposition in Japan had been largely silenced, and on September 27 the pact was signed with great pomp in Berlin. Article 3 was phrased in language that pointed straight at the United States. Japan, Germany, and Italy undertake to assist one another with all political, economic, and military means when one of the three contracting parties is attacked by a power at present not involved in the European war or in the Sino-Japanese conflict. There is evidence to show that Japan extracted from Stahmer a secret oral understanding that she retained for herself the right to decide whether the casus foederis existed in any situation that might arise. There is further evidence to indicate that Japan signed the tripartite pact primarily to deter the United States from entering. In the instructions from the Japanese Foreign Minister to Admiral Nomura on October 8, 1941, it was repeatedly stated that one of the reasons why Japan entered into the alliance with Germany and Italy was to maintain amicable relations with America. Matsuoka made a similar statement to Masuo Kato in 1941. 48 in September 1940. It was difficult for the Department of State to appreciate this viewpoint. America draws closer to Britain, to the Roosevelt administration, it seemed obvious that the new Rome Berlin-Tokyo axis was a design for war. In order to sound a note of defiance to this menacing political alignment, the President on October 12 boldly declared that the Americas will not be scared or threatened into the ways the dictators want us to follow. No combination of dictator countries of Europe and Asia will stop the help we are giving to almost the last free people fighting to hold them at bay. In order to implement these bold words, the President had already instructed the Department of Agriculture to cease paying subsidies for wheat exports to the Far East, since much of this grain was being purchased by Japan. At the same time, Prime Minister Churchill announced in the House of Commons that the Burma Road would be opened on October 8th. Throughout November and December 1940, Lord Lothian continued to push for joint talks and joint action in the Far East. The conference between Secretary Hull and the British ambassador on November 25 was typical. The British ambassador came in at his request. Having just returned from London, he referred to the Far Eastern situation with apprehension, saying that he believed the Japanese were likely soon to attack Singapore. The main point the ambassador raised was that there should be conferences between the naval experts of our two governments with respect to what each would or might do in case of military outbreaks on the part of Japan. Hull said that, of course, there could be no agreement entered into in this respect, but there should undoubtedly be collaboration with the view of making known to each other any and all information practicable in regard to what both might have in mind to do, and when and where, in case of a military movement by Japan in the south or in some other direction. The ambassador said that the information he had gathered in London was that while our naval attaché, Admiral Gormley, was a good man, he consistently declined to discuss possible future plans on the ground that he had absolutely no authority. He said he hoped there would be discussion between his and our high naval officials with respect to all phases of the Pacific situation. We have already seen how these conversations between Hull and Lord Lothian resulted in the joint staff conferences that began in Washington in the last week of January 1941. These conferences paralleled a drive to put into effect an embargo upon exports to Japan. On December 10, the White House issued a statement announcing that after December 30 new licensing restrictions would apply to exports of iron ore, pig iron, ferroalloys, and certain iron and steel manufactures and semi-manufactures. On December 20, restrictions were placed upon the export of bromine, ethylene, abrasives, hydraulic pumps, and equipment for the production of aviation lubricating oil. 3 weeks later, January 10, 1941, this economic offensive shifted to restrictions upon the export of copper, brass, zinc, nickel, and potash. These proclamations were followed by a series of others that seemed to touch everything from radium to kip skins, that is, everything but oil. J. Matsuoka and Prince Konoya are willing to sacrifice Japan's position in China for the cause of peace. While the President was preparing this new economic offensive against Japan, Matsuoka was prepared to sacrifice Japan's position in China for the cause of peace. In November 1940, Matsuoka asked Bishop James E. Walsh, Superior General of the Catholic Foreign Mission Society of Maryknoll, New York, and Father J.M. Drought of the same order to undertake a special mission to Washington in order to impress upon the President the fact that the Japanese government wished to negotiate a peace agreement, an agreement to nullify their participation in the Axis Pact, a guarantee to recall all military forces from China and to restore to China its geographical and political integrity. Other conditions bearing upon the relations of Japan and the United States were to be explored and agreed upon in the conversations that it was hoped would ensue. Bishop Walsh and Father Drought then had a conference with General Muto, the director of the Central Bureau of Military Affairs, who assured them that he and his associates in the Japanese army were in accord with the efforts to reach a peace agreement. Bishop Walsh and Father Drought hurried to Washington, where, on January 23, 1941, they placed the whole matter before President Roosevelt and Secretary Hull during a long conference of more than 2 hours. They were told that the matter would be taken under advisement, and thus ended an anxious effort on the part of the Japanese government to find a path to peace, even though this path led to a renunciation of Japan's objectives in China and a tremendous loss of face. It seems quite possible that the Far Eastern Military Tribunal brought to trial the wrong persons. It might have been better if the tribunal had held its sessions in Washington. K. An informal negotiation looking towards an improvement in Japanese-American relations. Just before Bishop Walsh and Father Drought placed their peace proposal before the President, an informal Japanese peace delegation began some fruitless conversations with officials in the Department of State. This delegation was headed by S. Hashimoto, once a member of the Amur Society and more recently connected with Shiun So, the Purple Cloud Society. Mr. Hashimoto was devoted to the cause of peaceful relations between the United States and Japan, and he had connections with important members of the Japanese government. In lengthy conversations with Mr. Hornbeck, Mr. Hamilton, and Mr. Ballantine 57, he explored every phase of the difficulties between Japan and the United States. To Mr. Hashimoto, it appeared obvious that the best way to improve Japanese-American relations was for the Department of State to convince Prince Konoye of the desirability of pursuing a new course. If America would help to secure for Japan an open door to trade in the colonial possessions of various countries throughout the world, Prince Konoye might have the courage of his real convictions. This friendly gesture would be of enormous value. Mr. Hornbeck had no use for friendly gestures towards Japan. Japan should be chided, not conciliated. His answer to Hashimoto's plea for new efforts towards a friendly understanding was a gruff negative. It is Japan, not the United States, that has been the aggressor. Japan, not the United States, has disregarded law, violated treaties, killed and injured persons, created fear, destroyed property, discriminated, necessitated evacuations, piled up armaments, seized territory, and threatened to seize more, etc. It is Japan, not the United States, that has made threats and talked of war. La blueprint for Anglo-American cooperation, while informal negotiations looking towards an improvement in Japanese-American relations were reaching an impasse, the formal joint staff conferences between the American delegation and representatives of Britain, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand finally resulted in the ABC-1 staff agreement. During the sessions, the British had ardently argued that the defense of Singapore was so essential that the United States should be willing to divide the Pacific Fleet for that purpose. This proposal was rejected by the American delegation. In the ABC-1 staff agreement, in the event of American intervention in the war, the main task assigned to the American fleet was a defensive one, the protection of our island possessions. But it was also to undertake diversions in the direction of the Marshall and Caroline Islands, and to attack Japanese communications and shipping. The plan, therefore, provided for connected but not joint naval operations. After an extended consideration of all the factors involved, the plan was endorsed by the Secretaries of the Navy and War. The President gave it no explicit approval. It was soon apparent, however, that American military plans were profoundly affected by it. The changes made in them were far more than mere technical details. They indicated a close community of thought between important representatives of America and Britain. There were additional bonds drawing the two countries closer together, and all their dangerous implications were not lost upon the President. A blueprint had been drawn for Anglo-American cooperation. It would be implemented as soon as the chief executive could find a pretext for doing so. Japan seeks peace, not war, with the United States as Hitler moved towards war with Russia. He began to think more and more of Japanese assistance in this projected struggle with the Soviets. During a conference with his military leaders on January 8 and 9, 1941, Stalin was denounced as a cold-blooded blackmailer who would, if he found it expedient to do so, repudiate any written treaty at any time. In any contest with Russia, Germany could receive vital help from Japan. Japanese assistance against Britain was equally important. When General Oshima returned to Germany in 1941, he hurried to Fusel to see his old friend Ribbentrop. The Nazi foreign minister had a great deal to say. Japan, in its own interest, should enter the war as soon as possible. This intervention would destroy England's key position in the Far East. It was also bound to keep America out of the war. On March 3, Ribbentrop renewed his pressure upon Oshima in favor of an early entry into the war by Japan. He again advised that no action be taken against the United States. 2 days later, March 5, Hitler issued a secret order to the German armed forces which summarized the Ribbentrop viewpoint. It must be the aim of the collaboration based on the Three-Power Pact to induce Japan as soon as possible to take active measures in the Far East. Strong British forces will thereby be tied down, and the center of gravity of the interest of the United States of America will be diverted to the Pacific. The common aim of the conduct of the war is to be stressed as forcing England to the ground quickly and thereby keeping the United States out of war. On March 26, Matsuoka, now serving as the Japanese foreign minister, arrived in Berlin. On the following day, Ribbentrop plied him with the usual arguments. It would be very advantageous if Japan would decide as soon as possible to take an active part in the war upon England. Japanese intervention would be most likely to keep America out of the war. When Matsuoka was taken into the presence of Hitler, he heard a repetition of Ribbentrop's remarks, but he refused to commit himself. On March 28, Ribbentrop continued the conversations with Matsuoka, and the war in the Pacific was discussed from all angles. Finally, the Japanese foreign minister bluntly inquired about the attitude of Germany towards America after Britain was defeated. Ribbentrop quickly answered that Germany did not have the slightest interest in a war against the United States. Matsuoka closed the conference with the expression of a wish that America might be converted to our way of thinking. Matsuoka moved from Berlin to Moscow, where on April 13 he signed with Molotov a neutrality pact. It is possible that Hitler welcomed this pact as a part of his scheme to lull Russian suspicions with reference to the approaching Nazi Offensive 65. But it is certain that it aroused apprehensions in many minds in Berlin. Then Admiral Nomura strives to improve Japanese-American relations. The appointment of Admiral Nomura as ambassador to the United States was another friendly gesture on the part of the Japanese government. The new ambassador had been the naval attaché in Washington during the World War, where he formed a friendly acquaintance with Franklin D. Roosevelt, then serving as the Assistant Secretary of the Navy. He had also been a member of the Japanese delegation to the Washington Disarmament Conference 1921 to 1922. His reception at the White House February 14 was cordial, but the president frankly referred to the fact that relations between Japan and the United States were steadily deteriorating. At the State Department, he discovered a studied policy of coolness toward the Japanese. On March 8, Hull and Nomura had their first conversation on Japanese-American relations. Subsequently, they met more than 40 times in vain endeavors to find some firm ground on which to build a new structure of friendship. Hitler viewed these negotiations with frank alarm. As Ribbentrop later remarked, the Führer saw the attitude of the United States short of war, and he was worried about groups in Japan who wanted to come to an arrangement with America. He was afraid that if an arrangement would be made between the United States and Japan, this would mean, so to speak, the back free for America, and the expected attack or entry into the war by the United States would come quick. Ribbentrop, in the spring of 1941, exerted strong pressure upon the German ambassador in Tokyo with reference to the Hull-Nomura talks. Japan should insist upon the abandonment of unneutral policies on the part of the United States. The ambassador, in turn, emphasized to the Japanese Foreign Office the importance of being firm with the United States. That was the only way to keep America neutral. Matsuoka advises a policy of delay. In the spring of 1941, before he left for Berlin, Matsuoka wrote to Thomas Lamont a passionate plea for the promotion of better understanding between Japan and the United States. When he reached Rome, en route to Berlin, he received a message from the Japanese embassy in Washington that a specially chartered airplane was waiting for him at Lisbon to take him to America for a confidential meeting with the president. This had been arranged by Roy Howard, Matsuoka's intimate friend, but Matsuoka would first have to go to Berlin and Moscow to complete the important items in his program. In Moscow, he talked freely with Ambassador Steinhardt in an effort to prepare the way for conversations in Washington. When he arrived in Dairen on April 21, he received a call from Konoye, who asked him to fly at once to Tokyo. He returned to the capital to find an American proposal that Nomura had just cabled from Washington. At this point, according to the story as related by Toshikazu Kase, Matsuoka found that negotiations in Washington were being conducted on the basis of a series of informal conversations between two American Catholic priests and an ex-official of the Japanese Treasury Department whose integrity was rather dubious. For this reason, Matsuoka asked for a halt in the negotiations. As a matter of fact, Mr. Casey is badly confused in this matter of the negotiations. As the deposition of Bishop Walsh clearly shows, Matsuoka himself asked Bishop Walsh and Father Drought to go on a special mission to Washington, and their program was worked out in a series of conferences among Foreign Office officials General Muto and Prince Konoye. It is certainly incorrect to state that this mission had been inaugurated without the knowledge of the foreign minister. P. Secretary Hull and Ambassador Nomura search in vain for a formula of peace during the spring and summer of 1941. Through more than 40 conversations between Hull and Nomura, the search for a formula of peace was carried on in vain. The story of these negotiations is told in great detail in the memoirs of Prince Konoye 75 and in the documents published by the Department of State. The Japanese government was willing to give two important pledges: to use only peaceful measures in the Southwest Pacific, to go to the support of Germany only in the event she was the object of aggression. In return for these pledges, Japan wished America, 1. to restore normal trade relations between the two countries, to assist Japan to secure access to basic raw materials in the Southwest Pacific area, to exert pressure upon Chiang Kai-shek so that he would consent to certain peace terms. If Chiang refused to yield to this pressure, the American government would withdraw support from his regime, and finally, to lend friendly diplomatic assistance aimed at the removal of Hong Kong and Singapore as doorways to further political encroachment by the British in the Far East. Secretary Hull countered with a memorandum emphasizing the following points: respect for the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of each and all nations, support of the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries, support of the principle of equality, including equality of commercial opportunity, non-disturbance of the status quo in the Pacific, except as the status quo may be altered by peaceful means. The discussion of these bases for a friendly accord was not helped by occasional verbal pyrotechnics on the part of Matsuoka. On May 14, he had a conversation with Ambassador Grew, during the course of which he sharply criticized the attitude of the United States towards Germany. American attacks upon German submarines might bring into action Article 3 of the Tripartite Pact of September 27, 1940. This conversation was the subject of comment by Sumner Welles during a conference with the British ambassador. Lord Halifax inquired as to the progress of the Hull-Nomura talks. Was there any chance that they would have a successful outcome? Wells thought that the chances might not be better than 1 in 10. He then handed to Halifax a copy of a letter Matsuoka wrote to Grew immediately after their conversation on May 14. It was written in such a rambling style that Halifax thought it bore evidence of lunacy. Wells shared this impression, but finally came to the conclusion that it might be due to the fact that Mr. Matsuoka was understood to be drinking extremely heavily at this time, and the mental state apparent in the writing of this letter might be momentary rather than permanent. It is obvious that Matsuoka's belligerent state of mind was a result of the pressure from Berlin. Hitler would soon launch his attack upon Russia, and he was particularly anxious that America remain neutral. But this Japanese threat failed to restrain Roosevelt. On June 20, an announcement was made in Washington that no more oil would be exported from American eastern ports, including the Gulf of Mexico, except to the British Empire and the Western Hemisphere. 2 days later, Hitler's armies crossed the Russian frontier and the German offensive began to roll. When the news reached Tokyo, Matsuoka rushed to the emperor and vehemently argued that Japan should support Germany by immediately attacking Russia. He readily admitted that his program implied possible war with the United States. Although Konoye wished to apply a brake to the forward tactics of Matsuoka, the Japanese army leaders were restive, and liaison conferences on June 25 and July 2 mapped a new and dangerous program. Japan should not rush into a conflict with the Soviets. The Tripartite Pact should not be abandoned. Japan should move south into Indochina. Knowledge of this decision reached Washington during the first week in July. The Japanese Code had been broken, and from July to December 1941, the President and the Secretary of State could read the instructions from the Japanese Foreign Office to Ambassador Nomura. The projected Japanese drive to the south was soon familiar in all its details. Q. Matsuoka is dropped, but Roosevelt grows more belligerent. Prince Konoye reluctantly accepted the decisions of the liaison conferences, but he was determined not to endure the constant arguments of Matsuoka for a bolder policy towards the United States. During the new liaison conferences of July 10 and 12, Matsuoka led a bitter attack upon the United States and even asked for a termination of the Hull-Nomura conversations, but the Army and Navy representatives in the conference were strongly in favor of the continuation of the talks. So Matsuoka's proposal was quickly defeated. It was evident that the foreign minister was quite unpopular with his colleagues, who decided to get rid of him by indirection. On July 16, the whole cabinet resigned. Konoye was then asked to form a new cabinet, and when it was organized, Admiral Toyoda was given the post of foreign minister. This significant cabinet change made little impression upon the president and several of his advisors who had been pushing for sanctions against Japan. One of the most active of these was Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson. As early as December 16, 1940, he confided to his diary that eventually America would be drawn into the war. During the spring and summer of 1941, he was constantly pressing the president to take stronger measures against the Germans. Some of the instructions sent by Tokyo to Nomura strengthened the Stimson Council. These intercepted messages were placed before the president and influenced his decisions. On July 14, a particularly important message was decoded. It clearly outlined Japanese objectives. The immediate object of our occupation of French Indochina will be to achieve our purposes there. Secondly, its purpose is, when the international situation is suitable, to launch therefrom a rapid attack in the main through the activities of our air arm. We will once and for all crush Anglo-American military power and their ability to assist in any schemes against us. A week later, the Foreign Office sent an ominous instruction to Ambassador Nomura. Should the US take steps at this time which would unduly excite Japan, such as the freezing of assets, an exceedingly critical situation may be created. Please advise the United States of this fact and attempt to bring about an improvement in the situation. The very step that the Japanese Foreign Office greatly feared was then being seriously discussed by American cabinet officials. The Navy Department counseled caution. The Treasury Department was anxious for prompt action against Japan, while the Department of State vacillated from day to day. On July 24, the President had a conference with Ambassador Nomura and talked with brutal frankness. He said that he had not shut off oil supplies from Japan because such action would have furnished a pretext for moving down upon the Netherlands East Indies. But in view of the oil shortage in the eastern part of the United States, there were many persons who were asking why further oil shipments to Japan were permitted while she was following a policy of aggression. In the event that Japan did move upon the Netherlands East Indies, she could be certain that Britain would rush to the assistance of the Dutch, and this in turn might involve the United States in hostilities. The President then stated that he had a proposal to make to the ambassador. If the Japanese government would refrain from occupying Indochina with its military and naval forces, or had such steps actually been commenced, if the Japanese government would withdraw such forces, the President could assure the Japanese government that he would do everything within his power to obtain from the governments of China, Great Britain, the Netherlands, and of course the United States itself a binding and solemn declaration to regard Indochina as a neutralized country. On the following day, July 25, Colonel Iwakuro had a long talk with Mr. Ballantyne and expressed the hope that an understanding with the United States could be effected. As far as Japan was concerned, this could be achieved in a satisfactory manner if the American government did not take measures in the nature of embargoes or freezing of assets against Japan. The President was not impressed with this gesture of goodwill. On the following day, July 26, an order was issued freezing Japanese funds in the United States. When Ambassador Nomura called at the Department of State to inquire as to the administration of this order, he was received in a definitely cold manner by Sumner Welles. He expressed the hope that the measure would not mean any further deterioration in the relations of our two countries, but Welles parried the indirect query by remarking upon the extraordinary patience which the United States had demonstrated in its relations with Japan during recent years. Nomura quietly stated that he believed the best thing to do under the circumstances was to adopt some compromise solution which would prove acceptable to both sides. Welles crisply replied that he did not see that there was the slightest ground for any compromise solution. It was evident that Welles was thinking of war. This feeling of a deadlock was deepened during a conversation between Welles and Mr. Wakasugi, the Japanese minister to the United States. Wakasugi was about to return to Tokyo to report to his government on the actual state of Japanese-American relations. He wanted a frank statement from Mr. Welles in this regard. The acting Secretary of State was glad to respond in his usual cold, detached manner. Japan should always keep in mind the basic principles of American foreign policy. The maintenance of peace in the Pacific, the renunciation by all of the powers interested in the Pacific of force and of conquest as their national policy, the recognition of the rights of independent and autonomous peoples of the Pacific to independence and integrity, and equal opportunity and fair treatment for all, if Japan continued on an aggressive policy of force and undertook moves of expansion. I thought it necessary at this stage to say that in my judgment such a situation as that would inevitably be regarded as intolerable by the United States, and would inevitably result in armed hostilities in the Pacific. This threat of war was very discouraging to Wakasugi, who clearly realized that Japanese-American relations had reached an impasse that had very dangerous implications. On the following day, August 5, he received an instruction from Tokyo that gave ample evidence of the deep concern the Foreign Office felt with regard to the situation. We are convinced that we have reached the most important and at the same time the most critical moment of Japanese-US relations. In order to improve these strained relations, the Japanese government was willing to pledge that it would not further station its troops in the southwestern Pacific areas except French Indochina, and that the Japanese troops now stationed in French Indochina will be withdrawn forthwith on the settlement of the China incident. Japan would gladly guarantee the neutrality of the Philippine Islands if the United States in turn would suspend its military measures in the southwestern Pacific areas, would help Japan to secure access to the important natural resources of these areas, and would also restore normal trade relations between Japan and the United States. In answer to an oral statement by the Japanese ambassador, Hull replied that he felt very discouraged indeed about future relations between the two countries. Similar discouragement in Tokyo led the Konoye ministry to send instructions to Nomura to sound out Secretary Hull about a joint meeting between the Prime Minister and President Roosevelt. When the Japanese ambassador handed to Hull this proposal for a conference between Prince Konoye and President Roosevelt, the reply came in the form of a written memorandum which rejected the Japanese proposals of August 6 as lacking in responsiveness. It was evident that Hull thought no purpose would be served by a Konoye-Roosevelt meeting. This fact was clear to Nomura, who cabled the Foreign Office that he greatly feared that even the offer of the Prime Minister to personally come here would not move the United States to any perceptible degree. He could only report that he saw dark clouds over the world. The Atlantic Conference pushes America closer to a break with Japan. For Japan, there were very dark clouds along the Newfoundland horizon. On the evening of August 9, in the Newfoundland harbor of Argentia, Roosevelt and Churchill had their first conference. The British were particularly concerned about the danger of a Japanese thrust into the Southwest Pacific area, and Sir Alexander Cadogan had drafted parallel Anglo-American declarations designed to halt this possible advance. America was to state very frankly that any further encroachment by Japan in the southwestern Pacific would compel the United States to take measures that might lead to war. In order to implement this declaration, the President was to seek authority from Congress to employ American armed forces as he thought best. The President at once rejected any thought of consulting with Congress. On his own initiative and responsibility, he would let the Japanese government know that if her armed forces moved southward, various steps would have to be taken by the United States, notwithstanding the President's realization that the taking of such further measures might result in war between the United States and Japan. But Sumner Welles thought that the United States should play the role of policeman in a much wider area than the Southwest Pacific. America should be ready to repel any Japanese thrust, whether it was directed against China, against the Soviet Union, or against the British dominions or British colonies, or the colonies of the Netherlands in the southern Pacific area. Churchill and Roosevelt were in hearty agreement with this wider Formula 96, but the President was too cautious to broadcast it to the American public. It had better remain a secret understanding. Churchill had failed to secure a parallel declaration that pointed straight to war, but the Roosevelt pledges of support relieved most of his fears. This fact was revealed in his speech to Parliament on January 27, 1942. The probability, since the Atlantic Conference, that the United States, even if not herself attacked, would come into a war in the Far East, and thus make final victory sure, seemed to allay some of these anxieties. As time went on, one had greater assurance that if Japan ran amok in the Pacific, we should not fight alone. Sir Roosevelt refuses to meet Prince Konoye. In a statement he handed to the Japanese ambassador on August 17, Roosevelt carried out his pledge to Churchill. It was phrased in language that was not unduly provocative, but its meaning was very clear. If the Japanese government takes any further steps in pursuance of a policy or program of military domination by force or threat of force of neighboring countries, the government of the United States will be compelled to take immediately any and all steps which it may deem necessary towards safeguarding the legitimate rights and interests of the United States and American nationals and toward ensuring the safety and security of the United States. With reference to a meeting between Prince Konoye and President Roosevelt, the Japanese ambassador was informed that if his government was ready to suspend its expansionist activities and embark upon a peaceful program for the Pacific, the government of the United States would be glad to endeavor to arrange a suitable time and place to exchange views. Before this Roosevelt statement could reach Tokyo, Foreign Minister Toyoda had a conference with Ambassador Grew and once more strongly pushed the idea of a meeting at Honolulu between Konoye and Roosevelt. He ardently hoped that at such a meeting it would be possible to reach a just and equitable agreement. Grew was so deeply impressed with the sincerity of Toyoda's plea that he immediately sent a dispatch to Secretary Hull and urged with all the force at his command, for the sake of avoiding the obviously growing possibility of an utterly futile war between Japan and the United States, that this Japanese proposal not be turned aside without very prayerful consideration. The opportunity is here presented for an act of the highest statesmanship, with the possible overcoming thereby of apparently insurmountable obstacles to peace hereafter in the Pacific. On August 28, Ambassador Nomura delivered to President Roosevelt a personal message from Konoye pleading for a meeting which could explore the possibility of saving the situation. In his remarks to Nomura with reference to a possible meeting with Konoye, the President appeared to think that it would be difficult for him to go as far as Hawaii, possibly Juneau, Alaska, would be more suitable Pine 2. As the President vacillated as to what course to pursue about this proposed meeting with Konoye, an imperial conference was held on September 6. It was finally decided that Japanese preparations for war would have to be continued so that they be completed approximately toward the end of October. At the same time, the Foreign Office should endeavor by every possible diplomatic means to have our demands agreed to by America and England. If these negotiations did not lead to favorable results by the early part of October, then the government should get ready for war against America. The position of Japan was very clear. It was insisting upon American recognition of Japan's dominance in the Far East. In the Root-Takehara Agreement of November 30, 1908, we had given Japan a green light to move ahead in Manchuria. Point 4. Japan had taken advantage of President Theodore Roosevelt's friendly suggestions and had strongly entrenched herself in large areas in North China. In the face of rapidly expanding Russian power in the Far East, this action had been regarded as a national imperative. In the Far East, the future belonged either to Japan or Russia, not to a China that had been exhausted by an endless cycle of war, revolution, and war. The policy of President Franklin D. Roosevelt and Secretary Hull, in giving strong support to a gravely weakened China, was highly unrealistic, and the later collapse of the American position in China stems straight back to the decisions taken in September and October 1941. During the eventful weeks of September, President Roosevelt seemed unable to make up his mind concerning a meeting with Konoye. In order to dispel this sense of uncertainty, the Division of Far Eastern Affairs, Mr. Ballantyne, prepared a long memorandum which was highly critical of Japan. In conclusion, Mr. Ballantyne remarked, "The holding of the meeting between the President and the Japanese Prime Minister on the basis of the present status of the discussions between this country and Japan would result in more of disadvantage than of advantage as regards this country's interests and policies." From Tokyo, Ambassador Grew spoke from an entirely different angle. He would not stand inflexibly upon certain principles and demand that Japan agree to accept every one of them. Political differences can be expressed in subtle shades that need not affront nations involved in serious controversy. One does not have to insist upon the conventional pattern of black and white. If America would show some slight spirit of compromise, this concession might evoke concessions on the part of Japan, and some path to understanding might be found. There was no real point in insisting that Konoye agree in advance to a long agenda which would awaken instant opposition in Japan. During the sessions of a conference between Konoye and Roosevelt, It was highly possible that a spirit of reciprocity might arise, which would turn thoughts from war to peace. The situation required statesmanship of the highest order. There seemed no reason to doubt that it could be found in Washington's. Unfortunately, at this time of national crisis, President Roosevelt did not measure up to the demands of the hour. Without the courage to make a decision in the matter of meeting Conoyer, he pushed the responsibility upon the shoulders of Secretary Hull. Hull did not hesitate. He was always wound up for such occasions. On October 2, he handed to Ambassador Nomura a statement that contained all the Hull cliches about high moral principles being the directing force in international relations. Dubious American practices in the Caribbean were not mentioned. After a long rehearsal of the reasons why the Hull-Nomura conversations had been a flat failure, he sonorously remarked that before there could be a meeting between the President and Prince Conoyer, there would first have to be an agreement upon basic principles of policy. Point 7. He knew that such an agreement was not possible. He had cleared the decks of the American ship of state for war at any time. It would not be long in coming. General Marshall and Admiral Stark opposed an ultimatum to Japan. The Hull note of October 2 did not kill all Japanese hopes for an adjustment of difficulties with the United States. Conoyer retained a faint belief that through indirect channels he still might find a means of convincing President Roosevelt of his sincerity. Through August and September 1941 he had worked through Bishop Walsh of the Maryknoll Mission, who sent many messages to Father Drought in New York. These messages, which revealed a strong desire for accommodation, were concealed under missionary phraseology. Father Drought conveyed the messages to Washington, but to no avail. Finally, on October 14, Walsh was commissioned by Conoyer to hurry to Washington and tell the President that the pressure of events on the Japanese government was such that it would not be able to negotiate much longer. The Conoyer ministry fell long before Walsh reached Washington. In the meantime, Foreign Minister Toyoda had turned to the British ambassador in Tokyo and requested his help with regard to the Conoyer-Roosevelt meeting. Craigie at once cabled to London his view of the situation. It was decidedly critical of the whole policy. By pursuing a policy of stalling, the United States is arguing about every word and every phrase on the grounds that it is an essential preliminary to any kind of an agreement. It seems apparent that the United States does not comprehend the fact that by the nature of the Japanese, and also on account of the domestic conditions in Japan, no delays can be countenanced. It would be very regrettable indeed if the best opportunity for the settlement of the Far Eastern problem since I assumed my post here were to be lost in such a manner. Both the U.S. ambassador in Japan and I are firmly of the opinion that it would be a foolish policy if this superb opportunity is permitted to slip by assuming an unduly suspicious attitude. On October 7, in a final bid for an understanding with the United States, Toyoda told Grew that it seemed apparent that the United States wished the Japanese government to revert at once and unqualifiedly to the status quo which had prevailed 4 years ago. The Japanese government was willing and prepared to return to the situation prevailing 4 years ago, but it was essential that the government of the United States should understand that to undo virtually at a moment's notice the work of the past 4 years is an undertaking of tremendous scope. It would take time on the part of the Japanese government and understanding on the part of the American. But these gestures of conciliation failed to evoke the hoped-for response from Washington, so on October 16 the Conoyer cabinet resigned. In the new cabinet, General Hideki Tojo assumed the post of Prime Minister, with Shigenori Togo as the new Minister of Foreign Affairs. The story of the attempts of the Tojo cabinet to find some formula of accommodation with the United States is a twice-told tale that does not have to be repeated here. Too, the hopelessness of the situation was apparent to Ambassador Grew, who warned Secretary Hull that action by Japan, which might render unavoidable an armed conflict with the United States, may come with dangerous and dramatic suddenness. The army feared this sudden Japanese attack upon an American outpost, and they were deeply disturbed during a meeting of the Army-Navy Joint Board when Mr. Hornbeck, representing the Department of State, advocated a firm stand against Japan. 4. The armed forces were not ready for war with Japan, and they resented the pressure of Chiang Kai-shek for assistance that might lead to American intervention. On November 2, the Generalissimo wrote to Roosevelt that a new Japanese offensive against Yunnan might shake the morale of the Chinese army and the Chinese people to its foundation. For the first time in this long war, a real collapse of resistance would be possible if the Japanese drive succeeded in taking Kunming. 5 General Marshall and Admiral Stark were extremely anxious that these appeals from Chiang should not push the president to some rash act. On November 5, after a review of the situation in the Far East, they strongly recommended that no ultimatum be delivered to Japan. This blunt recommendation temporarily slowed the president's progress down the road to war. On the following day, November 6, he had a talk with Secretary Stimson with reference to the pressing need for time to complete American military preparations. It might be well for the Department of State to arrange for a truce in which there would be no movement or armament for 6 months. Stimson opposed such a... It was still very important to keep the Chinese in the war, and I believe that they would feel that such a truce was a desertion of them, and that this would have a very serious effect on Chinese morale. On November 7, the president polled the cabinet on the question of whether he would receive popular support if it became necessary to strike at Japan in case she should attack England in Malaya or the Dutch in the East Indies. The cabinet was unanimous in the feeling that the country would support such a move. This unanimity was not as genuine as Secretary Stimson's diary would indicate. Hull thought that there was definite need for numerous speeches throughout the country which would prepare the people for the possibility of war. Or 8. The tragedy of the situation was that America was really at war without any clear perception of that fact by the popular mind. As Admiral Stark wrote to Admiral Hart on November 7, the Navy is already in the War of the Atlantic, but the country doesn't seem to realize it. Apathy to the point of opposition is evident in a considerable section of the press. Whether the country knows it or not, we are at war. Japan is maneuvered into firing the first shot at Pearl Harbor in the second week in November 1941. Tension began to mount in Tokyo. On November 10, the Japanese foreign minister expressed to Gru the opinion that the preliminary and exploratory conversations in Washington had proceeded long enough. It was time for both countries to enter into formal and official negotiations. The Japanese government had repeatedly made proposals calculated to approach the American point of view, but the American government had taken no step toward meeting the Japanese position. On this same day, November 10, Ambassador Nomura presented to President Roosevelt a further explanation of his government's proposals. In the meantime, the Japanese Foreign Office instructed Nomura that November 25 was the deadline. All negotiations would have to be concluded by that date. 1. This deadline was repeated from Tokyo on November 11.2 under pressure from the Foreign Office. Nomura was extremely anxious to secure an early answer to the Japanese proposals of November 7 and 10. While he was awaiting this answer, he noted the military preparations that were being rushed by the Roosevelt administration. They are contriving by every possible means to prepare for actual warfare. Tokyo replied to this cablegram by insisting that the deadline of November 25 was an absolutely immovable one. Secretary Hull knew of this deadline through intercepted Japanese instructions to Nomura, so on November 15 he handed to Nomura a long oral statement setting forth the basis of an agreement. He knew they would not be acceptable to Japan. Complete control over its economic, financial and monetary affairs should be restored to China, and Japan should abandon any thought of preserving in China or anywhere else in the Pacific area a preferential position. The abrupt tone of this note was a challenge that could easily lead to a break in diplomatic relations. Japan had long feared that such a break was inevitable, but in a final attempt to stave off such an emergency it had been decided to send to Washington another diplomat who would assist Nomura in the delicate negotiations that were hanging by a very slender thread. The new appointee, Saburo Kurusu, had served as consul in Chicago and New York, and had recently been in Berlin as ambassador. His happy marriage to an American girl gave him a personal interest in maintaining friendly relations between Japan and the United States. On November 17, Nomura and Kurusu had a talk with President Roosevelt, and then long, inconclusive conversations with Hull were carried on. To Kurusu, it seemed that the president was very much in earnest in regard to effecting an understanding between Japan and the United States. With Hull, little progress was made. This was particularly true with reference to a solution of the difficulties between China and Japan. Roosevelt seemed to have taken a liking to his old naval acquaintance, Nomura, and was not ready to push things. One day Lowell Mellett and Max Lowenthal paid a visit to the office of Senator Burton Kay. Wheeler to convey the information that the President does not want to push America into the war. The senator took this statement with a large grain of salt, but he remembered that at times Secretary Hull had been more belligerent than the President. This fact had been particularly evident during the sessions of the Democratic National Convention in 1940, when Wheeler was putting up a strong fight to write an anti-war plank in such specific terms that the President could not disregard it. Jimmy Berners confided to him that Hull was strongly against such a plank. It would prevent him from exerting maximum pressure upon Japan. 7. In November 1941, the Hull policy of pressure upon Japan was being implemented at full strength. On November 20, Kurusu discussed with Hull the matter of bringing to a close the hostilities between China and Japan. The Japanese Foreign Office believed this could be arranged if the United States would stop sending supplies to China. After stressing this point, Nomura then remarked, if the tension between Japan and the United States can be relaxed, be it ever so little, particularly in the southwestern Pacific, and quickly clear the atmosphere, then I think we could go on and settle everything else. Kurusu pushed the idea of a modus vivendi 128, and President Roosevelt responded by outlining one that might be accepted. The fourth item in this presidential proposal read as follows: U.S. to introduce Japs to Chinese to talk things over, but U.S. to take no part in their conversations later on Pacific agreements. Japan met this show of conciliation with a concession of her own. The deadline in the negotiations was now extended from November 25 to November 29th, but this was the final concession. This time we mean it that the deadline absolutely cannot be changed. After that, things are automatically going to happen. On the same day that this deadline was extended, November 22, Nomura and Kurusu once more met Hull in conference. It was soon apparent from his tone that there was small chance that Japanese conditions for a truce would be accepted. A revocation of the American order of July 26 freezing Japanese credits in the United States and thereby stopping all shipments of oil from American ports, American consent to a program aimed at increasing the export of oil and other commodities from the Netherlands East Indies to Japan, American mediation between China and Japan so as to initiate negotiations between the two powers and the cessation of American assistance to Chiang Kai-shek. American consent to these conditions was out of the question, even if Japan made far-reaching concessions in return. During the conference on November 22, Hull acidly complained of the threatening tone of the Japanese press and then asked why some Japanese statesmen did not start preaching peace. When Nomura remarked that he did not have the slightest doubt that Japan desired peace, Hull scoffed at this statement and lamented that it was a pity that Japan could not do just a few small things to help tide over the situation. He was particularly critical of the Japanese attitude towards Chiang Kai-shek. 2 days later, November 24, Hull had a conference with the diplomatic representatives of Australia, Britain, China, and the Netherlands. He quickly discovered that the Chinese ambassador, Dr. Hu Shi, was not enthusiastic about a 3-month truce with Japan too, but Hull went ahead and drafted a modus vivendi, which President Roosevelt regarded as a fair proposition, but he was not very hopeful and thought there might be real trouble very soon. On the following morning, November 25, Hull showed to Secretaries Knox and Stimson this draft that provided for a 3-month truce with Japan, but its terms were so drastic that Stimson believed that Japan would not accept it. That afternoon, Secretaries Hull, Knox, and Stimson, along with General Marshall and Admiral Stark, went to the White House for a long conference with the President. From intercepted Japanese cablegrams to Nomura, the President knew that the Japanese deadline for an end to the current negotiations was on November 29th. He expressed a fear that Japanese armed forces might make an attack as soon as next Monday. The main question was how we should maneuver them into the position of firing the first shot without allowing too much danger to ourselves. When Hull returned to the Department of State, he had a long talk with the Chinese ambassador, who handed him a telegram from Chungking. After reading your Hu Shi's telegram, the Generalissimo showed rather strong reaction. He got the impression that the United States government has put aside the Chinese question in its conversations with Japan instead of seeking a solution, and is still inclined to appease Japan at the expense of China. This impudent telegram placed Hull on the defensive. He frankly admitted that the conversations he had been carrying on with the Japanese envoys was merely a delaying action. The official heads of our army and navy for some weeks have been most earnestly urging that we not get into war with Japan until they have an opportunity to increase further their plans and methods and means of defense in the Pacific area. On the afternoon of November 25, there were more cablegrams from China. Mr. T.V. Soong handed Secretary Stimson another cablegram from Chiang Kai-shek in which the Generalissimo urged the United States to be uncompromising in its attitude towards Japan. 6. This pressure was increased by a communication from Owen Lattimore, the American advisor of Chiang Kai-shek, to Lauchlin Currie, administrative assistant to President Roosevelt. Any modus vivendi arrived at with Japan would be disastrous to Chinese belief in America. For a week Currie was terribly anxious because he feared that Hull was in danger of selling China and America and Britain down the river. In Chungking, Madame Chiang Kai-shek became unrestrainedly critical of the American government for its failure to plunge into the war and thus aid China. On the morning of November 26, Hull saw a telegram from Churchill to the President. There is only one point that disquiets us. What about Chiang Kai-shek? Is he not having a very thin diet? It was not long before Hull was nearly hysterical. During a telephone conversation with Secretary Stimson, he remarked that he had just about made up his mind about the modus vivendi. He would kick the whole thing over. A few moments later, Stimson phoned to the President and informed him that a Japanese expeditionary force was moving south from Shanghai. The President promptly blew up and exclaimed that this fact changed the whole situation because it was an evidence of bad faith on the part of the Japanese. But the leading officers of the American armed forces still counseled caution. On this same morning, November 26, there was a meeting of the Army-Navy Joint Board, and Admiral Ingersoll presented a series of arguments why we should not precipitate a war. But Hull was tired of carrying on negotiations with Japan. He was not a master of diplomatic double talk, and he squirmed under the direct questions of the Japanese envoys. As far back as January 23, 1941, he had listened without any real interest to the proposals that Bishop Walsh and Father Drought had brought from Matsuoka. 1. An agreement to nullify their Japanese participation in the Axis Pact. A guarantee to recall all military forces from China and to restore to China its geographical and political integrity. If he had rejected these unusually conciliatory proposals, why should he be deeply concerned about recent ones that did not go nearly so far? On the afternoon of November 26, he abandoned all thought of a truce with Japan and put into final shape a 10-point proposal. Both he and the President knew this program would be rejected by Japan. There was no thought of compromise or conciliation. The government of Japan will withdraw all military, naval, air, and police forces from China and from Indochina. When Kurusu read the 10-point proposal of Secretary Hull, he immediately inquired if this was the American answer to the Japanese request for a modus vivendi or truce. Was not the American government interested in a truce? Hull merely replied that we have explored that, but had arrived at no real decision. Kurusu could only reply that the Secretary's attitude could be interpreted as tantamount to meaning the end. It was obvious that the next step was war. On the morning of December 4, the Navy radio receiving station at Cheltenham, Maryland, intercepted a Japanese overseas news broadcast from Station Jap in Tokyo, in which there was inserted a false weather report. East wind rain. On November 19, the Japanese government had instructed its ambassador in Washington that such a weather forecast would indicate imminence of war with the United States. Point 6. After intercepting this Japanese instruction, the radio receiving stations of the American armed forces were on the alert for the east wind rain message. As soon as it was translated, Lieutenant Commander Kramer handed it to Commander Salford with the exclamation, "This is it." Safford got in touch immediately with Rear Admiral Noyes, who telephoned the substance of the intercepted message to the naval aide to the President. According to the testimony of Captain Safford, in 1941 a commander, the wind's message and the change of the Japanese Naval Operations Code came in the middle of the week, 2 days to Saturday and 3 days to Sunday. It was unthinkable that the Japanese would surrender their hopes of surprise by delaying until the weekend of December 13-14. This was not crystal gazing or intuition. It was just a plain common-sense acceptance of a self-evident proposition. Colonel Sattler saw it, and so did Captain Joseph R. Redman, USN, according to Colonel Sattler's testimony in 1944. The Japanese were going to start the war on Saturday, December 6, 1941, or Sunday, December 7, 1941.8. For the next 3 days, Commander Safford and Lieutenant Commander Kramer tried in vain to get some action out of their superior officers with regard to the implications of the East Wind Rain message. When they induced Captain McCollum to exert some pressure upon Admiral Stark, he was given a sharp rebuke which so infuriated him that he later poured the whole story into the receptive ears of Admiral Kimmel. This disclosure led Kimmel to press for the Pearl Harbor investigations. The unaccountable failure of high naval officers to convey a warning to Honolulu about the imminence of war was given additional highlights on the evening of December 6, when the Japanese reply to the American note of November 26 was sent secretly to Ambassador Nomura. It was intercepted by Navy receiving stations and decoded. When the President read this message to Nomura, he at once exclaimed, "This means war." He tried to get in touch with Admiral Stark, but was informed that the Chief of Naval Operations was at the National Theater, enjoying the delightful strains of the student prince On 149. The next day the Admiral's ears would be assailed by the crashing echoes of the attack upon Pearl Harbor. It would ordinarily be assumed that the President, after reading this intercepted Japanese message, would hurriedly call a conference of the more important Army and Navy officers to concert plans to meet the anticipated attack. The testimony of General Marshall and Admiral Stark would indicate that the chief executive took the ominous news so calmly that he made no effort to consult with them. Did he deliberately seek the Pearl Harbor attack in order to get America into the war? What is the real answer to this riddle of presidential composure in the face of a threatened attack upon some American outpost in the faraway Pacific? This problem grows more complicated as we watch the approach of 0 hour at 9:00 a.m. on December 7. Lieutenant Commander Kramer delivered to Admiral Stark the final installment of the Japanese instruction to Nomura. Its meaning was now so obvious that Stark cried out in great alarm, "My God, this means war. I must get word to Kimmel at once." But he made no effort to contact Honolulu. Instead, he tried to get in touch with General Marshall, who, for some strange reason, suddenly decided to go on a long horseback ride. It was a history-making ride. In the early hours of the American Revolution, Paul Revere went on a famous ride to warn his countrymen of the enemy's approach and thus save American lives. In the early hours of World II, General Marshall took a ride that helped prevent an alert from reaching Pearl Harbor in time to save an American fleet from serious disaster and an American garrison from a bombing that cost more than 2,000 lives. Was there an important purpose behind this ride? This question looms constantly larger as we look further into the Pearl Harbor hearings. When Colonel Bratton, on the morning of December 7, saw the last part of the Japanese instruction to Nomura, he realized at once that Japan planned to attack the United States at some point at or near 1 o'clock that day. To Lieutenant Commander Kramer, the message meant a surprise attack at Pearl Harbor today. This information was in the hands of Secretary Knox by 10:00 a.m., and he must have passed it on to the President immediately. It was 11:25 a.m. when General Marshall returned to his office. If he carefully read the reports on the threatened Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, he still had plenty of time to contact Honolulu by means of the scrambler telephone on his desk or by the Navy radio or the FBI radio. For some reason best known to himself, he chose to send the alert to Honolulu by RCA and did not even take the precaution to have it stamped priority. As the Army Pearl Harbor Board significantly remarked, "We find no justification for a failure to send this message by multiple secret means, either through the Navy radio or the FBI radio or the scrambler telephone or all three. Was the General under presidential orders to break military regulations with regard to the transmission of important military information? Did he think that the President's political objectives outweighed considerations of national safety? Was the preservation of the British Empire worth the blood, sweat, and tears, not only of the men who would die in the agony of Pearl Harbor, but also of the long roll of heroes who perished in the epic encounters in the Pacific, in the Mediterranean area, and in the famous offensive that rolled at high tide across the war-torn fields of France? New cemeteries all over the world would confirm to stricken American parents the melancholy fact that the paths of military glory lead but to the grave. The President and Harry Hopkins viewed these dread contingencies with amazing equanimity. In the quiet atmosphere of the Oval Study in the White House, with all incoming telephone calls shut off, the chief executive calmly studied his well-filled stamp albums while Hopkins fondled Fowler, the White House Scotty. At 1 o'clock, Death stood in the doorway. The Japanese had bombed Pearl Harbor. America had suddenly been thrust into a war she is still fighting.